The wonderful adventures of the Warhammer elf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 White Walkers. Just as the Black Ark was caught in a fierce battle, in a cave not far from the frozen coast, the mastermind behind the scenes was finally ready to take action himself. The weak god who invaded has appeared. Kill him. A cold gaze stared at the demon figure in the distance that was constantly emitting purple flames in the sky, and the biting cold was spreading. Tap, tap, tap. With the sound of strange footsteps, several blue-skinned weirdos covered with white frost and ice flowers gradually walked out of the cave, revealing their true identities. They were the white ghosts mentioned by the wild people, that is, the white ghosts in the legend of Westeros. And behind them, several huge ice corpse warhorses were snorting continuously, and their sharp teeth were telling of their desire for flesh and blood. Wikipedia says that the White Walkers can sense the breath of life and will consume human flesh and blood. I don't know if it's true or not. The leading White Walker held an ice spear in his hand, and his blue glowing pupils were staring at Dario, who was floating in the air. He said in an obscure ancient language, "The invading evil god must be destroyed." After that, he turned over and rode on the ice corpse warhorse behind him, leading the elite White Walkers behind him to rush towards the stranded Black Ark in the distance. Unlike the new generation, born by transforming human babies, most of these elite White Walkers were born thousands of years ago, powerful warriors of the same era as the Lord of the White Walkers, the Night King. The 1,000-year combat experience, coupled with a blessed body that cannot be broken by non-magical weapons, is enough to make them the strongest god-killing squad in Westeros. Obviously, since the Lady of the Mist has not yet appeared, the demon prince Dario, who has just become a low-level god, is naturally regarded as the leader of the invaders from another world. The life fire of a low-level god is enough to please the great god of winter. On the other side, the Black Ark. At this time, Dario didn't know that he had been targeted by a group of elite White Walkers, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, compared to those White Walkers whose strength was unknown, the overwhelming corpses in front of him gave him a headache. Raw, the overwhelming corpse tide was pouring towards the Black Ark from all directions. They didn't care about their shaky and broken bodies at all, and were climbing towards the upper deck of the Black Ark in a crazy manner. Although the Pendor auxiliary army could fight back with the walls equipped with a large number of artillery and excellent weapons and equipment, but in the final analysis, they were just a group of mortal troops that even heretic demons had rarely seen, and they couldn't be expected to move forward bravely on such an extraordinary battlefield. After all, when facing those tens of thousands of zombies who were clearly stabbed in the vitals, but still roared and chopped at them, they were able to hold their positions and were worthy of the salary issued by Rohan. Let the flamethrowers enter combat mode and start throwing incendiary bombs immediately. I want to see whether we have more incendiary bombs or they have more people. Seeing more and more zombies begin to climb onto the deck, Dario could only reluctantly retract the purple flame in his hand and began to issue combat orders. There was no other way. After all his demon magic was now powerful explosion magic, enough to shatter the magic rock at the bottom of the Black Ark. You know, a few years ago, the deck of the Black Ark was severely damaged and the entire battleship was almost broken in two. The repair cost alone was as high as a terrifying million gold coins. If Malekith hadn't taken the initiative to help Lord Rohan pay the repair costs, I'm afraid this cost would be enough to bankrupt Lord Rohan, who had a small fortune. If the Black Ark was accidentally blown up, I guess I can't afford to pay for it with hundreds of years of salary. Thinking of this, Dario couldn't help but take a closer look at the black rocks that made up the deck of the Black Ark. Feeling the faint magic emanating from it, he couldn't help but secretly praise it. It is worthy of being the pinnacle of our Druchii elves' magical attainments. If you want to repair any gap, it will probably cost the same as the gold used to fill the gap. Just as Dario was slightly distracted by flapping his demon wings, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from behind him, making him subconsciously dodge. Whoosh! A sharp ice spear narrowly brushed Dario's wings and flew straight behind Dario. After dodging the flying spear, Dario hurriedly turned around and looked back, and saw that on the snowy field nearly 1,000 meters away, several White Walkers were pointing their spears at him. Obviously, the mastermind behind the zombie attack on the Black Ark has finally appeared. At such a long distance, your aim seems to be a bit poor. Looking at himself who was unharmed, Dario couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth behind the mask, but suddenly there was a strange movement behind him. Crack, a sound of rock breaking, came from behind him. Dario was so scared that he didn't care about the White Walkers who were ready to throw spears again. He hurriedly looked behind him again. I saw a bottom rock with a diameter of more than several meters was shattered by the ice spear, and the scattered rocks fell into the water like Dario's salary that was about to be lost. Dario looked at the scattered rocks with a dazed look, and then his eyes burst into unimaginable pain and murderous intent. It's over, let alone being deducted from his salary. Whether he can keep his salary from being reduced, and whether he can eat cabbage next month is already a problem. No, I must bury this matter first, and then hurry up, to get rid of these guys, and take the initiative, to apologize to Lord Rohan. Who would have thought that Dario, who has become a god, would be so frustrated, that he would worry about the salary issue next month. Just as Dario drew out the blood surger sword from his waist, and prepared to fight with the White Walkers, Rohan's voice suddenly came to his ears. Fuck, how did my deck become like this? It's over. Seeing Rohan, who was furious, flying towards the damaged deck, Dario hurriedly used the demon sword to split the ice spear that flew again into pieces, and then stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry, sir, I was too careless, and didn't notice the enemy's sneak attack in the first time. This is my dereliction of duty. Rohan looked at the broken deck with some distress. Although this damaged place was not an important place, it would cost at least several thousand gold coins. However, he did not reprimand Dario for this. After all, he had already seen the appearance of the attacker and knew who his enemy was. Really, I thought I would meet the legendary filial son this time, but I didn't expect to come to this place. Looking at the White Walkers in the distance, who were aiming their spears at him, the anger on Rohan's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a teasing smile. Game of Thrones I just happen to be in need of some talented people to help me deal with internal affairs. I can find a way to recruit some from this world. Chapter 277, Destroying the White Walkers. After confirming the identity of this world, Rohan immediately knew the identities of the enemies below. White Walkers are magical creatures in the Game of Thrones. Although Rohan did not know how they were born, this did not affect the hostile relationship between the two sides. After pulling out Gwyndarion from his waist, Rohan's left claw gradually emitted a series of hot flames, and then flew towards the group of corpses below. But, since I know your identity, I probably know how to deal with you. 10,000 flames are burning. Clang. With Rohan's roar, a fire phoenix with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters suddenly flew out of Rohan's body, and pounced on the group of corpses below who were about to approach the Black Ark. In an instant, thousands of corpses gathered together were ignited by this flame with divine power, and soon they turned into ashes, and fell to the ground. Not only that, with the flamethrowers and incendiary bombs arriving at the front line one after another, the glaciers around the Black Ark immediately turned into a sea of fire. Looking at Lord Rohan who was showing his might, Dario recalled his absent-mindedness on the battlefield just now, and couldn't help but feel guilty. As expected of Lord Rohan, he turned the whole battle situation around as soon as he appeared. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. After all, his job was just a civil servant, and he probably had no chance to fight on the battlefield for even 20 years, so he didn't have much experience in dealing with such a large battlefield. However, when he thought about his previous solemn promise that there would be no problems, the Black Ark was destroyed by those monsters. No matter how he looked at it, it was all his responsibility. Seeing Dario feeling a little disappointed, Rohan stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, then comforted him. Don't feel guilty. After all, your previous duty was to command the battlefield, and this combat style can't be changed all at once. However, contrary to Rohan's expectations, Dario did not show the disappointment he imagined, but said more firmly, failure is failure. I will remember this shame, and then repay you with more blood and glory. Okay, I'm not Corn. I don't like this. You just need to improve your strength and prepare for the future battle with chaos. Hearing that Dario actually wanted to do a blood sacrifice to the blood god for him, Rohan couldn't help rolling his eyes and then looked at the White Walkers who were fleeing to the distance below. You smashed my black arc, and you still want to run? Not that easy. Boom, with an air explosion, Rohan injected a stream of divine power into his wings and then flew towards the direction of the other party's escape. Rohan is very interested in these White Walkers who can use ice magic wantonly in an environment without magic tides. On the snowy plain, 6 White Walkers holding ice spears were constantly slapping their horses, and at the same time, they kept turning their heads to look at Rohan, who was approaching quickly from behind, with a touch of human fear in their eyes. God of Cold, when did a chosen one become more powerful than the gods? Exclamation mark. We can't fight them all at the same time alone. We need more volunteers. The red comet is about to fall, and the magic tide is about to revive. As long as Lord Night King can launch an attack, everything will be fine. As early as when Rohan began to cast magic, they had already noticed that something was wrong, so they decisively began to flee the battlefield. After all, they were able to cast such terrifying magic in the absence of magic tides, and they were horrible now that they lacked magic power and could not fight against it at all. What's more, they all saw that ordinary whites could not play much role in the war just now, and basically could only exist as cannon fodder. We must hold this guy back to buy time for Lord Night King to go south. Spread out, we must find a way to hold that guy back. Understood. I will lead him to the canyon in the north, where there are some newly transformed white archers, which should be able to delay him for some time. There are also some compatriots in the cave in the northwest who have not yet awakened. Although their strength is not that strong, they are enough to delay him for a while. The White Walkers used ancient language to communicate without hesitation, obviously thinking that Rohan could not understand what they were saying, so they were so loud. Unfortunately, they did not notice the playful look in Rohan's eyes in the air. He was proficient in various languages, and he could even understand the whispers of the Chaos Demon Sword, let alone the ancient language of the White Walkers. However, Rohan obviously had no intention of continuing to play. Looking at the White Walkers who had finished talking below, Rohan slowly drew out his wand. Spread out. With the roar of the White Walker leader, the 6 elite White Walkers instantly ran in different directions, obviously preparing to prevent Rohan from destroying them at the same time. Looking at the White Walkers that were spreading out, Rohan controlled his body to stop in midair, and then praised, "It's a smart decision. If Dario came to chase you, he would definitely spend a lot of time chasing you, because he was not familiar with the terrain and skills. After all, although the speed of these Ice Corps war horses was not as fast as than older elf horses, they were indeed much faster than ordinary war horses. However, who said that he had to use close combat to deal with them? There are too many skills. I don't know which one to use for the moment." Looking at the aliens who had already run hundreds of meters away, Rohan thought for a moment, then raised his staff and said with a smile, "Then, just use them all. Soul Tempering. Arcane Disintegration. Kane's Wrath. Summons a white scorching lightning with magic penetration effect. 10,000 flames. Phoenix Flame. Apex Claw. Light System. Summons a silver white claw to tear the enemy." Colorful spells flew out from Rohan's staff one after another, and the rainbow-like strangeness in the sky immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stared blankly at the holy wings that showed their divine power. Obviously, they didn't expect to see such a terrifying scene in their lifetime. How is it possible? The aliens obviously noticed the movement behind them and raised their ice spears in despair, as if they were ready to fight to the death. For the God of Cold, the White Walkers shouted and stabbed at the incoming fireballs and lightning. The ice spears in their hands also emitted a faint white light, as if they were really blessed by the God of Cold. Unfortunately, they only lasted less than a second before their figures were swallowed up by the whistling magic, and in the end, not even their remains were left. After all, this was a powerful magic that even the Lord of Change could not resist, so how could a mere White Walker be able to resist it? Chapter 278 Mance Raider. Huolala. As the White Walkers were destroyed by the various magics released by Rohan, the Whites on the battlefield immediately lost the magic that drove them, and turned into pieces of bones, and fell to the ground. Looking at the skeletons scattered on the ground, Dario, who was originally chopping Whites, squatted down and looked at the corpses around him with emotion. So that's it. These White Walkers are like magic nodes that control zombies. Just get rid of them, and let all other zombies self-destruct. This is just like the vampires in the Warhammer world. As long as you can kill the vampires that control the undead creatures, you can make those skeleton warriors or zombies collapse. In this regard, the elf warriors did not show too much surprise. After all, as long as they know the principle of these White Walkers controlling Whites, they are not to be feared at all. Even Rohan couldn't help but touch his chin, and his mind thought of another creature next door to Ranad Zerg. It is also a small number of elite units that can think to lead most of the cannon fodder units, and they all serve the only will. The only difference from the Tyranids is that, as long as a White Walker is killed, the Whites under his leadership will instantly lose control, which is much easier to deal with. He can completely form a special decapitation unit like the Empire, and use his small group of elite troops to fight against the White Walkers on the battlefield. Plop. Looking at the Black Ark that has recovered from the stranded state, Rohan flapped his wings and returned to the deck, and then ordered Dario, notify all the captains to come to the meeting. Now we know who our enemy is. It's time to make a battle plan. Yes. Frostfang. Milk River is a long river originating from the Frostfang Mountains. It is also the river of life for most of the wildlings outside the wall. The milky white river water flows down from the highest peak of the mountain range, and on the vast plains beside the river, countless tents built with animal skins and branches cover the sky. Hundreds of thousands of wildling tribes with their families gathered on both sides of this mother river. The scale was so large that Hawk, who was just starting out, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. In his eyes, the castle of Thune, which could accommodate tens of thousands of wildlings, was already the largest wildling clan he had ever seen. Who would have thought that nearly a million wildlings would gather together at the same time? No. It is worthy of being the army assembled by the king beyond the wall. It can actually be so large. Put away your silly attitude. Now we are the messenger sent by Magna. We must not lose the face of Thune. Hearing Hawk's muttering, the leading spearwoman looked at the young man who had just started out with some disdain, without mentioning that she was also shocked when she first came here. As everyone entered this huge wildling camp, Hawk, riding on a pony, finally saw the legendary king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. In the open hood, Hawk looked at the strong, plain-looking brown-haired man in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva secretly. It must be said that compared to the legendary king beyond the wall who was strong and powerful and could fight 100 people, the man in front of him who looked very kind did not seem to have much deterrence. Do you feel that this ordinary man in front of you, who has no skills, is not qualified to lead the wildlings? As if seeing Hawk's doubts, Mance Rayder smiled and asked casually while holding up a wooden cup. Hearing this, Hawk was frightened and at a loss. He felt that the eyes of the people around him were all focused on him, and he explained hurriedly and fearfully, "Of course not, my lord. It's just that the legend says that you are so mighty that you can even easily defeat 10 crows, night watch, with one hand, so." Before he finished speaking, the wildlings who were still watching the show around laughed out loud. One of them even came directly to Mance Rayder, patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Haha, Mance, he called you my lord, so do we need to kneel down next time we see you?" "Oh Lord Mance Rayder, it sounds quite pleasant. You can really give it a try." "Don't laugh. This young man is from Then, and everyone has different living habits. There is no need for us to dwell too much on these details." Mance also had a smile on his face, but then he stopped the wildlings around him and asked Hawk with a serious face, "I heard that you are a survivor who witnessed the White Ghost with your own eyes. Can you tell us in detail about the White Ghost?" Hearing such a serious topic, the savage chiefs around also became serious, and the whole tent fell into silence in an instant. Feeling everyone's eyes focused on him again, Hawk couldn't help swallowing, and then he told everything he knew. "Yes, sir, it was a sunny morning. I was about to return to the city of Syn with my prey, but I was blocked by a group of bad guys from the same clan. Get to the point. I don't want to know what you were doing at the time. I just need to know what the white ghosts you saw would do. That white ghost was wearing a strange armor that even iron arrows couldn't penetrate. It was very strong. And it can also use a spear that seems to be made of ice. And it is very powerful. It can easily penetrate a big tree with a spear. And that white ghost seems to have the ability to control the dead. I saw with my own eyes a man who was hit by several of my arrows attack me fearlessly. It was just like the legend. Hawk directly said all the words he had been brewing all the way, and then stood silently beside the tent, obediently becoming a small transparent person. After all, his job was just a messenger, and he was not qualified to communicate with Mance Rayder, who had united 90 clans. Well, if what this young man said was true, then we must go south to the Fist of the First Men, as soon as possible, gather our troops there, and then launch an attack on the Great Wall. After listening to Hawk's description, Mance lowered his head, and fell into thought, then raised his head firmly, and confessed to the wildling chiefs around him, and we don't have more time to waste. The surrounding prey has been hunted clean, and most of the stored food has been consumed. We must act as soon as possible. Young man, I need you to return to the city of Thurn immediately, and tell Sty that our gathering point is at the Fist of the First Men, and ask him to bring his people here, as soon as possible. Don't worry, Mance Rayder, I will convey this message to Magna, as soon as possible. Chapter 279, White Walkers head south. Hawk and his companions, who were speeding back to the city of Thurn, did not know that when they were going to the Milk River to deliver the message, the city of Thurn had already become a mess. A few days ago, Thurn Manor, we had lost contact with a clan living in the mountains and forests, and the messenger sent to deliver the message has not returned. Could it be that they encountered the White Walkers? In the castle hall, the soldier in charge of the message was looking at Manor anxiously. Obviously, the news of the invasion of the White Walkers had spread in the city. Even the guards on duty set their sights on Sty, hoping to get some accurate information from the city lord. After all, that was a wildling clan of more than 1,000 people. Even if it was attacked by the White Walkers, it was impossible that there was no news at all. Don't worry, we have made preparations in advance. Regardless of whether other clans have arrived in Thurn, we will set off to the south tomorrow to join Mance Rayder. Looking at the panic and uneasiness in the eyes of his subordinates, Sty couldn't help but sigh secretly. After hesitating for a long time, he made his decision with difficulty. He also knew that his decision was equivalent to completely abandoning the clans that had not yet arrived in Thurn, but he had no choice. For 2 consecutive days, the sentinels patrolling outside found strange human remains and unknown runes that were attempted to be formed by animals. All of this indicated a sign. The White Walkers really appeared. Notify them to double the number of guards on the city wall and prepare torches. We must be prepared for the White Walkers to walk at night. Although Sty didn't know whether the fire would have any effect on the White Walkers, he could only prepare as much as possible to face the hundreds of ghosts. One night passed quickly. Sty, who had almost not slept all night, slowly walked out of the castle and looked at the nearly 10,000 wild warriors in the castle, who were safe and sound. Only then did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief. According to the tradition of wild men and women being soldiers, except for some old, weak women and children who could not fight due to age and illness, Thurn still had at least 6,000 soldiers who could fight. What's more, the Thurn people not only had a large number of bronze armor and weapons, but also a large number of hunters with superb archery skills. Their military capabilities were the strongest in the entire wild world. Even if the White Walkers really attack us on our way south, they shouldn't pose much of a threat to us, right? Looking at the mighty Thurn army in front of him, Sty sighed with satisfaction, and then led the army to prepare to leave Thurn. Although there are still more than 2,000 wildlings from other clans who have not arrived in Thurn, now is not the time to dwell on these losses. As long as they can reach the south as soon as possible and join forces with Mance Rayder's hundreds of thousands of troops, their strength will be enough to defeat those hateful crows and allow the wildlings to cross the wall. You must know that the present is different from the past. After thousands of years of development, the number of Night's Watchmen today is unlikely to exceed 10,000 at most, and they are simply no match for hundreds of thousands of wildlings. No matter what, the future battle of the wall will have a force of 800,000 to 10,000, and the advantage is mine. Thinking of this, Stuy's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He then raised the bronze spear in his hand and shouted to the sky, "Let's go and conquer those annoying crows." The wildlings roared excitedly, and the sound spread throughout the forest. It was obvious that they were eager to cross the Great Wall and plunder the rich land in the south. Unfortunately, they didn't know that when their voices spread throughout the forest, countless blue eyes suddenly put down the bones in their hands and turned their gazes to the direction of Thurn. Back to the present. Outside Thurn Guodegan waves of horsehoof sounds came from far away, and Hawk was constantly patting the tired pony under his crotch and riding towards Thurn. After receiving the mission from Mance Rayder, Hawk and the accompanying spearwomen warriors did not dare to delay for a moment and prepared to seize the time to report the news to Stuy. Unfortunately, as soon as they arrived at the outer area of Thorn, they saw a horrifying scene. "Gots, what happened here? Thorn is burning. Have the 100 ghosts really appeared and have begun to attack Thun?" Looking at the thick black smoke rising from the direction of Thun in the distance, not only Hawk was terrified, but even the leading spearwoman showed a panic in her eyes. You know, Thun can be said to be the strongest fortress in the entire free world, and no wildling fortress can compare with it. If even Thun can't stop the invasion of the 100 ghosts, it basically means that there is no castle in the entire outer wall that can resist the invasion of the White Walkers. Thinking of this, Spearwoman jumped off her horse decisively, took out a bag of dried meat and water from her luggage, and said to Hawk and others, "Rest here, and when our strength is almost restored, we will go to Scene to see what happened." "Shouldn't we go to Scene immediately? Maybe they need our help now?" Hawk, who was a little naive, obviously didn't understand Spearwoman's decision, but he still took out the dried rabbit meat and asked her for her opinion. Hearing such a simple statement, Spearwoman couldn't help but snorted coldly and then patted the bronze dagger on her waist and reminded, "Don't be funny. There are at least thousands of defenders in Scene City, and there are only 6 of us. Even if we really arrive at the battlefield, what role can we play? What's more, we don't know what the situation on the battlefield is now. It's better to recover our strength now and prepare for the escape that may be needed later." Escape. Hearing that Spearwoman was shamelessly preparing to escape from the battlefield, Hawk could only sigh helplessly and began to swallow the roasted rabbit that had been in his hand for 2 days. It must be said that due to the cold weather outside the wall, although the rabbit meat is no longer as fresh and juicy as it was at the beginning, it can still be used to fill the stomach. Unfortunately, the gods did not give them a chance to breathe. "You guys, now is not the time to rest. Go and prepare to escape." Suddenly, a wild rider on horseback rushed out of the woods and saw the 6 people who were resting and couldn't help but remind them, "Thurn has fallen, and Magna has retreated to the south under the cover of his guards. Now Thurn has become a hell." Hearing this, the spearwoman who was concerned about Thurn couldn't help but stand up from the snow and then shouted to the deserter, "What happened to Thurn? How did it become like this?" However, the deserter seemed to have been frightened by the cruel battlefield and fled towards the Milk River without looking back, leaving only a shrill cry that made everyone shudder. The undead army of the White Ghosts is coming. Chapter 280 Night King. After witnessing the crazy deserter who was frightened by the army of White Walkers, every wildling in Hawk's team showed a look of panic on their faces. They never thought that in less than a week, Thurn had already been lost. Looking at Thurn burning in the distance, Hawk couldn't help but look at the spearwife and asked fearfully, "What should we do? Should we go to Magna to report the situation now, or go to the Fist of the First Men to meet up with the king beyond the wall first?" "I don't know, but I think we should first gather the fleeing Thurn people near the Milk River and then lead them to the Fist of the First Men." Hearing Hawk's question, the spearwife looked at Thurn in the distance with red eyes and then said to everyone firmly, suppressing the grief of the destruction of her hometown, "There are thousands of free people living around Thurn. Even if Thurn was destroyed by the White Walkers, there must be many survivors. We must tell them this news." Hearing such a difficult order, everyone's heart was filled with heaviness, and everyone was worried about their families. Seeing that everyone was in a very negative mood, the spearwoman could only wipe the tears from her eyes. As the leader of the team, she could not show any cowardice. Looking at the people who were all in a daze, the spearwoman turned over with a firm look and jumped on the horse's back, then rode in the direction they came from, shouting, "Let's go, everyone. This is not only for the Magna, but also for our own lives. Please cheer up." Looking at the spearwoman's back, everyone could only put aside the grief in their hearts for the time being, and had to choose to return the same way. After all, as mentioned before, thousands of people in the city of Syn were defeated. What role can the 6 of them play on the battlefield? Inside the city of Syn, crackling, the originally solid walls and wooden doors had already turned into a piece of flying ash, replaced by huge icicles that crushed the surrounding houses. The sound of various houses and castles burning was endless. The whole city was like a purgatory on earth, and the streets were full of wild corpses. The White Walker army, which did not need to take prisoners, did not need to leave any alive, and had no intention of occupying this castle as a camp. For them, the dead were more useful than the living. Outside the city of Thurn, thousands of corrupted whites were standing there blankly. From their bulging muscles, it was not difficult to see that these whites were worldlings who had been transformed not long ago. Obviously, these whites were members of the clans that disappeared in the woods. It was not difficult to see from their blood-stained stone axes and teeth that they had all become servants of the White Walkers. Trample, trample, trample. A series of low horse hoof sounds came from the woods, and dozens of elite White Walkers wearing heavy armor were riding on ice spiders that were comparable to war horses, riding towards the city of Thurn. Spiders are novel content from Wiki, and I have added them here as well. In the center of this spider cavalry, a White Walker with skin as pale as the moon and horns like a crown on his head was slowly entering Thurn. As the White Walker cavalry entered the ruins of Thurn, the flames that were still burning the houses and castles were instantly extinguished, leaving only frost that gradually spread throughout the city. The elite White Walkers who stayed in Thurn saw the White Walker cavalry entering Thurn, and hurried forward to report in obscure ancient language, "Miking, all the corpses in this city have been moved to the square, and they will become your new army." If a southern scholar who specializes in history saw this scene in Thurn, he would definitely shout out the name of the king of the White Walkers in horror, the Night King. The Night King's sapphire eyes calmly looked at the thousands of corpses in the city of Thurn, and shook his head with some dissatisfaction. "Not enough, not enough. Those alien invaders are very strong. I can feel the traces of those invaders inside the Great Wall. We must be sure to win with one strike. My king, if we can convert all the worldlings outside the Great Wall, there will be hundreds of thousands of whites for us to use. Why do we have to flee to the south? Humph, our first goal now is to prepare more whites. When the red comet passes through the sky, it will be the day for us to fight the invaders." The Night King did not say much about his somewhat blind White Walker subordinate, but focused his attention on the pile of corpses on the ground. A few days ago, on the battlefield of the Frozen Coast, the Night King remotely controlled the White Walkers and fought a battle with the invaders, who could cast magic. In his expectation, those invaders were just ants who tried to challenge the majesty of the god of cold under the leadership of a weak god. However, when the battle really started, the Night King was horrified to find that those winged invaders could use magic unscrupulously. All kinds of strange but powerful magic, as well as the strong magic fluctuations, directly squeezed out the signal that the Night King connected to the White Walkers. Seeing this, the Night King decisively left the cave, where he had been sleeping for thousands of years, chose to lead his army out of the land of eternal winter, and turned to prepare to attack the wildlings and the wall in the south. As the saying goes, pick the weak persimmons. He can't beat those invaders for the time being. Can't he bully the wildlings and the Night's Watch who lack troops? What? You say this is a rout without dignity and glory? They are not routes, but a temporary tactical shift, because of insufficient chances of winning. Everything is for a greater victory. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on the face of the Night King, and then slowly raised his hands, and immediately let a little frost condense in the surrounding air. Ho ho. A series of low roars like beasts came from the mouths of the dead wildlings, and accompanied by strange twitches, these wildlings who had suffered fatal injuries in their lifetime actually stood up. Countless ice blue eyes all gathered on the Night King and the White Walkers. This result made the Night King on the spider's back very satisfied. Although the combat effectiveness of these wights was not outstanding, and even the wooden sticks picked up at random could be used as weapons, they themselves were excellent cannon fodder for these wights who could still fight. Even if they lost their heads, killing one was a profit, killing two was a profit, and they were just disposable cannon fodder. Time is running out. Everyone, let's hurry up and prepare more troops. Pulling the reins wrapped around the spider's teeth casually, the Night King led the team out of Thurn and slowly moved towards the Fist of the First Men in the south. Behind him, nearly 100,000 wights were following him in a mighty manner, staggering but firmly following the steps of the Night King. Chapter 281 The King of the Undead. Frozen Coast, Frostfang. At this time, Rohan did not know that due to the powerful magic he had cast some time ago, the Night King's army began to move south ahead of schedule. But even if Rohan knew, he would not care, because he was now troubled by another thing, that is, Frostfang. I don't understand. Why can't we act together and sit on the Black Ark to find and colonize other landing points, but must cross this mountain range? On the Black Ark, Mekasha looked at the elven army that was landing with some confusion and couldn't help asking Rohan. Due to the cold environment and extreme climate of the Eternal Land, most of the human auxiliary troops, except for those bear claw warriors who believed in the cat god, could not adapt to this climate at all. In this case, Rohan actually proposed to lead the elven army and a small number of human auxiliary troops to cross the mountains, while the Black Ark led the remaining troops to explore the southern seas. It must be said that this order was too outrageous in Mekasha's view, and could even be described as stupid. Did he take the wrong medicine? Rohan glanced at Mekasha, who was secretly slandering him, and did not intend to explain too much. Instead, he said to Dario, who was waiting beside him, I will let the soldiers return to Grandtown first, and then after I fly over this mountain range, I will directly teleport to the other side of this mountain range through the portal to hunt down the White Walkers. I will also take the 6,000 elf recruits stationed in Grandtown with me, which should be enough for me to kill all the White Walkers. After I leave, you will be responsible for leading the remaining 80,000 auxiliary troops south to find a place to set up camp. Do you understand? After hearing Rohan's plan, Dario couldn't help but touch the mask on his face, full of worries about Rohan's plan. It was too risky to rashly divide the troops when they just arrived in the new world. Even Lysadiran's face showed a look of worry, and he obviously didn't understand why Rohan was so anxious to wipe out those undead creatures called White Walkers. As if he could see the doubts of the elves, Rohan took a puff of the medicinal smoke in his hand to refresh his mind, and then took the initiative to explain. According to the information I have, there is a terrifying existence behind those White Walkers, who can use ice magic and resurrect the dead. If we can't solve it in advance, then our future exploration of this world will definitely be hindered by the other party, so we must solve it first. Hearing this, the elves suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Lord Rohan was so concerned. It turned out that a figure similar to Nagash appeared. If that was the case, then we should really take advantage of the other party before it grows up and cross the mountains to strangle it in the cradle. How it seems that he was fooled. Seeing that everyone seemed to be moved by his words, Rohan breathed a sigh of relief and then set his sights on the suddenly refreshed system panel. Achievement mission, Undead King. Winter is coming. The god of cold's chosen in the land of eternal winter. Night King dared to challenge the glory of the Durachi elves, and his ugly soul must pay the price. Mission target: kill Night King 0/1. Mission reward: Undead King flying squirrels. Deal. Just after the battle ended not long ago, this mission suddenly appeared in Rohan's system panel and immediately attracted Rohan's attention. After carefully confirming the reward of this mission, Rohan smoked 2 cigarettes to relieve stress and emotions, and only stopped when the Chosen's voice became slightly hoarse. The King of the Undead, and his name is Flying Squirrel. Could it be the cheating existence called Ainzulgan in the theater next door? If the final reward of this quest is really a random gift from Ainzulgan, then this quest is completely worth Rohan spending a lot of time to complete. After all, that is a real big bone guy who is more powerful than Nagash in a sense. Although it is not clear what this so-called transaction is for, it should not be a low-level thing, right? After the recollection, Rohan turned his eyes to the captains, who were waiting for orders. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "The meeting is over. Next, we have to start gathering troops and prepare for the next exploration. Has the intelligence team of the Inquisition been sent out?" "It has been sent out. They will take a special magic speedboat and look for areas to land along the coast." "Well, I will take the Silver Dragon Knights and War Hydras away. You only have 200 Ash Dragon Riders in your hands. Don't use them too quickly." After saying that, Rohan turned and flew to the deck, where the army was gathering in the distance, preparing to open the portal to the world of Behemoth. Because he was worried that the power of chaos would invade the logistics world, he ruled through the portal. Every portal would be opened in the world of Behemoth as a transit station. After all, he didn't want to experience an incident like Lilith again. Northern Territory, Winterfell. In the castle of Winterfell, Eddard Stark stood in front of the window with a frown on his face, looking at the snowflakes flying outside the window, his heart full of worry. The cold snowflakes flew on his face, and the biting cold wind whistled into the castle, but it could not shake Eddard's tall body. Suddenly, there was a light footstep behind Eddard, followed by a bearskin cloak draped over Eddard's shoulders. "Ned, why are you standing here alone? Has something happened? This snow came too suddenly, Cat. Several citizens have been frostbitten because they failed to prepare in advance when going out. I have a bad feeling." Looking at the sky covered with grey clouds, Eddard couldn't help but touch his wife Catelyn's hand on his shoulder. Then, he took out an envelope and said, "The commander of the wall, Commander Jeer Mormont, sent me a letter. He claimed that hundreds of thousands of wildlings were heading south and asked me to provide support." 7 gods. Are hundreds of thousands of wildlings true? I don't know, but I know Jeer Mormont. He is definitely not a person who talks nonsense, so I decided to recruit some soldiers to garrison in the north for a while. Looking at the envelope in his hand that he kept flipping through, Eddard's face revealed an imperceptible uneasiness, but he still took his wife into his arms and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, no matter whether the news about the wildlings is true or false, we will be able to protect our homes and our families." "Well, what about Ciri? She has been worried recently that a group of guys called Wild Hunt are chasing her. Even the old nanny complained to me that Ciri often has nightmares." Hearing this, Ed couldn't help but focus his eyes on Ciri, who was teaching the children swordsmanship in the training ground below, and began to think secretly in his heart. Ding ding ding. Looking at his eldest son Rob, who was easily defeated by Ciri on the training ground, and listening to the metal sounds of weapons constantly coming from his ears, Ed couldn't help but close his eyes. The memories of the war gradually came to his mind. When Ed opened his eyes again, he suddenly saw a light cavalry rushing towards the castle. I saw that there was an arrow stuck in the thigh of this cavalryman, and his cotton armor was completely soaked with sweat and blood. The whole person looked embarrassed. Emergency. Nori village has been attacked by an unknown force and has been massacred. Chapter 282. Stark sends out. In Winterfell, everyone's attention was attracted by the injured cavalryman who suddenly appeared. Even Ciri put down her weapon and looked at the newcomer nervously. Could it be that the Wild Hunt has really caught up with him? No. Nori. Seeing the soldier falling off his horse in front of the stable, Eddard quickly let go of Catelyn in his arms and ran towards the stable. In the stable, Sir Roderick, who was responsible for training soldiers, was supporting the cavalryman who fell off his horse. He handed the cowhide bag in his hand to the other party and comforted him. "Drink some of this, young man. It will make you feel better." Ahem. "Thank you, sir." After taking the cowhide bag, the thirsty cavalryman hurriedly pulled out the cork, swallowed the cool beer in the water bag in big gulps, and then collapsed to the ground weakly. After checking the arrow wound on the cavalryman, Roderick did not rashly pull out the arrow stuck in the cavalryman's thigh, but chose to break this beautifully shaped arrow. "Let Mr. Lewin come over. This young man was shot by a cone-headed arrow. He must undergo surgery immediately to remove the arrowhead." After checking the arrow with exquisite patterns painted on the shaft, Roderick ordered his attendants to call the maester to come and treat the wound, and secretly sighed. What exquisite patterns! Not to mention those wild men and mountain clans. Even our earls in the north can't be so extravagant, right? After all, for the people in the north, they would rather make more durable arrows than waste time carving patterns on them. Just as Roderick was taking a closer look at the arrow, Ciri suddenly came to his side, suppressing the uneasiness in her heart and asked, "Sir Roderick, can you please show me this arrow? Maybe I know who the owner of this arrow is." "Of course, Miss Ciri, it would be great if you really know the identities of those damned criminals." After hearing Ciri's question, Roderick handed the arrow shaft in his hand to Ciri without hesitation, and then looked at her expectantly. Most of the Stark soldiers, including Roderick, welcomed this young woman with great martial arts and easygoing temperament. Especially after learning about her tragic experience of being hunted down, Roderick treated her as his own daughter. "Thank you, sir." After receiving the arrow from Roderick, Ciri carefully examined the brown arrow shaft, and then her pretty face immediately turned pale, because she was too familiar with the patterns carved on it, and the wood used to make the arrow shaft, because she had been shot by this kind of arrow several times before. It was an arrow from the Wild Hunt cavalry. After returning the arrow shaft to Sir Roderick, Ciri looked at the Duke's sons, Robb and Jon Snow, who were waiting for her in the distance in a daze, and couldn't help muttering, "They really came to chase me. I should have thought of it earlier. No, I must leave Winterfell." "What's wrong, Ciri? Do you really know the owner of this arrow?" Looking at Ciri, who was a little dazed, Eddard, who had been standing by and observing the other party's face, immediately came over and asked seriously, "Nori village is a village belonging to Winterfell. Although I don't know who those people who are chasing you are, this matter is no longer your private matter now." According to the report of the cavalry, Nori was attacked by dozens of fully armed heavy cavalry, so I plan to lead my troops to Nori in person. Now, as the Guardian of the North and the Duke of Stark, I ask you to tell me the identity of those invaders. You can't go. Those heavy cavalry are elven cavalry belonging to the King of the Wild Hunt. Your soldiers are definitely not their opponents. Hearing this, Ciri, who had originally planned to leave Winterfell, immediately spoke up anxiously to stop them, trying to stop this senseless sacrifice. She knew very well that, although the Stark guards of Winterfell were well trained and excellent warriors, those elves could use magic. In front of the magic of the elves, humans without the magic blocking amulet were like lambs to be slaughtered and had no power to fight back. Magic blocking is a metal in the wizarding world that can suppress magical energy. However, before she could continue speaking, Eddard waved his hand to signal Ciri to stop talking, and then ordered Roderick, who was on standby next to him, gather the guards of the Stark family, and then send a raven to notify Lord Jon of Hearth City and let him go to Nori with me and prepare for battle. Nori village is a subordinate village located in the mountains north of Winterfell. Because it is very close to the Great Wall in the north, it is mostly managed by Hearth City. According to the traditional customs of the past, this matter should be handed over to Lord Jon of Hearth City to handle. But as the Guardian of the North, the upright Duke Ed would not watch the Wild Hunt appear in his territory and slaughter people everywhere, and he would remain indifferent. Ciri looked at this righteous Duke and seemed to be infected by the light of righteousness on him, so he patted the sword in his hand and said, "This matter was caused by me. In this case, I will go with you." Facing Ciri's firm eyes, Ed also knew that the other party had made up his mind, so he just reminded him, "Okay, but remember to protect yourself. You have eaten the salt and bread of our Stark family. I don't want the news that the Stark family violated the etiquette of guests to spread in the future Westeros." After that, Ed took Sir Roderick out of the stable and began to prepare to go to Nori village. Half an hour later, on the training ground, Ed, dressed in military uniform, was riding on horseback, looking at the Stark family guards gathered in the field, and nodded silently. According to Ciri's intelligence, although Ed didn't really believe that the enemy was the so-called elves, he was still prepared to fight against the heavy cavalry. After a while, Roderick brought Ciri, who was wearing northern armor, to the training ground, and reported to Eddard, "Lord Eddard, I have summoned 50 northern riders and 200 Stark infantrymen. Together with the army of the Umber family, it should be enough to fight against those looters. Well, let's go." With Eddard's order, many Stark family warriors left Winterfell and headed towards the village of Nori in the north. Looking at the Ice Wolf riders flying in the team, Ciri, who was also riding on horseback, secretly made up her mind and was ready to sacrifice herself at any time. If the war situation really develops towards the worst situation, then I will take the initiative to expose my identity. I think Aradin should not. Hey, Sister Ciri, what are you thinking about? Just as Ciri was lost in thought, a warhorse suddenly came to her side, and then she heard a childish voice asking her curiously. Hearing this familiar figure, Ciri hurriedly looked at the young figure holding a lance beside her, and then subconsciously exclaimed, Jon Snow? Aren't you practicing swordsmanship with your elder brother in the training ground? Why are you here? Hey, it's not just me. Robb and Theon also followed quietly. We all hope to help defeat the bad guys who are chasing Ciri's sister and avenge the Nori village at the same time. On horseback, Jon raised his eyebrows proudly behind him. Ciri then noticed that there were two cloaked figures following closely behind the cavalry. It was Robb Stark, the eldest son of Duke Eddard, and Theon Greyjoy, his adopted son. Both of them wore the same plated leather armor as the surrounding northern riders, with iron helmets on their heads. No one noticed that they were descendants of the Stark family. After noticing Ciri's gaze, Robb raised his head slightly, and then showed Ciri a sunny smile. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Ciri couldn't help but touch her forehead. She immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and rebuked Jon, who was grinning beside her. Do you think this is fun? Robb is the eldest son of Lord Eddard. If something unexpected happens, have you thought about the consequences? Don't worry, Sister Ciri. Theon and I will protect Robb. Besides, our swordsmanship has improved during this period. This is a good opportunity to practice. What the hell? Use the wild hunt to practice! Exclamation mark. Looking at Jon in front of her, who was fearless, and Robb and Theon, who were still laughing behind her, Ciri felt a headache. Even her father, the demon hunter known as the White Wolf, Geralt, did not dare to be careless in the battle with the wild hunt. You dare to use the wild hunt to practice? You are more awesome than Geralt. Hey, I will tell Lord Eddard about this. I advise you to learn from your mistakes and reflect on it. Don't be so clever in the future. After saying that, he patted the warhorse under his crotch and rode towards Lord Eddard in the center of the team, reporting that Robb and others were following him. After all, for the sake of the lives of these young people, Ciri didn't mind sending them back to Winterfell for the time being, and then dealing with the wild hunt. After hearing Ciri's report, Eddard also set his sights on the three young figures behind the team, frowned and declined. Forget it, they are the young wolves of the Stark family. If they have not experienced the baptism of blood, then what is the difference between them and the captive hounds? Hearing this, Ciri, who was just an outsider, couldn't say much, and could only pray that it was not the king of the wild hunt, Aradin, who came to chase her this time. However, it seems that not everyone can understand her good intentions. What? The eldest son of the Stark family came to help her get rid of the pursuers with good intentions, but she actually secretly reported to Lord Eddard. What a bitch. At the back of the team, Theon looked at Ciri, who was accompanying Eddard, and couldn't help but sneered at Robb in a somewhat harsh voice. Doesn't she know how to please you, the future guardian of the North? It seems that this woman's brain is not proportional to her son. Watch your mouth, Theon. Don't forget that the reason why our swordsmanship has been greatly improved during this period is thanks to the patient teaching of Lady Ciri. Hearing such vulgar words, Robb angrily scolded Theon, who was swearing, then pulled the hood on his head and quietly observed Ciri's back. At this time, Robb was only 15 years old, which was the beautiful age when he was just beginning to fall in love, and was in love with his youth. In these 2 short weeks of getting along, although Robb did not fall in love with Ciri at first sight, he also had some affection for this intellectual and elegant white-haired sister. Who can refuse a gentle, swordsmanlike, and experienced white-haired elder sister? Seeing that his friend who had been with him for many years seemed to really put his mind on Ciri, Theon couldn't help but look at the voluptuous and sexy mature figure in the distance, and said to Robb with a sly smile, "Why, has our young wolf reached the age of self-release? How about I prepare some drugs for you, or find you a few good prostitutes from Winterfell?" "What are you talking about? I won't do such a thing that insults the honor of the family. I advise you to restrain yourself in the future, and don't be so dissolute." Seeing that Robb seemed to be really furious, Theon could only curl his lips, and then unwillingly retorted in a low voice, "Humph, Robb, you will regret it. Theon, I'm the eldest son of Stark." With the noise of the two, the Stark family's guards finally left the jurisdiction of Winterfell, and marched towards the long lake in the distance. Northern Territory, Long Lake. Long Lake, a giant lake located in the north of Winterfell, is also located to the west of Hearth City. Meanwhile, on the snowy plains next to the lake, the Stark family soldiers were sitting around a simple campfire, waiting for the arrival of reinforcement from the Umber family. Eddard and Robb were sitting patiently by the fire chatting, and looking at Ciri, who was roasting fish on the fire. Robb asked curiously, "Lady Ciri, you seem to be very good at wilderness survival and hunting skills. What did you do before?" After hearing Robb's words, Ciri couldn't help but recall her childhood experience of escaping from the Nilfgaardians and her witcher training in Kaer Morhen. Thinking about the fact that she still had to avoid the pursuit of the king of the wild hunt, Ciri couldn't help but smile bitterly on her beautiful face, and then she said vaguely, "Since I can remember, I seem to have been on the run, and I have received various sword and alchemy training to facilitate my escape." "Really? That's really a tragic experience. If you don't mind, you can make Winterfell your home." Looking at Ciri, who was eating grilled fish, Ed couldn't help but think of his 2 daughters in his mind, and a touch of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Hearing this, Ciri's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, but before she could open her mouth to refuse, she heard the sentinel next to her shouting, "It's the red giant flag. My lord Duke, the reinforcement of the Umber family have arrived." Chapter 283, Ancient Blood. Hearing the news of the arrival of reinforcement, Robb stood up from the fire curiously and looked towards the plain in the distance, but then frowned and asked Eddard, "Father, are those reinforcement from the Umber family? Why do they seem to be not so many?" Although there was still some distance from their camp, Robb could still see the approximate number of those troops, which was less than 100 people. Moreover, unlike the wealthy southern territories, even the Stark family in the north could not equip plate armor and could only choose inlaid leather armor that was more convenient to produce in large quantities. Although Robb could not see the specific situation of the Umber family army in the distance, he could still distinguish that only a few leading nobles were wearing armor, and the rest were unarmored soldiers. Can such an army really defeat those looting plate armor knights? Don't underestimate the Umber family. After all, the Umber family needs to deal with the increasingly frequent wildling raids, and it is impossible for them to send the main force to assist us. Eddard seemed to see the slight disdain in Robb's eyes, and then he sternly rebuked, "Don't underestimate the Umber family. The giant soldiers are all good at fighting one against many, and they responded to my call loyally. This alone is enough to be rewarded. If it weren't for loyal ministers like the Umber family willing to support the Stark family, we would have perished in one winter after another." After hearing Eddard's harsh criticism, Robb put away the slight disgust and disdain in his eyes, and turned to look seriously at the red-bottomed giant flag that was approaching from afar and said, "Don't worry, father. If they really respond to the call of the Stark family loyally, then they will always have a place at my wine table in the future. That's more like it." Seeing that his eldest son had understood what he meant, Eddard nodded with satisfaction, and then walked towards the Umber army in the distance. Ciri and Robb followed closely behind, ready to take a good look at the comrades who would fight alongside them. At the front of Umber's army, a sturdy young noble was riding on a skinny horse. His burly figure made Robb worry about the skinny pony under his crotch. Seeing everyone coming to greet him, the young nobleman hurriedly jumped off his horse and then shouted to Eddard in a rough voice, "Respected Duke Stark, do you remember me? I toasted you a glass of wine at the last banquet in Winterfell. I remember you. You are Little John from the Umber family. Your father has asked me several times before to make you Robb's knight, but I don't think I have asked for your opinion yet. Haha, it would be my honor to be a knight of the Stark family." Looking at the burly young man, a smile emerged on Eddard's face, and then he patted him on the shoulder and asked, "How is your father recently? I heard that he was injured while chasing the wildlings some time ago. How is he now?" Don't mention it. Those dirty and despicable wildlings have gone crazy for some reason. They are starting to cross the Great Wall more and more frequently. I don't know what those Night's Watchmen are doing for a living." When the wildlings were mentioned, a frightening look appeared on Little John's face, and he was obviously full of resentment towards those guys who hurt his father. It is clear that the duty of the Night's Watch is to defend the Great Wall, but there have been frequent wildling looting incidents recently. This is simply a serious dereliction of duty. I really don't know what those Night's Watch do for a living. They actually sent us a letter for help. They are really shameless. Hearing Little John complain about the Night's Watch like this, Edward's mind suddenly flashed back to the letter he received a few months ago. It was a letter for help from the commander of the Night's Watch. In that letter, the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, Jir Mormont, described a terrifying threat of hundreds of thousands of wildlings heading south in a very anxious tone. Although Edward did not believe that you would really pose such a threat, considering the character of Commander-in-Chief Jir, he eventually sent a lot of food and defense equipment that the Night's Watch urgently needed. But now it seems that the Night's Watch's letter for help has been delivered to all the Northern Lords. Is it true that the digging of the Great Wall was threatened by hundreds of thousands of wildlings? It seems that next time when Banyang comes back, I have to ask him about the savages. Thinking of this, Edward secretly took note of the things about the Night's Watch in his heart, and then asked Little John, who was still cursing, "You should also know about the Nori village raiders. Are you ready to fight those Plate Knights?" When Little John mentioned this, he immediately became interested, and then patted the military mattock on his waist and said confidently, "Don't worry, Duke Edward. Although the equipment of our Hearth City warriors is a bit simple, we are ready to fight the Plate Knights. In order to support your battle, I also brought out several crossbows collected by the family without my father's knowledge. They will definitely come in handy." Edward turned his eyes to the infantry of the Umber family, and sure enough, he saw several elite warriors holding crossbows in the crowd, so he said with satisfaction, "Great, then our next battle should be a lot easier. Next, let's go to Nori village, to observe the situation there." "Yes, Duke Edward." In this way, this huge army with 500 soldiers finally began to move towards the direction of Nori village, ready for battle at any time. Half an hour later, Nori village thick black smoke filled the sky above the entire village, and countless crows that arrived at the village smelling the stench of corpses were constantly cawing, as if they were in a bloody red hell. Even the 1,000-year-old fish beamwood at the entrance of the village was pierced by a large number of cold ice spikes, and the red sap oozing from the fish beamwood was as terrifying as the blood flowing out. The few male survivors were looking at the ruined houses in despair, and the pain in their eyes was self-evident. Winter is coming, and this village is their shelter for survival. Once they lose this village, they will have to rely on their bodies to face the terrifying cold and dire elves. How can this be? Those looters are so cruel. Rob stared blankly at the ruined Nori village. He had never experienced war, and didn't understand why the looters did this. It would have been sufficient to just take away the money and food of those innocent villagers. Why take their lives? Edward was looking at the lifeless fishbeam tree at the entrance of the village. After hearing Rob's muttering, he spoke to comfort him. "This is the cruel reality. Those bad guys who make a living by looting will not show mercy to you just because you are unarmed. The only thing we can do now is to avenge the dead." After that, Edward patted the warhorse under his crotch and came to a villager with a dull look. He asked patiently in a gentle tone, "I'm Duke Edward Stark of Winterfell. What happened here?" "Lord Edward, you have to decide for us." Hearing Edward's question, the villagers slowly came to their senses. Their trembling bodies immediately knelt on the ground, crying and explaining to Edward, "Just a few hours ago, more than 30 knights wearing skeleton-like armor entered our village and asked us if we had seen any ancient blood. We had no idea what the ancient blood he was talking about was, so the knights asked us to gather all the young girls in the village. At that time, our village chief did not agree to the other party's request, so the knights began to capture our female villagers, and when we resisted, they slaughtered the villagers." After hearing the words of this villager, even the other villagers around burst into tears, constantly telling Ed about the tragic experiences of their families. Some of the emotional ones even questioned Ed, angrily accusing them of why they failed to arrive at the village earlier to stop those terrible invaders. Ciri looked at the angry villagers around her blankly. Although their fierce words were insulting Duke Ed, they pierced her heart like sharp knives. Ancient blood. What a familiar word. The reason why Ciri can travel through various different worlds to avoid the pursuit of the wild hunters, that she relies on the ancient blood flowing in her body. Ancient blood, in layman's terms, is a kind of ability that allows the heir to break through the barriers between different worlds and constantly travel through various different worlds. This power originated from the Ainel elves. The elf sage of Valach used magic to transform the elves' genes and created the ancient blood that could save the fate of the elves. However, the female elf who inherited the ancient blood was a love-brained person. Compared with saving the fate of her own people, she wanted to elope with the male human she liked. Since then, the blood of the ancient blood has begun to flow among the mixed-race children, but only female descendants are qualified to inherit the power of this blood. And Ciri is the descendant of the mixed-race children who inherited the ancient blood, and is also the closest to the perfect individual expected by Valak. Compared with her ancestors, the ancient blood in Ciri can not only lead her to teleport to another world, but can even cross time and predict the known past and the unknown future. It seems she's ecstatic. Because of this, the Wild Hunt is so eager to get her. After all, whether she is used as a key to open the portal, or kept in the tribe as a reproductive machine, it can strengthen the strength of the elves. The culprit of this horrific catastrophe was undoubtedly herself. What's wrong, Ciri? You look very ugly from the beginning. What happened? Roderick next to her noticed the pale Ciri and thought that she was frightened by the tragic scene of the dead bodies everywhere, so he came to her and comforted her. Don't worry, Duke Ed will never allow such thugs to act recklessly in his territory. Any evil will be punished by God. Well, Ciri perfunctorily responded to Roderick's confident speech while jumping off the saddle and walking towards the fish beam wood pierced by ice spikes not far away. For some reason, she always felt that this dead tree with a strange face carved on it was emitting some strange power, as if it was tempting her to move forward. Buzz at this moment, Ciri suddenly felt the Catskool's demon hunter badge on her chest suddenly began to shake violently, so she hurriedly drew out the steel sword at her waist and shouted, "Everyone be careful." The demon hunter badge has the function of sensing the surrounding magical environment, and the fact that the badge can react so violently means there are only two possibilities. These ice spikes are made of magic, and the wizard who released the ice spikes is still nearby. Hearing Ciri's warning, Rob and Jon Snow immediately reacted, quickly drew out the weapons at their waists, and chose to believe Ciri unconditionally. Most of the Stark soldiers who had contact with Ciri also looked around vigilantly. After getting along with each other for this period of time, they did not believe that Ciri was a person who shot without a purpose. Everyone looked around nervously, but except for an empty dark forest and a burning house, they did not see anything unusual at all. Seeing this, Theon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then taunted Ciri who was still vigilant in the distance. "What's going on, Miss Ciri? Did you see any scary bugs? Why?" Dang. As soon as the voice fell, there were bursts of rumbling footsteps in the woods, and instantly made Theon shut his mouth like a stinky rat whose tail was stepped on. And Ciri began to slowly retreat, and at the same time, shouted to everyone anxiously, "Be careful, these scary bugs are big guys. I suggest leading them to an open place before fighting." "Miss Ciri, what is that? Why is it so noisy?" "It's an ice element." As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw three blue-white giants as tall as 3 meters slowly walking out of the forest and heading towards the direction of Nori village. The bodies made of ice and soil were full of sharp ice spikes, and dead branches and rotten leaves were mixed in the elemental bodies that made up the bodies, making these monsters look full of hideousness and power. Looking at the hundreds of northern soldiers in front of them, the ice elementals showed no fear at all. Instead, they tilted their heads slightly and opened their mouths full of ice spikes. Roar. A low but loud roar came from the body of the magic element, immediately scaring the Nori villagers who were watching and making them flee the village. Facing these monsters that suddenly appeared, both Duke Eddard and the northern soldiers showed a trace of fear in their eyes. Obviously, they had not expected such a situation to happen. Jon N came to Ciri carefully, looking at the ice elementals that were walking towards them not far away, and couldn't help asking, "Ciri, what exactly are these monsters called ice elementals, and how should we fight them?" Looking at the ordinary steel sword in his hand, Jon N was not naive enough to think that he could rely on such a thing to split the opponent's defense. Ciri looked at the ice elemental with a firm gaze not far away, and then looked at the Stark soldiers around her who were all focusing their eyes on her, and gritted her teeth and shouted, "It's better to cut their joints with swords than to stand there and wait for death." After that, she waved the steel sword in her hand, and rushed towards an ice elemental who was trying to approach her. As an ordinary passing ancient blood who was often chased by the wild hunt, Ciri knew very well that these ice elements were definitely traps left by the wild hunt. In the past, Ciri would not take these ice elements seriously at all, and she could easily defeat them with the power of the ancient blood. However, once she uses the power of the ancient blood, the wild hunt will immediately sense her position, and then everyone present will die. Geralt, if it were you, what would you do? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Ice Element. Have you heard me? Use your weapons to destroy the joints of these monsters. Seeing Robb and Jon rushing forward like reckless men following Ciri, the eager Duke Eddard could only give orders to let the soldiers of the Stark family go forward to provide cover. After all, one of these two reckless children is his eldest son who will inherit his throne, and the other, although his illegitimate son, is his nephew whom he swore to protect. They are both precious. If something goes wrong, he will not only be ashamed to face Catelyn, but also his sister who entrusted the child to him. Those guys are very tough. Everyone, be ready to attack with blunt weapons. After receiving the Duke's order, Roderick hurriedly drew the two-handed sword at his waist, and then led many guards to prepare to fight with the ice elementals. Roar. Looking at the humans rushing towards them, the ice elementals roared without emotion, and then waved their fists like giant hammers, and smashed at the people around them. Seeing this, Ciri quickly dodged the hammer, and then stabbed the ice elemental's joint with the steel sword in her hand. Snap! The steel sword easily pierced into the ice elemental's joint, and with Ciri's fierce twisting of the hilt, she actually directly removed one of the ice elemental's arms. Good job, Sister Ciri, leave it to me next. Seeing that Ciri had achieved the victory in one go, Jon immediately followed suit, and tried to get closer to the ice elemental, preparing to remove the opponent's arm like Ciri. And Robb wanted to show off in front of Ciri, and actually rushed towards another intact ice elemental. Ciri looked at the two boys, who were less than half the height of the ice element, in a daze, but then she quickly reacted, and hurriedly grabbed Jon, who was closest to her, and shouted, "You two reckless idiots, come back here." The reason why she was able to cut off the ice element's arm with one blow was not only because of her superb swordsmanship, but also because of her knowledge of demon hunters and her experience fighting with the wild hunt, since she was a child. And these ice element must be the masterpieces of the Furious King's magic navigator, Frost Mage Caranthea. Due to the loss of the ancient blood, the elf sage of Valach copied some elven warriors with weakened versions of the ancient blood through genetic modification. And Caranthea is Valach's best apprentice. With the frost staff, he can even create a permafrost layer covering the entire ocean. How could such a powerful frost mage create an ice element that an ordinary human could defeat? As expected, after seeing Robb approaching quickly, the ice element suddenly raised its huge fist covered with ice spikes and smashed towards Robb's body. Although their movements looked very clumsy, if the opponent was replaced by Ciri, Robb obviously did not expect the ice element to react so quickly, so he hurriedly raised the steel sword in his hand to try to resist. Boom. Wire. With a loud bang, the steel sword in Robb's hand shattered, and Robb's body flew out with this violent impact, and fell on the soft snow. Robb, seeing his friend being slapped away in a face-to-face encounter, Theon, who was originally holding a bow and arrow, and preparing to fish behind, subconsciously prepared to step forward to help. However, after taking a look at the two ice elementals approaching Robb, he decisively chose to follow his heart, and did not choose to step forward to help at the first time. After all, he is the heir of the Greyjoy family. There is no need to risk his life for the heir of the North, right? Just when Theon was hesitating, the Stark guards couldn't bear to watch their young master die in front of them, so they shouted, "Hey, ugly monster, come find an opponent with a similar physique to you." Several Stark guards raised their spears and stabbed the ice elemental, while others hurriedly pulled the unconscious Robb to the back for examination. Fortunately, Robb was only stabbed by an ice spike on his leg, and was temporarily unconscious due to a head injury, and did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the Stark soldiers who were responsible for the rear were not so lucky. The iron spears of the northern soldiers could not pierce the rock body of the ice elemental, and the ice element only swung his fist in front of him, and blood splashed instantly. The body that was already invulnerable to swords and guns, coupled with the fist inlaid with ice spikes, immediately put the Stark soldiers present in a difficult battle. Looking at the people who were caught in the fierce battle, Ciri dodged the continuous attacks of the ice element in front of her, and shouted to the people around her, "These guys are creatures created by magic. It is difficult to kill them completely by physical means alone. We must find a way to cut off their limbs." After hearing Ciri's shouting, an idea immediately flashed through Duke Ed's mind, and then he shouted to Sir Roderick, who was acting as a reserve not far away, "Roderick, bring the ice sword over. I want to deal with these guys myself." "No, my lord Duke, this battle is destined to be very dangerous. You can't take the risk." Hearing that Duke Ed actually wanted to fight those terrible monsters himself, Roderick hurriedly hugged the sword in his arms, and began to persuade him earnestly. Now that the young Master Rob is dead or alive, if Duke Ed has any accidents again, the North will really be in chaos. However, Ed had obviously had no intention of saying anything more. He just grasped the hilt of the greatsword in Roderick's arms, and pulled it out. Swish, the white blade like snowflakes was exposed in the air. The two-handed broadsword emitted bursts of cold light, as if it had the power to cut off everything in the world. The sword was called Ice. It was a Valyrian steel sword that had been passed down by the Stark family for more than 400 years. It was also a two-handed greatsword that symbolized the identity of the Duke of Winterfell. Valyrian steel was a long-lost magical steel. By adding magic and runes to the steel, melted by dragon flames, the indestructible Valyrian steel was obtained. The weapons forged with this steel would carry a weak magical attack every time they attacked, and they were also the natural enemy of the White Walkers. Because Ciri had previously reminded him that wizards might appear in the Wild Hunt, Ed had brought this family heirloom sword with him to prevent possible accidents. Now it seems that his decision was correct. "Roderick, Theon, you guys are responsible for covering me. Let me find a way to get close to those three monsters." Chapter 285 Caranthea. These monsters are called ice elementals, right? Let's find a way to get rid of the one with an arm missing first. "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order from Duke Eddard, Roderick raised his battle axe without hesitation and rushed towards the ice elemental that was entangled with Ciri. Compared with the other two complete forms, the ice elemental that lost an arm obviously could not exert its full strength, so it could be dealt with first. "Theon, find a way to cover us." Theon, who was named, was slightly stunned. He looked at Duke Eddard and Roderick, who had already rushed to the front line in astonishment, and could only grit his teeth and rush up. Looking at the ice elemental, who was constantly waving his fist in the distance, Theon pulled out an arrow from his waist and put it on the bowstring, and then shouted bravely, "Go to hell, monster." Whoosh, the sharp arrow flew out from the loose bowstring, and then under Theon's expectant eyes, it shot the ice elemental's icy head, and then fell at the feet of Ciri, who was fighting. Seeing the arrows suddenly falling from the sky, Ciri was frightened and hurriedly stepped back. Then, she complained to Theon in the distance with some dissatisfaction, "Pay attention, can't you act a little more like a man?" "Ahem, sorry." Seeing Ciri's angry face, Theon, knowing that he was in the wrong, could only awkwardly draw the sword at his waist, but he kept cursing the other party for being nosy in his heart. On the contrary, Ciri noticed the extraordinary Valyrian greatsword in Eddard's hand, so she took the initiative to take the attention of the ice element and look for opportunities for Eddard. Now, seeing the ice element, who was busy chasing Ciri, Eddard hurriedly found an opportunity to go around the other party's back and then raise the ice to chop the other party's legs. Snap, the enchanted blade of the ice was like a kitchen knife cutting tofu, and it easily cut the ice element's thigh, revealing a smooth ice cut. Realizing that his body was damaged, the ice elemental immediately blew out a cold wind in the air, and then took advantage of the opportunity to fall to the ground, turned around and smashed towards Addition. However, due to the problem of perspective, Ed did not notice that the ice elemental's body full of spikes was rushing towards him. "Be careful." At the critical moment, Jon, who had been staying beside him, suddenly rushed out. threw Ed's body to the side, and successfully saved his father. Looking at Ed, who was frightened by himself and the ice elemental, Jon hurriedly helped him and harned up from the ground, and then asked anxiously, "My Lord Duke, are you okay?" "I'm fine. You saved my life, child. This is what I should do, my Lord Duke." Looking at Jon, who was a little worried about his reprimand, Ed's eyes revealed a complicated look, and his heart was full of guilt for this nephew. It seems that, since he was a child, he has been busy with official duties, resulting in little time to accompany his son. After thinking for a while, Ed had showed a little tired, and then handed the ice sword in his hand to Jon and ordered, "The battle just now made me a little breathless, Jon, and you will be responsible for the next battle. Do you understand? Am I really qualified to take this responsibility? Why don't you give this sword to Sir Roderick temporarily?" Seeing Ed actually handing the ice that symbolizes a Duke of Winterfell to him, Jon, who always regarded himself as a bastard, felt his brain dazed and couldn't help but look up at Eddard. Even Sir Roderick frowned a little and didn't understand why Duke Eddard made such a decision that went against his honor. After all, ice has always been only qualified to be used by family members who inherited the Stark name, and even the collateral family of the Karstark family is not qualified to use it. Once Jon, as a bastard, uses this family weapon, it will inevitably bring shame to the glory that Stark has inherited for thousands of years. Thinking of this, Roderick couldn't help but focus his eyes on Jon. Could there be another secret about the identity of this young man? Well, since your father has already spoken, then you should quickly take this great sword and hurry up to deal with the other two ice elementals, right? Seeing the struggle flashing in Jon's eyes, Ciri patted his shoulder and then pointed to the two ice elementals who were still fighting with the northern soldiers in the distance. She didn't understand the messy etiquette between the nobles. For her, pragmatism is the most important. If it weren't for the fact that this greatsword didn't fit her body shape, she would have grabbed this easy to use magic greatsword and rushed up. "Don't worry, father, I won't tarnish this honor." After being encouraged by Ciri, Jon strengthened his inner belief, and then under the kind gaze of Ed, he raised the ice and rushed towards the monsters that were still raging. Looking at Jon Snow's fearless back, Ciri's beautiful face also showed an aunt's smile, and then said to Eddard, who was sitting on the ground to rest, "My Lord Duke, you have a good son." Yes, Jon is indeed a good boy. He inherited all the advantages of his parents, just like the bravest knight. The two people who were talking did not notice that a faint blue light was looming on the broken ice element behind them. South of Nori village, Wolf Forest, dozens of knights wearing skeleton steel armor were sitting in the woods to rest. From the human corpses scattered around them, it was not difficult to see that they were from the High Mountain clans in the north. They were the Wild Hunt cavalry who followed the traces left by Ciri and came to this world after untold hardships. In the center of this group of people, a wizard holding a staff emitting white cold light and wearing skeleton steel armor was constantly selecting from a group of human women. Sometimes he pinched the chins of these poor girls, sometimes he used his fingertips to brush aside their hair, like a skilled slave trader selecting his goods. After checking all the girls shivering in the woods, the skeleton mage angrily propped his staff on the ground, and a young and impatient voice came from under the steel mask. "No, the ancient blood is not among this group of people. Change a group. Kiranthia, this is the last group of women among these monkeys. It's time to set out to find new prey. I think the ancient blood should not be mixed with these lowly wild monkeys. Maybe we should go to the city of these monkeys to look for it. Maybe we can get something." Several skeleton warriors in the team began to make suggestions. They finally found the world where the ancient blood was, and they didn't want to give up so easily. Hearing the suggestions made by his compatriots, Kiranthi couldn't help but touch the mask on his face. When he was about to say something, his body suddenly became stiff. The sudden abnormality immediately attracted the attention of all the Wild Hunt warriors present. They raised their weapons and shields and looked around, then asked, "Kiranthi, what happened?" Interesting, the little surprise I left for those monkeys was destroyed. It seems that something interesting has appeared. Feeling the message sent back by the ice element, Kiranthi couldn't help but set his eyes in the direction of Nori village, and then grinned under the mask. Let's go back and take a look. Maybe we will encounter something interesting. Chapter 286. High Guest Etiquette. At this time, Eddard and others who were resting had no idea that the Wild Hunt cavalry was approaching. Instead, they began to study the bodies of the ice elementals scattered on the ground. With the help of the ice sword, these ice elementals were slashed off their horses by Ciri and Jon and turned into unresponsive rocks and ice. Looking at the debris scattered on the ground, Rob, who had already woken up, couldn't help but squat on the ground with his feet, picked up an ice cube and sighed. It's amazing. How are these monsters driven by what principle? Is it magic? Humph, then you should ask your sister Ciri. After all, these monsters should be in the same group with the people who are chasing her. As the culprit, how could she not know? Theon showed a sneer on his face, looking at Ciri with a playful look, not caring about the angry eyes of Rob and Jon. Although he also likes her, unlike Rob and Jon who like Ciri, Theon is just simply greedy for her body. He is cheap. That's why he would mock Ciri without any consideration, trying to get the twisted pleasure of improving his status by belittling her. However, Theon didn't know at this moment that in the future of the original history, he would be turned into a disgusting stinky guy under the poor of others. Yeah, I should have left earlier. Hearing Theon call himself the culprit, Ciri's eyes dimmed slightly, but she still explained to everyone with all her strength, they should be the magical creations of the frost wizards under the Wild Hunt, Caranthia. Their bodies are indestructible, and only the magic bombs and elemental oils can cause damage to them. After listening to Ciri's words, Duke Eddard put the ice back into the scabbard with the help of Roderick, and then couldn't help asking, Wild Hunt again? I have heard you mention those guys several times. What exactly is the ancient blood flowing in your body? Is it so important to them? After a few weeks of getting along, Eddard has roughly understood most of Ciri's unfamiliar words. However, although he could understand Ciri's traveling across the world to Westeros, he did not know about the Wild Hunt that was chasing after him and the ancient blood in Ciri's body. After hearing Ed's question, everyone turned their eyes to Ciri, and they obviously wanted to know more about the interesting stories in the other world. Seeing the curiosity in everyone's eyes, Ciri, who was already borrowing someone else's fence, could only helplessly introduce, well, since you all want to know about the information about the Wild Hunt so much. In order to eliminate the doubts in everyone's eyes, Ciri could only choose to reveal the detailed information about the Wild Hunt and the ancient blood to Ed and other people she trusted. In short, the Wild Hunt is a group of elf plunderers who can travel through various different time and space. The ancient blood is a bloodline created by the elves, which has the power to travel through time and space. Because Laura Doran, the only female elf who inherited the ancient blood at that time, fell in love with a human, and eloped without authorization, and left the control of the elves. The hope of the whole village actually eloped with a human. Is there anything more devastating to the elves? Since then, the elves have been searching for the scattered ancient blood, and those elves who tried to find Ciri are the Wild Hunt. After listening to Ciri's tearful introduction, Theon couldn't help but touch his chin and murmured, it sounds like, as long as we hand you over to those elves, all the disputes will be over. Hearing this, not to mention Rob and Jon next to him, even little Jon, who had nothing to do with this matter, looked at Theon with some surprise and disdain. Ed couldn't help shaking his head, looking at Theon who didn't care with some disappointment, and then asked back, Theon, do you want the Stark family to sacrifice an innocent human woman to exchange for a short peace with those cruel elves who endanger countless worlds? Although he didn't know whether Ciri's story was true or not, the other party's words just now did make him feel empathy, going against the secular gaze for love. Lyanna, it seems that the choice you made at the beginning was just like that of the elf princess named Laura Doran, as noble and pure as a winter snow rose. Thinking of this, Ed couldn't help but look at Ciri's face again. It was a gentle but strong face. Under the sunlight, Ed's eyes were slightly dazed. He seemed to see the girl who often traveled across the north with her equestrian skills, and had a confident smile on her face. Lyanna. Hearing Duke Ed's muttering, Sir Roderick standing aside immediately reacted. His lord seemed to be moved by the scene. So after thinking for a moment, Roderick couldn't help coughing a few times, and then he said to everyone, I don't think we have anything to talk about with those elves. After all, they turned the entire Nori village into ruins, which is enough to show their hostility. What's more, Ciri just said that those elves are all evil people who are good at plundering. Who can guarantee that they will not return to Westeros in the future and become new invaders? Well, Roderick is right. Instead of sacrificing a girl to leave the disaster of war to future generations, it is better to gather our strength to fight against those invaders. After listening to Roderick's speech, Eddard's eyes also revealed a hint of fighting spirit, and then apologized to Little John beside him. I'm really sorry for such an accident today. In order to fight against those ice element, the Umber family sacrificed a lot of people. The Stark family will compensate for your losses. Haha, it's my honor to be able to fight side by side with the Duke and to see such wonderful magic and stories. Little John laughed and touched the back of his head, then came to Ciri and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, we Northerners won't live by betraying our companions, and you have already eaten our bread and salt. How can we let you die? You. Looking at the honesty on Little John's seemingly ferocious face, and the smiles on the faces of the Stark family guards around him, Ciri couldn't help but wipe her eyes with some excitement. Looking at Ciri with red eyes, Robb also showed a silly smile on his face. When he was about to find the right opportunity to say some cool words to win favor, a cold wind suddenly blew in the woods. Hey ancient blood, you really made us look for you for a long time. The cold and piercing laughter suddenly came from the woods and immediately made Ciri's delicate body tremble, and then looked at the woods in horror. It's Caranthea. Chapter 287 Hunting the Night King. Hehe, I was wondering why I couldn't find your trace. Did you mix with the monkey nobles? Deep in the woods where the cold wind was howling, a snow-white portal was spreading out to the surroundings, emitting a cold air that made everyone shiver. Whoosh, accompanied by the roar of war horses, dozens of black heavy armored knights suddenly rushed out of the portal and rushed towards Ciri. The skeleton horses under the crotch of the Wild Hunt cavalry were constantly making strange cries. They raised their swords and shields high in their hands and charged like a mountain. Seeing this, Roderick hurriedly took the spear handed over by the squire and then shouted loudly to the Stark soldiers around him, "Shield wall, resist the cavalry charge." Looking at the Wild Hunt cavalry charging at them like a tidal wave, the Stark family soldiers immediately raised their spears and shields and protected Duke Ed behind them. Aiming the sharp spear at the charging Wild Hunt cavalry in the distance, Eddard hurriedly drew out the ice sword again and shouted to the soldiers around him, "Hold the formation, archer shoot." After receiving the Duke's order, the surrounding northern archers began to bend their bows and shoot arrows at the rapidly approaching Wild Hunt cavalry. Swish, swish, swish. Since most of the northern archers were hunters, almost all of these arrows were accurately shot at the Wild Hunt cavalry. Unfortunately, even if these arrows shot by short composite bows could hit the gaps in the armor of the Wild Hunt, they could not penetrate the leather armor they wore inside. The skeleton horses under their crotches were even more unscrupulous. After all, they only had skeletons left and did not have to worry about the damage caused by arrows. I thought what kind of army would be able to defeat the ice element, but I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. Caranthea, who was in the back, smiled grimly and waved the staff in his hand and immediately summoned several small portals to surround the northern army. Go, puppies, tear these disobedient monkeys into pieces. Allo. Hearing the wolf howl coming from the portal, Ciri's face changed drastically and she hurriedly picked up the torch on the ground and shouted, "Wild Hunt hounds, their ice fur is very hard, only flames and heavy blows can burn them." As soon as the voice fell, several blue figures suddenly rushed out of the small portals, mixed in with the Wild Hunt cavalry and rushed together. The bodies covered with blue ice crystals were full of sharp ice spikes. It was hard to imagine that such a thin figure could burst out with such a sensitive speed. After hearing Ciri's reminder, several soldiers of the Stark family hurriedly picked up torches and prepared to fight. However, how could the Wild Hunt cavalry, who were so close, give them a chance? Huolala, hold on. The heavily armored skeleton horses were like indestructible battering rams. They didn't care about the spears piercing their bodies at all and easily broke through the shield wall of the Northerners. In an instant, more than a dozen Stark soldiers who were holding their positions were knocked to the ground by the skeleton horses and then trampled into meat paste by the galloping horses' hooves. The army of the Umber family was even worse. Due to years of fighting with wildlings, most of them were hand-to-hand combatants holding battle axes and shields, so they had no power to fight back against the charge of the wild hunt. "Arseholes, I'll fight you." Seeing his family's soldiers being slaughtered, Little John actually rushed towards a wild hunt who was tripped by several spears and pulled him off his horse. The unlucky wild hunt obviously didn't expect that someone would risk having his arm chopped off to pull him off, and he was careless and actually fell off the horse. However, the wild hunt warriors who could become the Red Cavalry were not ordinary people. They were all outstanding elves who followed Eredin to conquer the other world. The Red Riders, the guards formed by Eredin, are called the Wild Hunt by the world. Go to hell. The Wild Hunt actually used the inertia of falling off the horse to do a somersault, and then stabbed the sword in his hand into the heart of the Little John. Almost no one could react to this swift sword. Even a powerful human warrior like Eddard could only watch the Little John's imminent death because of the distance. A trace of madness flashed in the eyes of the Wild Hunt under the mask, and he didn't notice that a flash of blue light suddenly flashed behind him. Don't even think about it. The sharp steel sword swung down suddenly, accompanied by Ciri's angry shouts, and cut off the Wild Hunt's arm like a white wolf pouncing on its prey. The Little John also reacted immediately, and the two-handed axe in his hand aimed at the head of the Wild Hunt warrior and chopped it down, directly splitting the opponent's helmet and head in half. Crack. Pulling out the battle axe covered with white brains and scarlet blood, Little John smiled and looked at Ciri and thanked him. "I almost went to see the gods. Thank you for your help. You just cast the magic of the ancient blood. Won't it expose your position?" "It doesn't matter. Anyway, someone has come to the door. There is no need to hide myself anymore." Ciri smoothed her bangs blown by the cold wind, then looked at the Stark soldiers who were fighting with the Wild Hunt with a firm gaze, and immediately joined the battle. These northerners are willing to fight to the death for her. What reason does she have to hide behind the shield wall and watch others fight bloody battles? Theon, fishing with a bow and arrow, arch. Then beyond the wall, Ciri and the others who were fighting bloody battles at this time did not know that while they were busy fighting the Wild Hunt that invaded this world, the real invaders also began their battle. Soul quenching. Ice blue fireballs fell from the sky and flew straight to the location of several White Walkers, as if they would devour them in the next moment. A touch of human panic flashed in the eyes of the White Walkers. It was obvious that there was no good way to deal with this kind of magic attack that directly hit the soul. Boom. Just when they were in despair, a huge ice wall suddenly rose from the ground and suppressed the terrifying flames that were enough to burn the soul. "Your Highness the Night King." Looking at the tall figure that suddenly appeared, the White Walkers excitedly let out a hoarse roar. The Night King did not respond to them, but looked helplessly at the battlefield that had turned into a sea of fire. He could not help but sighed secretly and said, "I have already sped up, but you still caught up with me. Haha, maybe it's because you are too slow? Invaders from another world, I don't understand why you keep chasing my army. Can you answer this question for me?" Hearing the laughter that resounded throughout the battlefield, the Night King slowly turned his gaze to the sky, looking at the holy figure waving its wings above the flying silver dragons. It was Rohan who chased all the way to Thurn. Chapter 288. The Night King's Escape. Haha, keep running. I want to see how long this cat and mouse game can last. Looking at the Night King who was casting ice magic below, Rohan couldn't help but burst out with an irrepressible killing intent in his eyes. Just a few days ago, Rohan had relied on his own strong body to forcibly fly over the frost fang that blocked the Durachiami like a natural moat, and finally entered the land of eternal winter. However, the half-dead Night King got the news from somewhere and chose to lead the entire White Walker army in the land of eternal winter to quickly move south, avoiding Rohan's first round of pursuit. In this case, Rohan had to send all the Silver Dragon Knights to find the traces of the White Walkers and prepare to end the battle with the White Walkers north of the wall. Unexpectedly, the Night King was very cunning. Not only did he deliberately let his White Walker subordinates pretend to be himself to deceive Rohan, but he also killed several Silver Dragon Knights with ice magic. MD. Even in the unification war of the Pender continent, there was no such tragic loss. Clang. The little fire phoenix was constantly flying between Rohan's golden claws. Rohan looked at the Night King and the White Walkers beside him with a stern face and roared angrily, "You killed so many of my dragons. If I don't imprison your soul and torture it, I will be unworthy of my identity. Shame on you." Hearing Rohan's undisguised disdain, the Night King couldn't help but look up at the dozens of silver dragons flying in the sky, and the corners of his frost-covered eyes twitched slightly. A few days ago, he killed a giant silver dragon of nearly 100 meters for the first time, and thought he could finally own his own silver dragon through corpse transformation. Unexpectedly, just when he was riding his newly corrupted frost silver dragon and preparing to enjoy the joy of flying in the sky, Rohan suddenly appeared and attacked him. The fire phoenix, which was comparable to the size of a silver dragon, instantly swallowed the entire corpse silver dragon, and the Night King on the dragon saddle had to choose to jump from the sky before his butt was cold. Since then, these pointy-eared creatures have appeared in the land of eternal winter like flowers blooming everywhere, and began to frantically hunt down all the living creatures they saw, whether it was the whites that wandered around because they lost control, or the wildlings who had not yet arrived in the south. They were all slaughtered by the sharp blades of those pointy ears. Along the way, he even saw several corpses of the children of the forest. Apparently, these elves did not even let the old crow go. Even as Warhammer 1,000 years ago had never hit the god of cold so hard. This was no longer a simple invader from another world, and a heavy punch was necessary. After thinking about it, the Night King raised the ice spear in his hand that shone with crystal white light and shouted in an almost hysterical ancient language, "Invaders must be eliminated. How could a small character like you solve it?" Looking at the seemingly powerful spear in the Night King's hand, although Rohan looked down on the other party, he still injected all his divine power into the sword of Gwendarian in his right hand. The blue electric light quickly covered the entire blade, and even the surrounding air crackled under the influence of this powerful divine power. Just in time for you to see the swordsmanship of Hoth that can surpass all others in Ulthuan. After easily dodging several ice spikes shot at him, Rohan began to flap his wings behind him and flew towards the Night King below. Since Rohan was now 2 meters tall, this giant sword in his hand was like a half-hand sword used by ordinary people, and waves of sword flowers danced in Rohan's hand. Phoenix Flame. Ice Sorrow. With the roars of Rohan and the Night King, the blue giant sword shining with electric light fiercely chopped the ice spear stabbed by the Night King, and countless magic ripples spread out to the surroundings. The angle of this slash from the sky was extremely tricky, and even the Night King felt the sound of ice breaking from the tiger's mouth, and it was obvious that his body had been broken. The Night King's face changed drastically, and he drew back his spear and jumped back, then stabbed Rohan's neck again, ready to catch the speed and win. "This guy is stronger than me, I can't defeat him." Unfortunately, just when the tip of the Night King's spear was about to touch Rohan's neck, a sharp golden claw held the spear tightly. Rohan actually grabbed the spear stabbed by the Night King with just his left hand. "You." Before the Night King could recover, Rohan suddenly crushed the ice spear in his hand, and then flew over and kicked the opponent out. Boom boom boom. The Night King's body flew backwards like a cannonball, and the powerful impact even knocked down several thousand-year-old trees. When the snow mist gradually dissipated, the Night King stood up from the snow in a slightly embarrassed manner, looking at his sunken chest and exclaimed, "What a huge force. A strong man, like you should be considered a legendary figure in your hometown, right?" After a short round of fighting, he had a general understanding of Rohan's strength. It was obviously not something he could fight in his current state. "Legendary figure, are you talking about me?" Rohan, who had originally planned to continue the pursuit, couldn't help but touch his chin. Could it be that his strength was really strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary lord? However, after recalling that he had personally seen the Witch King chop off a mountain with a magic blade, Rohan decisively shook his head and refused. "I won't accept your flag. With my current strength, I'm at most a chosen one with good strength in my native world, and I'm not qualified to be called a legend at all." Really? It must be very difficult to live in a world surrounded by such strong people. What do you want to say? After hearing the Night King sigh, Rohan's brows instantly frowned. He could feel that the other party was probably stalling for time. With the perception of divine power, Rohan did not feel anything unusual from the other party. Could it be some kind of magic clone that could isolate the search of divine power? As expected, the Night King's mouth slightly raised, patted the snowflakes on his body, and sighed with some regret. What a pity, although I really want to have a real duel with you, I don't want this battle to end up as a group fight. Really? So you chose to abandon your subordinates and escape alone? But there are still dozens of White Walkers left here. Looking at the other party's body that was constantly turning into ice and snow and melting, Rohan watched with interest as the other party's body continued to disappear, and then pursed his lips towards the White Walkers on the battlefield. On the battlefield in the distance, the purple armor symbolizing the Druchii elves has occupied most of the snowfield, and the grey-white color symbolizing the whites is fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a good actual combat training. Everyone fight with all your heart. Lysadillan's hands were tightly holding the elf scimitar, dancing among the whites like an elegant dancer, and in an instant he chopped off the heads of countless whites. Behind him were about 12,000 Druchii elf warriors from Grand Town and 5,000 mist walkers blessed by the Lady of the Mist. In addition, the War Hydra, which was named 1K, finally reached adulthood after several difficult molting and fighting. Over 20 meters tall, as huge as a hill, with 5 ferocious red snake heads that looked like evil spirits descending from the earth, frantically attacking the surrounding whites. Kill that big guy, climb on it and attack. Under the control of the White Walkers, the whites waved their rusty weapons fearlessly, and even attacked with their teeth, trying to leave wounds on the Hydra. Raw! Exclamation mark. Looking at the whites, that couldn't even scratch their own scales, the 5 pairs of eyes of the Hydra flashed with human disdain, and then slowly opened their 5 mouths. Boom boom, 5 pillars of fire several meters thick instantly spewed out of the mouth of the Hydra, turning into fire dragons, and engulfing the whites around them that tried to approach. How could the whites, which were just resurrected from corpses, resist such flames? They were almost instantly turned into flying ashes by the corrosive flames of the Hydra. Raw. Looking at the flying ashes, the Hydra couldn't help but snort arrogantly, and then continued to fight. It was very frustrated in this battle, not because these whites could cause it so much damage, but because these whites were all corrupted human corpses, and it couldn't eat them. It's really scary. Invaders from other worlds. I guess there is no army in the whole continent that can compete with you, right? Looking at the battlefield that turned into a sea of fire not far away, the melting Night King couldn't help but sigh, and then shook his head helplessly. In order to completely eliminate the threat of the Night King in a short period of time, Rohan can be said to have moved out all the assets of Grand Town this time. Looking at the White Walkers being chopped into ice chips by the Mist Walkers in the distance, the Night King looked at Rohan's eyes meaningfully for the last time, and then slowly said, "They are left to you. It won't be long before we meet at the wall, and then we will fight to the death." After that, he ignored the desperate White Walkers and turned into a group of scattered snowflakes and disappeared on the battlefield. Looking at the empty snow, Rohan vigilantly scanned the surrounding environment with his divine power and then stuck the big sword into the ground and complained, "This is too timid. After all, they are my subordinates, so you give up so easily?" If he remembered correctly, in order to create a new White Walker, the Night King needed to personally use magic to transform a human baby and corrupt it into a little White Walker. It seems that in the bitter and cold land outside the Great Wall, training a baby with no ability to survive into a White Walker warrior, I'm afraid that the resources consumed alone are enough to give the Night King a headache. After all, the growing White Walkers need to drink blood. Wiki setting. True or false unknown. Thinking of this, Rohan set his sights on the White Walkers, who had already lost their fighting spirit, and asked curiously, "So, are you willing to surrender?" Surrender? What a joke. The task assigned to us by His Highness the Night King is to delay time. We can delay until you die of old age. Because they did not know Rohan's identity as an elf, the leading White Walker did not seem to know how funny his words were in the ears of the elves. Looking at these White Walkers who would rather die than surrender, Rohan did not intend to persuade them. After all, his persuasion to surrender just now was just a temporary idea. Swish. As Rohan swung the greatsword in his hand, Rohan silently looked at the ice crystals scattered on the ground and the whites that lost control and fell to the ground in the distance, and could not help but sigh. The Night King said that he would fight to the death with him, but he always used this method of letting a few White Walkers control thousands of White Walkers to delay his march time. Although these attacks were not enough to cause any casualties to the elven army, they were always able to use the terrain and sneak attacks to force Durachi to stop and rest. How despicable. However, Rohan did not have no way to deal with this. Risadalan, how is the training this time? Are there any serious casualties? Lord Rohan, according to our previous plan, the new recruits who just arrived at the front line from Grand Town are responsible for the combat mission this time. About 200 soldiers were slightly injured, and more than a dozen soldiers were unfortunately affected by the magic of the White Walkers. Fortunately, they were all frostbitten, and did not suffer too much combat damage. As a young elf who is only a few hundred years old, Risadalan's experience in handling adjutant affairs is not as good as Dario, but it is also quite satisfactory. Since the combat effectiveness of those whites is not outstanding, Rohan did not choose to let those experienced Mistwalkers take the lead, but let the new recruits take the lead. However, although they are new soldiers, their combat experience and weapons and equipment are far from comparable to those in Westeros, due to the new equipment obtained from the arsenal. Even the lowest level dark swordsman can use full body steel armor mixed with ebony steel, as well as ebony dual swords that can cut iron like mud. In addition, as the news that Rohan defeated the false avatar of Cain in the duel field gradually spread, more and more Black Ark pirates and Dark Shadows also came to join him. For these experienced veterans, Rohan naturally accepted them all, and equipped them with the latest weapons, forged in the arsenal. Although he may not be as good as the master craftsman of Nagaland in terms of the details of the weapons, Rohan believes that it is all worth it, in order to train the craftsman apprentices who have just started in the arsenal. After all, in the future, if there is a problem with his relationship with Nagaland, then having self-sufficient food and weapons will be the most important logistical guarantee. What's more, in addition to the Valyrian steel swords that have not yet appeared in Westeros, what other magical weapons can be comparable to the indestructible and light ebony swords? Looking at tens of thousands of Durachi warriors, Rohan couldn't help but feel the heroic spirit of commanding the three armies. Take a good rest, warriors. There will be a more wonderful world waiting for us to conquer in the south. Durachi. Blood, Glory, Victory. Chapter 289. Fuayang is so uncomfortable. The wall. Castle Black, hurry up, you damned bastards and criminals. You must learn how to wield weapons like men in a short time, before you die in the battle with the wildlings. In the training camp, the new recruits coach, Alyssa, was standing on the wooden platform, looking at the Night's Watch recruits fighting with a joking look on her face. Facing Alyssa's sarcastic ridicule, every recruit showed an angry expression on their face, but they could only suppress their anger and continue training. After all, as Alyssa just said, they are just a group of helpless criminals and unblessed people. Seeing that no one was resisting her authority, Alyssa could not help but nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to threaten. Actually, you don't need to work too hard. Anyway, guys like you will inevitably die tragically at the hands of wildlings as soon as you leave the Great Wall. It's better to save some energy. Alyssa, don't always scare the new recruits like this. They are the future guardians of the wall. At this moment, Alyssa suddenly heard a familiar and annoying voice behind her, so she subconsciously retorted, "You want to rely on these scumbags to protect the Great Wall? Aren't the complaints and accusations we have received recently enough?" After that, Alyssa turned her head and looked at the familiar long-haired figure and the white-bearded old man next to the other party and greeted, "My Lord Commander, and our Honorable Lord Stark, didn't you go to scout outside the Great Wall? How come you have time to come to my shabby training ground?" The Night's Watchman, who looked a little dusty and was called Lord Stark, was naturally the chief ranger of the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark. The other old man was the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, Jir Mormont, known as Old Bear. Jir was looking at Alyssa with some anger at this time, and was obviously very dissatisfied with her reprimanding and whipping the recruits. "We went to Craster's fortress, Alyssa, and he told us that Mance Rayder had assembled hundreds of thousands of wildlings, who could threaten the wall at any time." Looking at the recruits who had several red marks on their bodies due to being whipped, Jir suppressed his anger and scolded, "Now the entire wall continues to have more soldiers to replenish, and your meaningless reprimands and whipping will only affect the morale of the recruits." The reason why he was so angry was not only because of the huge threat from the wildlings, but also because of his uneasiness about the current situation of the Night's Watch. Through his observations of the 3 castles that were still in use in the wall during this period, the current Night's Watch can be said to be seriously short of troops. Shadow Tower and East Watch are the castles of the Night's Watch located in the east and west sections of the wall, and currently can only garrison 500 people each. Even in the Black Castle, which was the central castle, even if the logistical personnel such as cooks and grain transport officers were included, there were less than 1,000 people who could take up the sword. In this case, they also had to face the wildlings who often climbed over the Great Wall when the moon was dark and the wind was high, and their defense force was not enough. After hearing the commander-in-chief's warning, Alyssa also realized the seriousness of the problem, so she put down the whip in her hand helplessly and said unwillingly, "Hundreds of thousands of wildlings heading south. How did that traitor Mance Raider manage to command so many wildlings? I don't know, but I know that if we can't deal with it carefully, then this huge army that is enough to destroy the entire north will sweep across Westeros." Jez's face showed a trace of sadness, and then asked Benjen Stark next to him, "How is Duke Eddard? When will the families in the north be able to complete the assembly and come to the wall to defend it?" "It will probably take some time. I asked Mr. Eamon when I just came back. Plus the time it takes for the army to assemble. It will take at least a month, right?" Hearing that it would take so long, Jez's white eyebrows immediately frowned, and the hand holding the long sword at his waist began to clench unconsciously. They needed too much time. If the reinforcement from the north could not be assembled quickly, then the wall would inevitably be completely destroyed in the next few months. Thinking of this, Jez could not help but secretly make up his mind to die, and then instructed Alyssa, who had already started to train new recruits beside him, send a letter for help to King's Landing. If the Great Wall is really breached by the wildlings, then the nobles in the south must also be prepared to deal with it. Although the defense force of the Great Wall is very empty, it is a magical wall that can last for thousands of years after all, and there are endless various kinds of defense equipment. Jez is confident that, as long as the North can support him with enough troops to monitor the Great Wall, he is confident that he can resist even hundreds of thousands of wildlings. Alyssa obviously knew that the wall was impregnable, so she did not disobey Jez's order, but mocked with a tart voice, "Haha, those southern nobles are more afraid of trouble than each other. I guess the letter for help we sent will probably just gather dust on the table, right? How do you know if you don't try it? Besides, Lord Eddard of Winterfell is an upright man. He should not be indifferent to our rescue, right?" At this point, Benjen next to him showed a touch of pride on his face, obviously full of trust in his brother the Duke. However, even if Lord Eddard is really willing to send troops to support the wall, it depends on whether he has time. Northern border, Winterfell located in the deepest part of the castle. Lady Catelyn was sitting in a chair full of anxiety, and next to her were Lord Eddard and Jon with their arms wrapped in bandages. On the other side, Ciri was also leaning against the wall nervously, looking at the dark red wooden door from time to time, her heart full of worry. The battle with Caranthe had ended several days ago, but the situation was obviously very unfavorable to the north. Caranthe's powerful frost magic directly covered the entire battlefield, so the terrible blizzard directly froze dozens of Umber soldiers, including Little John, into ice sculptures. The constantly appearing Wild Hunt cavalry and Wild Hunt dogs also caused great trouble to everyone. The sharp ice cones that rose from the ground even pierced Rob's abdomen. Fortunately, Ciri, who was able to use the ancient blood, directly teleported Rob back to Winterfell. Otherwise the eldest son of the Stark family would have died on the spot. Fortunately, after sacrificing nearly 100 guards loyal to the Stark family, Ciri and Jon finally repelled Caranthe with ice and ancient blood. But such a price is too heavy. Click with the crisp sound of the wooden door. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the white-haired old man who walked out of the room. "Mr. Lewin, how is Rob's injury? There won't be any sequelae, right?" As a mother, Catelyn rushed directly to Mr. Lewin. Her tearful eyes made Lewin subconsciously comfort him. "Don't worry, ma'am. Thanks to Lady Ciri who used magic to teleport Rob back in time, his injuries are basically stable. As long as he has a good rest, there will be no impact." "Is that so? That's great." Hearing that Rob was safe, Catelyn secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Ciri, who was leaning against the wall not far away with complicated eyes, and said, "This whole thing was caused by you. For this, our Stark family sacrificed hundreds of warriors. So even if you save Robb, don't expect me to be grateful to you. Don't worry, ma'am, I will leave Winterfell soon, and promise not to cause any more trouble to the Stark family." Seeing that Lady Catelyn did not blame her, Ciri sincerely bowed to her and Lord Eddard, and then turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lord Eddard's brows, which had been slightly relaxed because of Robb's injury, suddenly frowned, looking at Ciri's back, and said, "If you have somewhere to go, why not stay and fight against the Wild Hunt with us, and avenge those who died tragically? Ned, if you leave her in Winterfell, it will definitely become a disaster." Seeing that her husband actually wanted Ciri to stay, Catelyn, who loved her son, immediately grabbed Eddard's arm to dissuade him. Through the information she got from the surviving Stark soldiers, she already knew the general information about the Wild Hunt and Ciri. In order to fight against the Wild Hunt that came to this world unexpectedly, the Stark family has paid too many sacrifices, and there is no need to continue fighting the Wild Hunt. Since those Wild Hunt cavalry came to find Ciri, let this woman leave Winterfell as soon as possible, as far away from her family as possible. As long as the Wild Hunt cavalry don't hurt her children, then Catelyn doesn't mind betraying Ciri's safety. Eddard obviously understands Catelyn's intentions, but if he can't get rid of those wild cavalry, then more people in other worlds will inevitably suffer the same hardships as the Stark family. According to Ciri, those Wild Hunt cavalry are all cruel colonial invaders, and their means of rule are cruel and outrageous. Instead of leaving such a terrible opponent to future generations, it is better for him and the current Stark family to bear the obligation to resist foreign enemies and let the world return to peace. What's more, the Wall of Despair in the north also received an envelope from his younger brother Benjen, warning himself that there will be hundreds of thousands of wildlings heading south. Now the North has reached an important time point of critical survival. Not only do they need to face the wildlings invading from the north, but they must also beware of the Wild Hunt that may launch a robbery at any time. Neither of them is a soft persimmon. Even if the Stark family can successfully lead the North to defeat these two powerful enemies, they will inevitably fall into unprecedented weakness. However, if these powerful enemies can be completely defeated before the coming of winter, the future of the North will be bright. In order to protect the glorious future of those weak people, the Stark family must make sacrifices. Thinking of this, Eddard ignored the pleading eyes of Catelyn next to him, and said to Maester Luwin with a firm gaze, "Maester Luwin, please send all our ravens to notify the Lords of the North, and warn them to prepare for mobilization." "All the Lords, Lord Eddard?" "Yes, all the Lords." Hearing this, Luwin couldn't help but look at Eddard in surprise. After all, usually only when the interests of the entire North are endangered, the Guardian of the North can issue such a call for the whole territory. Under such a call for assembly, the craftsmen of the entire North will stop producing farm tools and daily necessities, and instead invest all their productivity in the production of weapons. This call for conscription will almost stop the development of the entire North. Although it can indeed recruit tens of thousands of soldiers in a short period of time, it cannot last too long. Looking at the stern-eyed Duke Eddard, Ciri also understood the other party's firm belief, so she nodded and agreed. "In this case, let me go to the wall to help. Maybe I can provoke a fight between the Wild Hunt and those wildlings." Although Ciri herself did not like such a despicable proposal that would bring disaster to the west, after all, she now had a good relationship with the Stark family, so she had no choice but to do so. She knew that once the Wild Hunt was led to those who had nothing to do with this matter, it would inevitably lead to countless innocent souls being persecuted. However, if she could use the power of the wildlings to resist the Wild Hunt, and at the same time, reduce the burden on the Stark family, then Ciri was willing to be the executioner. Duke Eddard obviously knew that Ciri wanted to be the executioner, but he could also understand Ciri's choice, so he could only thank her. "Ciri, thank you for your contribution to the Stark family." Outside the wall, the fist of the first men after weeks of seasons, hundreds of thousands of wildlings finally gathered on this narrow mountain, ready to march towards the Great Wall in the south. Through the tents that stretched across the entire mountain, people could even see dozens of giants riding on the backs of mammoths. Although these giants, who were nearly 5 meters tall, were not as good as the giants under Rohan, holding wooden sticks, they were full of simple joy under their thick beards, and were obviously full of expectations for the next journey. According to those little companions, as long as they could find a way to get through that damn big ice wall, they could find countless food and various toys, which was simply a paradise on earth. The whole camp was filled with the roars of giants and mammoths, but the wildlings were not annoyed by the rude behavior of these giants, but instead began to dance around the fire. Obviously, at this time, they had no idea about the imminent invasion of the White Walkers. At this time, they were imagining the bright future after climbing over the Great Wall. In the bearskin tent in the center of the camp, Mance Rayder was looking at the simple map of the Great Wall on the table, which he had drawn himself. At this moment, a man with long flaxen hair suddenly walked into the tent. When he saw the wine glass next to Mance, his eyes lit up. He quietly stretched out his hand and asked, "Mance, that guy Craster revealed our whereabouts to the crows. Should we kill that traitor?" "Calm down, Tormund. Our primary goal is to climb over this damn wall. As for that guy Craster, let the legendary White Walker deal with it. P.S. I have recovered from the virus. I'm in a very bad state. My body aches, and my head feels dizzy. I'm not good at writing. Please forgive me." Chapter 290 Bear Island. Leave Craster to the White Walkers. Hahaha, Mance, did you really believe the story that little guy made up? Hearing that Mance would be so whimsical, Tormund, the giant slayer, pretended to be nonchalant and drank Mance's wine glass, laughing and said, "I know that many clans living in extremely cold areas use ice to make weapons. Maybe that little ghost was just defeated by those clans and is embarrassed to admit it. Even the giants have left the mountains and come to respond to our call. Who knows if there will be more terrifying things attracted." Looking at the map of the wall in his hand, Mance subconsciously touched to the side, then glanced at the wine glass in Tormund's hand and said, "Don't worry about those damn White Walkers for now, Tormund. You are responsible for leading a team to cross the wall and collect information about crows." Pooh. Hearing that Mance would actually give him such a dangerous job, Tormund spurted out the wine in his mouth, and then looked at Mance in disbelief and said, "Is the king beyond the wall only so tolerant? I just drank a glass of your wine, and you ask me to die." Seeing this, Mance couldn't help but stepped forward and patted the other's shoulder, then spoke calmly, "It's not a suicide mission. We must know the distribution of the crow's forces on the wall, otherwise there will be heavy casualties. Why do you have to let me go? It's only been a few years. Have you forgotten the distribution of forces on that broken wall?" Even though Mance explained this, Tormund was still a little reluctant. After all, although the wildlings did often cross the wall to plunder the north, the mortality rate of this behavior was also frighteningly high. The attacks of the northern patrol and the crows were secondary. What the wildlings feared most was the horrific mortality rate when crossing the wall. The rangers of the Night's Watch often found human remains smashed into meat paste at the bottom of the wall, which were the wildlings who stumbled when they ventured over the wall. Besides, the Night's Watch is not a pushover. The 2 round trips were enough for the sentinels to find their tracks and call for reinforcement. Don't worry, we are not asking you to cross the wall this time. Instead, we are asking you to follow a smuggling ship to the north and then find a way to go to the wall for observation. Mance was once a Night's Watchman, so he knew Tormund's difficulties. He already had his own solution. Some of the people in the north are descendants of free people. As long as we can pay a price, we can let your team take a ship to the coast of the north. So, respected king beyond the wall, what is the price? Gold ore and raw jewelry that can fill half of the cabin, plus a lot of precious furs and wood. If it weren't for the joint investment of several clans, I couldn't afford so much money alone. Recalling the way the northern captain opened his mouth, Mance couldn't help but sigh. The price of freedom is really expensive. Even Tormund was shocked by the high fare. He touched his beard subconsciously and complained, "Is this a ticket to heaven? Why is it so expensive?" "That is not a ticket to heaven, but a key to the new world for all free people. So do you understand your responsibility?" After that, Mance looked at Tormund with a look of majesty. The aura of the king beyond the wall immediately made this boastful and optimistic wild man feel pressured. After thinking for a long time, Tormund nodded with difficulty under Mance's expectant gaze, then drank the wine in the glass and left the tent. Not long after, a team of several Free People elites completed the assembly and then walked towards the southern coast, ready to find the northern merchant ship. Before leaving, Tormund suddenly remembered Mance's slightly teasing words. Giant Bane, don't forget to bring me some southern rose wine. I only want wine from Highgarden. Wine from other places is not good enough. Don't worry, I will bring it back alive. Tormund smiled faintly. He could naturally hear that Mance was hinting that he would return safely. But no matter what, he was also an experienced looter who often crossed the Great Wall. Therefore, as long as nothing unexpected happened, there shouldn't be any big mistakes this time. However, at this time, neither Mance nor Tormund, or even the Free People of the entire Beyond the Wall, knew that they didn't have much time left. Because in the north, the threat of the White Walkers is getting closer and closer, and in the land of eternal winter further north, a terrible disaster that is enough to subvert the entire Westeros continent is coming. Northern Territory. Bear Island is a remote island in the north. Bear Island is not a wealthy city like most cities in the north, because they are often attacked by pirates from the Iron Islands in the south, and wildling pirates in the north. Even though most of the men on Bear Island are out fishing and hunting, the local women are very tough. At the fishing boat dock, a small merchant ship is docked among countless shabby small fishing boats, looking so luxurious and out of place. On the ship, several sailors in leather armor were nervously surrounding a middle-aged man, asking uneasily, "Captain, we used to only smuggle some goods to the wildlings. Are we really going to bring the wildlings into the north this time?" "Yes, Captain. I don't know what those women of the Mormon family have been doing recently. They have mobilized all the adult men around to join the army. The situation is very tense right now." Looking at the sailors who were talking around, the captain obviously knew what they were afraid of, so he said fiercely, "No need to say more. Our smuggling of ironware to the wildlings is already a capital crime. Now it's just adding insult to injury. There is nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, this action is for the liberation of all Free People in the north. Such a great cause is naturally worth our struggle. What's more, I also have the blood of Free People, so I naturally have reason to join this great struggle." Looking at the captain in front of them who looked like a savior, all the crew members admired him on the surface, but they were full of contempt in their hearts. If we omit the gold, or in the cabin and the expensive bearskin coats worn by the other party, then this sentence is more or less credible. What's more, when the wild pirates attacked last time, you were the first to rush into the Mormon family castle to hide. After being identified, you kept repeating your identity as a northerner. Is it true that there are northerners who have troubles and Free People who have no troubles? Facing the contemptuous eyes of the sailors around him, the captain had no intention of explaining himself, but took the initiative to make concessions. "Don't worry, I have made plans to retire after this job, so I know that everyone can shut up honestly, so the gold, or that is being passed, will be divided equally among everyone." Oh. Hearing this, the crew immediately roared excitedly. After all, as low-level sailors, they earn little, and these gold ores are enough for them to live freely for more than 10 years. Just as everyone was cheering, a sailor suddenly noticed a huge black shadow floating above the sea level. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and laughed. "Really? Is it because I have been staring at the sea for too long? How come even the shadow of the dark cloud is so big now?" "Yeah, I saw it too. Is it because we haven't eaten fruit recently?" "Please don't. Fruits are very expensive recently. Shouldn't we eat some cheap fresh vegetables?" Oh, I know there's a place where the vegetable prices are quite affordable recently. Maybe we can go there." The sailors obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. At this time, they were excitedly discussing the recent vegetable prices, and did not notice that the black shadow in the distance was getting closer and closer. After a while, the captain, who was getting wine in the cabin, returned to the deck, holding up the barrel and shouting excitedly, "Brothers, we won't get drunk today." "Gods, what is that?" Clang. The sound of the barrel breaking reached everyone's ears. The crew members who were sitting on the deck to rest looked at the terrified captain and stood up in a hurry. Could it be the pirates of the Ironmen or the wildlings? Gods. In the watchtower on Bear Island, the sentinel looked at the moving island in the distance that was crashing towards Bear Island in panic and hurriedly picked up the horn in his hand. Woo woo woo. The shrill horn sound instantly spread throughout Bear Island, and it awakened the entire island like thunder, symbolizing the arrival of the long summer. Whether it was the fishermen who were preparing to go out to sea, or the women who were doing needlework, or even the children who were playing around on the street with wooden sticks as long swords, there was a terrifying fierce light in their eyes. They were like hungry brown bears that had just finished hibernating. They put down their work and raised the weapons that were everywhere around them. In the castle of Bear Island, several strong female warriors were escorting a woman in male armor out, asking the people around them, "What's going on? Are they wildlings or Ironmen?" Madam Maggie, a huge floating island appeared on the sea, and there are all kinds of buildings that have never been seen on the island, so the sentinel blew the horn. A moving floating island? Hearing this, the short but strong old woman frowned, and then walked towards the coast with her daughters. Along the way, Maggie kept asking questions to the Bear Island residents who were holding weapons around them. She didn't believe that a huge floating island had appeared. When she learned from the frightened residents that the floating island was a strange warship that was even more magnificent than Bear Island, Maggie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How could there be such a large floating island in this world? Most likely, it was a dozen pirate ships overlapping with the shadows of the dark clouds in the sky. However, when she brought the soldiers to the coast and saw the huge moving island not far away with her own eyes, all the doubts in her heart were answered. It really is a floating island. On the Black Ark finally found an island with living people. All I saw before were icebergs. It was so boring. Looking at the somewhat barren island in the distance, Mekasa excitedly waved her staff, and a faint red light of magic flashed from her eyes, showing her restless heart. After several weeks of continuous travel, there was nothing interesting, except watching Dario and hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops conducting boring military exercises on the training ground every day. Even if she wanted to conduct magic experiments, the lack of magic in the environment made her spellcasting particularly obscure, and she could not practice at all. The female elves who were traveling with them were all warlocks who practiced the death system. The two sides had different systems and could not talk to each other at all. The frustrated Mekasa pulled the cold Dario next to her and asked excitedly, "It seems to be just an ordinary backward island. There seem to be some humans living on it. Can we kill some to cheer us up?" "No, our mission is just to explore the new world and find settlements. Such a barren island is not within our range of choice. Just skip it." Dario rejected Mekasa's request directly. Lord Rohan's order was to conduct reconnaissance, so he would never do such an extra massacre. What's more, there are still 100,000 Pendor auxiliary troops on the Black Ark waiting for orders. Asking them to massacre an island with less than 10,000 people is like killing a chicken with a butcher knife. Hearing this, Mekasa immediately wanted to refute excitedly, but after looking at the hideous demon mask on Dario's face, she could only return to the cabin depressed. There is no way. If it was in front of Dario in the past, she could still argue a few words with her own strength, but now she can only choose to play dumb. There is no way. She can't beat him. Crying sure enough, it is still the little cold boy like Lisa Dillon who is not as strong as herself, and can be bullied at will, who is most suitable for her appetite. You'd better understand the situation. Now we are not on a picnic, but exploring the other world, so we must be careful. Looking at Mekasa's disappointed back, Dario's eyes under the mask twitched slightly, and then said helplessly, "Okay, you are allowed to go to that island for a while in the name of missionary work, but remember not to do anything to insult the Lady of the Mist, understand?" Although Dario is now an independent little god, the Lady of the Mist is the mainstream after all, and he only needs to take care of the believers of the heretic goddess. He has seen a bear flag planted on the island. It is obvious that this place belongs to the territory of human nobles. Although it is hard to believe that human nobles would stay in such a place, if it is for the purpose of preaching, then Dario does not mind letting the black side stay here for a while. P.S. I feel that the writing is very messy, and the status is still not good cack. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Open the door and preach freely. Hearing that Dario allowed her to go to the island, Mikasa immediately recovered her vitality and then murmured excitedly, "Really? I have never seen a backward human town. I just saw their port. The scale is estimated to be less than 1% of Grand Town, right? Stop talking nonsense. You only have one day to preach. Remember to bring more people. Don't embarrass Lord Rohan, understand? I know. I'll leave now." Before Dario finished speaking, Mikasa couldn't wait to leave the deck and began to prepare for the next play. For a little girl who has not left Nagaroth for hundreds of years, even the poorest and most backward human village is an unheard of new thing for Mikasa. Looking at Mikasa's back as she left, Dario's demon eyes under the mask couldn't help but narrowed slightly and then disappeared on the deck. In order to help Lord Rohan master this new territory called Westeros continent as soon as possible, it is time to send out the Idle Inquisition. Not long after, Mikasa, who had changed into a gorgeous warlock robe, was escorted by a dozen mist walkers and prepared to take a small landing ship to Bear Island. Of course, although it was just a small landing craft used for beaching, this 100-meter warship built by the elven shipbuilder was still the largest wooden ship on the entire Bear Island. A dozen mist walkers blessed by the Lady of the Mist, and a veteran who served as the captain of the Silver Mist Guard. Are you going to capture that island? Looking at the pen soldiers around who were lowering the warships from the deck into the sea, Mikasa couldn't help but look at the elves next to her and asked helplessly, "Please, can't you trust me a little more? In this wilderness, can I think of any place to betray Rohan?" "Yes, Lord Rohan, you'd better show some respect." The captain of the Silver Mist Guard, Mars, looked at Mikasa with some dissatisfaction, obviously very dissatisfied with this female warlock, who was full of unsociable people. "Our mission is not to play with you. After sending you back, we still need to deal with other periods." "Oh, what's the matter?" "No comment. Your mission is to eat, drink and have fun, and then go back with us obediently." Mars coldly rejected all of Mikasa's questions and then went down the stairs to the dock at the bottom of the Black Ark to prepare the materials needed to enter the Westeros continent. After all, unlike Mikasa who was purely in a playful mentality, Mars and other Pender soldiers were all members of the Inquisition sent by Dario to explore Westeros intelligence. According to Dario's requirements, their mission is to collect relevant intelligence by all means, and at the same time, train local guides to become spies as much as possible. In addition to their team, Dario also handed over all the more than 100 members of the Inquisition who came casually to him for command, which can be said to be a heavy responsibility. Because of this, Mars was so dissatisfied with Mikasa. After all, such a guy who had no piety towards Rohan and Lady of the Mist was simply a heretic. "It's really boring." Looking at the soldiers who were all waiting for her solemnly, Mikasa couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then she jumped onto the landing ship with her skirt lifted up. In order to show the glory of the Lady of the Mist, Mikasa did not wear the revealing female sorceress uniform, but chose a purple robe similar to that of the Asur elves. With the olive branch laurel crown she wore, and the staff flashing with a faint red light in her hand, Mikasa was as gorgeous as a noble female sorceress of Safri. Seeing that Mikasa finally got on the boat after a long delay, Mars, who was wearing military uniform, patted the shoulder of the attendant next to him and said, "Let's go." "Understood. The oars have been started. Everyone is ready for battle." As the warriors started the magic array in the cabin, the enchanted oars began to paddle in the cold sea water, gliding rapidly on the sea surface at a speed that was beyond human power. The Northerners on Bear Island also noticed the high-speed warship that rushed out of the strange floating island, so they shouted in fear, "That must be the legendary White Walkers. They used some magic to make the island float. It may also be the work of the drowned god of the Iron Islands. This island must be a warship used by the Ironmen for ocean plunder. Whatever those things are, what should we do now?" Looking at the Viking-style dragon boat that can paddle without human power in the distance, even the Lord of Bear Island, Lady Maggie, flashed a trace of surprise in her eyes. However, Lady Maggie is worthy of being the heroine of Bear Island. After just a moment of hesitation, she decisively ordered everyone, "Get ready for battle. Don't take the lead in attacking. We should not be the opponent of these people. Let's see what their purpose is first." In her opinion, the other side is a powerful force that can make the island float on the sea, and a poor and remote place like Bear Island is not worth the other side to come and plunder. But if the enemy really has some plans for Bear Island, then even if the Mormont family is completely wiped out here, they will still be able to defeat the enemy. Thinking of this, Maggie clenched the battle axe in her hand and said to a tall female warrior next to her, "Daisy, go and take all your sisters to the dark cellar and hide them. Don't come out without my order. Do you understand?" "I understand." Looking at her mother's slightly thin but rock-like firm figure, Daisy's eyes were slightly red, but she also knew that her mother's decision was correct. However, the two of them did not know at this time that, although there was nothing to criticize about Madame Maggie's approach, there were still two obvious small mistakes. First, even if all the old, weak, women and children on Bear Island took up weapons to fight, even if the number was 10 times more, it would be difficult to defeat the Black Ark. Secondly, the people who came to the Bear Island to negotiate from the Black Ark were not humans, or not all of them were humans. Hello, are you guys interested in the free mission? Looking at the barbaric humans holding harpoons and hatchets on the coast, Mekisha not only did not feel the threat from them, but even thought these weapons were a bit cute. After all, even in Grand Town, jobs like harpooning and logging are usually handled by slaves, and the elves don't need to ask about it at all. As the most prosperous magic capital of Nagaroth, all the materials of Goran depend on being purchased from other places, so Mekisha has never seen such a fishing process. Moreover, even in the Durachi society, safe aquaculture fisheries and small black arks for fishing that need to deal with the threat of deep sea dragons are the first choice of the Durachi elves. Moreover, the waters of Nagaroth are not safe. Various chaos sharks and abyssal sirens that are hundreds of meters long are enough to turn any wooden ocean-going ship into waste. Primitive offshore fishing gear such as harpoons and canoes were only rumored in ancient times before chaos appeared. They are truly prehistoric tools. Now they can actually observe primitive society up close. What could be more exciting for scholars than this? Is that the legendary harpoon? Did the Ark pirates use this tool to hunt sea dragons? This is a canoe that only existed in the peaceful era 10,000 years ago and can be operated by only one elf. I didn't expect that what the book said was true. Is the place called the Sigma Empire as backward as here? I guess Kiev is more comfortable than the people here. At this time, Mekisha was like a rich second-generation tycoon entering the countryside, showing great curiosity about everything on Bear Island. Just as Mekisha was curiously looking at everything on Bear Island, Lady Maggie and the warriors of the Mormont family were also watching the Inquisition warriors on the landing craft. Looking at the fine steel armor on the servants around Mekisha and the black dragon pattern on their robes with a red background, Maggie couldn't help but frown and murmured, "I've never seen a black dragon flag before." Could it be that the remnants of the Targaryen family overseas have returned to Westeros? Hearing Maggie mention the Targaryen family, the faces of the surrounding Bear Island warriors immediately became nervous, and even the eyes of the surrounding people showed panic. Is the history of the Targaryen family conquering Westeros with three-headed dragons 100 years ago going to repeat itself? Maggie's face was heavy. As the patriarch of the Mormont family who was loyal to the Guardian of the North, he knew much more than the civilians around him. According to the news from Winterfell, Robb Stark, the eldest son of the Stark family, was attacked by an unknown force and was rescued by a white-haired witch who could use magic. Although Maggie didn't know what the white-haired girl had to do with the Targaryen family, she always felt that there was a conspiracy after seeing the soldiers in the black dragon patterned robes in front of her. After all, if a white-haired woman appears alone, it may be a coincidence, and if a force using a black dragon flag appears alone, it may also be a coincidence. But if two coincidences are superimposed, the situation will be different. I'm Maggie Mormont, the head of the Mormont family on Bear Island. May I ask who you are and why you are here? Looking at the soldiers of the Inquisition who jumped off the dragon boat, Madame Maggie stood on the beach with a battle axe and shield in her hands, with a sense of imminent tragic sacrifice. She has decided that, if the visitors are really hostile Targaryen family troops, then even if the entire Bear Island is sacrificed, this information must be passed to Winterfell. Didn't I just say that we are here to spread faith? How do you say that? For peace and love. looking at the woman in front of them who was determined to die. The soldiers of the Inquisition around them subconsciously put their hands on their weapons, and then glanced at Mars next to them. Mars looked at Mikasa who was still talking nonsense next to him, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. This female elf is really unreliable. What peace and love. We are the Durachi elves. How could we possibly need that kind of thing? Pulling the troublesome female elf who was not good at speaking to the back. Mars, who was dressed in gorgeous silver armor, also jumped off the landing craft, took out a bulging purse from his arms, and threw it to Madame Maggie, and then said indifferently, "We are missionaries. Use your best food and rooms to entertain us. We will bring you civilization and faith, and help you live better in the future." What a joke. Do you think you are a king? Follow me. Madame Maggie refuted Mars very hard, and then after looking at the purse full of gold coins in her arms, she took the initiative to lead everyone to the bear castle. It's not because she has no ambition, it's because she just glanced at the purse just now, and she already knew that the money in it was higher than the annual tax revenue of the entire Bear Island. There is no way. Bear Island is too poor, otherwise the former Mormont chief, Joram Mormont, would not have sold slaves for the extravagant life of his wife. Moreover, Lady Maggie also saw that, even if the defenders on Bear Island could defeat the dozen fully armed soldiers, they would not be able to face the revenge on the floating island. In this case, it would be better to meet the needs of the other party as much as possible, and then find a way to collect intelligence from the other party and report it to Winterfell. I didn't expect the local lord to be so enthusiastic. He actually invited us to his home as a guest? Don't be silly. Don't forget that we are here to preach. We don't have much time to play here. Lady Maggie, who was walking in front, turned back quietly, looking at the giggling Mikasa and the fully armed soldiers of the Inquisition, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Lord Eddard, I don't know if the Mormont family can continue to be loyal to you in the future. In this way, except for a fun elf who didn't care about the mission at all, the two teams with their own ulterior motives walked towards the wooden fort in the center of Bear Island. In the outer wall, somewhere in the fist of the first men, we are finally here. A man covered in burnt ash slowly crawled out of the snow, looking at the wildling camp full of life in the distance, his blue eyes filled with joy. He is a White Walker. To be more precise, he is a White Walker who has just been saved by special means. Just a few days ago, he was just a free man named Hawk, who was gathering the remnants of the surrounding wildlings under the organization of several other survivors of Thurn. However, in less than 2 days, tens of thousands of whites destroyed the camp that he and his companions had worked so hard to build, and even he himself was pierced by an ice sword and could only stay there and wait for death. However, at this critical moment, a green-skinned girl covered in green leaves suddenly appeared and stuffed a piece of stone into his heart. It's so ugly, I didn't expect that I would become a member of the White Walkers. It's the biggest joke the gods played on me. Looking at his pale hands and skin ravaged by dragon fire, Hawk couldn't help but laugh at himself, and then he staggered towards the savage camp with difficulty. Recalling the flying dragons he saw some time ago, and the terrifying army that was enough to crush the White Walkers, Hawk couldn't help but speed up his pace. Mance must be notified. A creature more terrifying than the White Walkers has appeared. Chapter 292. The necessity of puppets. The night was approaching, and the wildling camp was unaware of the impending danger, and was still busy with the evening bonfire dance. Due to the cold environment outside the wall, in order to ensure that no tribesman would freeze to death without anyone paying attention, the wildlings would hold a banquet at night to celebrate that they had survived another day. Many children were playing and fighting around the fire, not noticing their parents who were sitting next to the fire, and telling their families their last words. According to the orders issued by Mance Rayder to the clans, they would begin to migrate south next week, and prepare to attack the wall. All clan members knew that it was impossible to hide their whereabouts in such a large gathering, so those annoying crows must have been ready to welcome them. At the fence entrance of the camp, several Freeman warriors stopped a disheveled wild man who was wrapped in a tattered fur coat, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Why don't you carry the mark of your clan?" "I'm a survivor of Thurn. Please make way for me. I must go to warn the king beyond the wall of the threat of the White Walkers as soon as possible." A survivor of Thurn. The surrounding wild men looked at each other, and the clan leader in the lead had an ugly look on his face, and his eyes were fixed on the back of Hawk's slightly blue hands. Since no clans from Thurn have come to participate in Mance Raider's expedition, most wild men think that they will not participate in the expedition. A few weeks ago, rumors about the attack of the White Walkers had already appeared in the camp, and most people thought it was just gossip. Now it seems that the rumors of the invasion of the White Walkers are true. Seeing that everyone seemed unwilling to believe him, Hawk could only helplessly take off the animal skin covering his face, revealing his face that was exactly the same as that of the White Walkers. It's really a white ghost, and those blue eyes. Kill him. What the elders said is true. This guy can control the dead. We must not let him enter the camp. Seeing Hawk, who looked like a monster, the surrounding savages were so scared that they raised their weapons one after another, not caring that the other party's hands raised in surrender were not like the legendary white ghost at all. Fortunately, the leading clan leader still had some reason. Although he was also frightened by Hawk's hideous appearance, he still said calmly, "In this case, we will tie you to the tree and then bring Mance to see you. During this period, no unusual movements are allowed. Do you understand? Please hurry up. The White Ghost's army is heading south, and it is estimated that they will collide with us in a few days. We must hurry." Hawk looked anxiously at the orange-red light that was slowly lighting up in the north. As a lucky person who survived under the dragon's flame, he knew very well that those lights were definitely not the sunset. Through the reminders of the children of the forest, Hawk already knew the reason why the White Walkers suddenly went south in large numbers. Invaders from another world that were enough to destroy the entire Westeros continent. "Then you stay here and don't move. I'll go inform the king beyond the wall about you." Looking at Hawk, who was tied to a tree by everyone, the clan leader ran towards the camp with confidence, ready to find Mance Raider. Unfortunately, they had wasted too much time. At this moment, Hawk's enhanced eyes suddenly saw a strange blue light flashing in the woods next to him, so he shouted in panic, "Be careful." Whoosh! However, it was too late. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from a distance. Before everyone present could react, the sharp ice spear had already pierced the body of the clan leader. All the wildlings stared blankly at the clan leader's body that was gradually covered with frost. At this time, they were as frightened as Hawk when he first encountered the White Walkers, and their whole bodies were stiff. Before they could react, they saw Hawk actually used brute force to tear off the rope on his body and ran towards the wildling camp at a very fast speed. Damn it, why are these white ghosts so fast? Hawk, who was running desperately, turned his head to look at the army of White Walkers that had appeared on the hillside. He could only grit his teeth and continue to speed up, hoping to tell Mance the information he knew as soon as possible. Hawk had no idea that he was not the only White Walker who was busy escaping at this time. "Finally here. I didn't expect that I would have such an embarrassing day." On the hillside several kilometers away from the Fist of the First Men, the embarrassed Night King was riding on the only Ice Corpse warhorse, looking at the only dozen elite White Walkers left on foot around him, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Along the way, he had to fight with those pointy-eared armies almost every few days. It can be said that he had spent all the money he had accumulated after thousands of years of hard work. Although it's much earlier than the original plan, at least there's not much difference overall. Looking at the crowded wild camp in the distance, the Night King couldn't help but recall the hardships he had experienced along the way, and then pulled out the ice blade on his back with a wry smile. Seeing this, the surrounding White Walkers let out sharp roars. They couldn't beat those pointy ears, so couldn't they bully humans? Ho! The shrill roars continued to echo throughout the valley, and every White Walker's eyes revealed a terrifying murderous intent, as hungry as a wolf looking at a flock of sheep. Because it was late at night, the wild people in the camp could not see the more than 10,000 whites approaching rapidly in the distance, and could only hear the roar of the whites running. What's going on? Why didn't the clans on guard report the situation? What happened? Is there an invader? Even if there is an invader attack, so what? We have hundreds of thousands of people. Even the legendary White Ghost can't beat us. A savage was walking out of the tent with a weapon and a shield. From the constant shouting and the iron armor he wore, it was not difficult to see that he was a noble clan leader. From his confident and determined eyes, it was not difficult to see that he was ready to deal with any enemy at any time. The White Ghost's army is coming. Everyone, get ready for battle. However, when he walked out of the tent, he saw a blue figure with a terrifying face passing by him quickly, which immediately stopped him. Is it really the White Ghost? Exclamation mark. All the savages who heard Hawks shouting looked at the hillside in the distance in horror and saw a large area of blue stars constantly flashing in the dark night, making the entire night sky look so beautiful. However, when the wildlings focused their attention, they were horrified to find that the flashing blue lights were not the light of stars at all. It was nearly 10,000 dead ghosts under the control of the White Walkers, charging towards the fist of the first men. Run, the White Walkers are really coming. Hey, don't run around. The number of enemies is not that large. As long as you can stabilize the formation, you can definitely defeat them. Looking at the wildlings fleeing in panic, Hawk, who was confused, couldn't help shouting to remind everyone, trying to stop the people around him from fleeing. However, as a half-White Walker, Hawk may have forgotten his identity. Although his behavior was entirely due to his good intentions, the wildlings obviously would not appreciate it. After all, when a White Walker who could speak human language suddenly appeared in the camp, and the legendary terrifying White Walker army appeared outside the camp, no matter how you look at it, this guy is sent by the White Walkers to persuade them to surrender. Hawk stared blankly at the wildling camp that was in a state of howling camp, and at this moment he finally realized what price his reckless behavior had brought. Some savages who had lost their minds began to attack each other. They regarded all living creatures that could move as members of the White Walkers and use their weapons crazily to hurt each other. Go to hell, White Walker. A mad savage warrior noticed the different Hawk, so he suddenly raised the stone hammer in his hand and smashed it on his head. Not good. With the powerful perception of the White Walkers, Hawk quickly noticed the violent sound of breaking air behind him, and his ice blue pupils shrank instantly. Although the White Walker's body gave him the ability to be invulnerable to swords and guns, if he was hit hard by such a blunt weapon, he would probably be knocked unconscious. Puff. At this moment, a dark golden claw instantly pierced through the chest of the hammer-wielding savage, and with brute force, he directly pulled out the opponent's spine. Blood instantly sprayed on Hawk's face that had turned into a ghost, and at the same time, Hawk could see the identity of the person who came. You are the king of the pointed ear army and the dragon. Why are you here? Looking at the lifeless black shadow in front of him, Hawk hurriedly gathered a spear of ice and snow, and then looked at the black shadow in front of him who could barely see his appearance in panic. The black shadow threw the spine in his hand aside, and then looked at Hawk, who was half human and half ghost, with interest, and asked curiously in a hoarse voice, "It's interesting, a ghost who can maintain human consciousness, and can also use ice and snow magic. Can you tell me how you did it?" After saying that, he raised his foot and crushed the wild man who was still struggling in pain on the ground, and sat on the other's body that was still emitting residual heat, and looked at Hawk. This black shadow was the shadow dancer that Rohan separated from his own shadow. Although Rohan taught the Witch King how to use the shadow dancer, he still kept a trick, which was the trick of the main body, to make the shadow clone descend with consciousness. In simple terms, although the shadow clones summoned by the Witch King can fight at a long distance, they can only fight instinctively according to the orders issued by the Witch King. However, Rohan's shadow clone is different. He can project his consciousness into the shadow clone from a long distance. Although this will make the main body unable to move, it is absolutely safe. After all, the fate of the shadow clone is not a matter of fate. Looking at the Rohan clone in front of him who was very leisurely in the wild camp, Hawk couldn't help but recall the scene he saw a few days ago. Countless legendary silver dragons were flying in the sky, spewing dragon flames that were daunting. Terrifying multi-headed giant snakes swept across the snowfield for thousands of miles, and anything that stood in its way would be crushed. But what frightened Hawk the most was the terrifying army that could easily defeat the White Ghost army in the ice and snow, and even launch a pursuit. A pair of pointed ears, covered with noble purple gold steel armor, neat and uniform organization and combat effectiveness, and a ruthless attitude towards both the White Walkers and humans. The children of the forest are right. This army will definitely bring destruction to this continent. Thinking of this, Hawk felt that the fear in his heart gradually subsided, and then he looked at Rohan firmly and shouted, "Damn pointy-eared monster, I already know your conspiracy to destroy the continent of Westeros. You can't succeed. Young man, you are brave, but don't you know that I know kung fu? Are you usually so brave?" Looking at the spear against his throat, Rohan couldn't help but be slightly stunned, but then he looked at the rough man in front of him with appreciation. After all, although this shadow clone is only half of his strength, the pressure that belongs to the chosen one on him has not weakened at all. Even the wild people around him who had fallen into madness will subconsciously choose to avoid his position. This young man actually has the courage to point his weapon at him. It must be said that he has some skills. But when did I say I wanted to destroy the world? For Rohan, there weren't many treasures in the world of Game of Thrones that were worth his time and effort to find. Valyrian steel, dragon eggs, the power of faith of the local gods, and the magic of unknown power. Apart from these things, Rohan couldn't think of any other treasures that he could plunder from this continent that was even poorer and more backward than the continent of Pendor. According to Rohan's plan, he would let an unpopular puppet king be responsible for unifying and dominating the continent of Westeros, and the role of this king was to pay taxes to Rohan. Because he was unpopular, this king would have to rely on the military power of the Drucky elves, and could only rely on the power of the elves. And if this puppet king committed some unforgivable sin, the elves would only need to withdraw this king as a shield, and then elect a new king. Even if there really was a resistance force that threatened the elves, it didn't matter. After all, the people were ignorant and short-sighted. Just use tax exemptions and welfare improvements for several years to buy the hearts of the people, and then restore the original state after more than 10 years. After such a long time, the former rebels have either been strangled to death by the investigators of the Inquisition or have surrendered, and it is impossible for them to come out and cause trouble. After all, life is short. How many decades can an ordinary human spend to resist the rule of the elves without caring about his family? Even in the worst case, Rohan can choose to delay time to kill the rebels. Now he has become an eternal and has plenty of time to compete with an ordinary human for life. Under the premise that the control plan has been thought out, how could Rohan do such a thankless task as destroying the continent of Westeros? Chapter 293 Imperial Conference. Don't be silly. This poor continent is not worth destroying. Why should I do such a thankless task? Rohan's shadow clone couldn't help rolling his eyes. The only role of a feudal society like Westeros, which lags behind the Pendor continent, is to serve as a logistics base for him. Moreover, compared with the destruction by force, why doesn't Rohan, who has a portal, choose to ask for the power of the Lady of the Mist and use divine power to make the world lost forever? This is not only more efficient, but also zero pollution and zero loss. It directly makes the whole world disappear in Rohan's coordinates, and there is no need to worry about the other party causing trouble for himself. Rohan may not be good at solving problems, but he is very good at solving those who create trouble. Looking at Rohan with a confident face in front of him, the simple hawk couldn't help but slightly lower the ice and snow spear in his hand, and fell into entanglement. He also knew that his current behavior was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. After all, he had seen the back of the other party waving a blue sword to kill the White Walkers easily. If he chose to believe the other party now, he could lay down his weapon and avoid death. But those innocent people, the son of the forest is right. You creatures called elves are really good at bewitching people. After thinking for a long time, Hawk recalled the prophecy that the son of the forest warned him, so he raised his ice spear firmly and said, "Cunning pointed ears, the forest messenger of the old gods has given me a prophecy that the evil wild hunt will slaughter and enslave the entire Westeros continent, and will also bring white frost that destroys the world. In order to protect the bright future of those weak humans, even if I have lost my human body now, I must stop you." After saying that, he raised the spear in his hand and stabbed at Rohan's shadow clone, not noticing the question mark on Rohan's face. Wild Hunt? White Frost. Such a familiar title. Have you heard of it somewhere? Rohan, who was lost in his memories, directly crushed the ice spear stabbed by Hawk, then raised his hand and slapped the ugly White Walker away, and began to think about the information he had just learned from Hawk. Children of the forest. If I remember correctly, those things seem to be a group of female creatures similar to tree people. So they can predict the future? Because of the long time, Rohan only has a rough memory of The Witcher and Game of Thrones in his mind, and has forgotten the details. Rohan has no memory of the elves named Wild Hunt mentioned by Hawk. He only knows that they seem to have the ability to travel through another world. Wait. Thinking of this, Rohan suddenly looked up at the sky, covered by snow and fog, licked his lips and murmured, "Wok, those elves who have the ability to travel through another world like me, can't they be my real fellows?" After all, Rohan's brain has no memory of the original host of this elf body, let alone where his ability to travel through time came from. And the beginning of his memory was that he fell from the sky with his bare buttocks and was picked up by the Witch King and adopted in Nagarand. The memory before coming to the Warhammer world was that he met the girl in red who was almost hit by a truck because she was chasing a balloon, and he became the scapegoat. However, unlike the cliched rescue plot, he chose not to save her and was hit by the truck that turned to avoid the little girl. After the memory ended, Rohan couldn't help scratching his scalp with his right hand, and then he sighed with some depression. "Hey, my scalp is itchy. I feel like my brain will grow out if I keep thinking." In fact, for him, the so-called plots in his previous life have become less and less important, and have even reached the point where they can be basically ignored. After all, whether in the Warhammer world or in the myriad worlds, it is ultimately a world where the strong prey on the weak and the strong dominate. Thinking of this, Rohan's shadow clone gradually turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated, leaving behind only a murmur that sounded like a divil to the wildlings. Game of Thrones? It's just a trick of the weak. With my current strength and hundreds of thousands of troops, do I still need to play any games with those mortals? His consciousness gradually returned to his body. Rohan, who was sitting on the peak of the mountain, slowly stood up and proudly looked at the dozens of silver dragon knights surrounding him in the air to protect him. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Noticing that Rohan had woken up, Lysadilin, who had been kneeling and waiting beside him, also stood up and reported to Rohan, "The casualties have been counted. Except for more than 400 elf recruits who were directly hit by the magic attacks of the White Walkers, the other wounded have recovered. However, 4 silver dragons were unfortunately killed on the spot in the battle with the Night King. If we want to replenish the losses, we can only use ordinary ash dragons first." After saying this, Lysadilin shook his head with some regret. He had not yet seen the human fertility rate of Druki, so he was still sighing for the loss of hundreds of elves. However, Rohan was not so sentimental. After all, he had seen this kind of situation many times. Every time the Witch King went on an expedition to Ulthuan, Druki would suffer tens of thousands of casualties, and there were even several times when there were heavy casualties of hundreds of thousands. But Rohan was fortunate to see the blood and destruction of the elves splattered all over the plains, and the terrible scene of tens of thousands of elves dying on the battlefield. However, even with such severe losses, the Darach elves were still able to quickly replenish the losses with their reproductive capacity comparable to that of humans, and the total number remained stable. Because of this, Rohan would not feel sad about the losses of some new recruits who had not yet formed combat effectiveness. After all, the tricks of the older elves would not work on him. You humans are decreasing all the time, but we Darach elves are endless. Without receiving the service of the Lady of the Mist, only more than 400 people were lost in the battle. It seems that the quality of the recruits recruited this time is quite good. After hearing such a minor loss, Rohan showed a satisfied smile on his face, and he was obviously quite satisfied with the current situation of the new recruits. After all, compared with his 5,000 blessed direct troops, these new recruits are only slightly better than ordinary Darach warriors in terms of equipment, and their strength is not strong. These new recruits not only do not have endless physical strength, no enchanted weapons, but also lack sufficient supporting firepower. However, facing the siege of hundreds of thousands of whites, these young warriors were able to not retreat a step under the inspiration of the Ashes battle flag, which was indeed worthy of the salary Rohan issued. Well done, these guys are worthy of awards. Looking at the Darachi warriors who were resting in formation at the bottom of the mountain, Rohan directly took out a large box full of gold coins from the system space. Rohan kicked open the box containing nearly 10,000 gold coins, then spread his wings, picked up the box, and flew towards the sky above the camp. As a young elf who was also only over 100 years old, Rohan knew very well what these warriors who were full of killing and desire in their hearts needed: money. Rohan, who flew over the camp, immediately attracted the attention of all the elves present. Almost all the recruits raised their weapons enthusiastically and cheered for their rival, Rohan. 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 Most of these recruits were young elves who volunteered to join the army. They were only in their 50s and 60s, and were in their passionate adolescence, which was a beautiful time of restlessness. As Rohan, who was equally young but more powerful, was undoubtedly the idol pursued by all of them. What, you mean the Lord Witch King? Although it was a bit blasphemous to say this, for these young Durachi elves, Malekith was more like a myth living in legend, a legend that they could hardly surpass. But Rohan was different. After all, compared to the unreachable Lord Witch King, Lord Rohan, who they often came into contact with on weekdays, was much more vivid than the Lord Witch King whom they had never met. For these proud young warriors, they all had a mysterious confidence in their hearts, thinking that they could also achieve the same achievements as Rohan. Looking at the Druchii recruits who showed their ambitions, Rohan said with satisfaction, they still show their ambitions, even though they know the difference in strength. It seems that the potential of these recruits is better than I thought. He naturally knew what these recruits were thinking. They just wanted to make great achievements that surpass themselves on the battlefield and then replace themselves. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. It's a good thing to have ambitions. The society of the Druchii elves is that the strong are respected. If there is really a subordinate in his army who can defeat him with his own strength, then he will accept it. What's more, the Warhammer world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If there is no group of powerful subordinates chasing after you, how can you talk about the motivation to become stronger? Looking at the excited young men below, Rohan grabbed a handful of gold coins from the box and held them in his hand, then shouted in a voice covered with magic, "Druchii, you have all shown extraordinary skills in the battles over the past month. I'm afraid that even some veterans are not as good as you. Although you are still very young now, I have no doubt that you will make extraordinary achievements in the near future. To celebrate your victory, I will select the best performing warriors from you for the blessing ceremony." Wow. Hearing that they actually had a chance to be selected to receive the blessing, the recruits immediately quarreled with each other excitedly, boasting about their respective achievements. "I killed at least 5 zombies, plus a few humans killed during patrol. I should have a share of this blessing. Killing only a few of them is nothing. Compared with me, I killed a White Walker who could control zombies. Ha ha ha, I killed a giant zombie alone." The quarrels were endless, and every recruit was yelling hysterically with his colleagues around him, which amazed the veterans around him who had received the blessing. They liked to see the recruits fighting for the few places to be blessed, which reminds them of their lost youth. However, at this moment, a surprised shout suddenly covered up the quarrels of all the recruits, and gradually brought them back to their senses. "Lord Rohan is throwing coins. Everyone hurry up and grab them." The elves looked up and saw that Rohan was using the wind from his wings to blow the gold coins in the box to every corner of the camp. Looking at the drugs who were searching for gold coins below, Rohan nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, this was the best way to motivate morale. "Go and find them. I put all the gold coins in the corners of the camp. Ding, you have successfully organized a division of the spoils. The morale of the whole army will be +8 in 3 days." King's Landing at this time on the continent of Westeros, all the nobles did not know about the various terrible battles taking place north of the Great Wall, nor did they know how terrible the disaster they were about to encounter. Although the Night's Watch's letters of help have been sent to every noble in Westeros, almost all of them chose to stay out of it. In their view, this is nothing more than a means for the prisoners and bastards to seek treatment for themselves. As for the hundreds of thousands of wildlings mentioned in the letter and the suspected return of the White Walkers, haha, it seems that the old man of the Mormont family has been so old that he mistook the snowmen made by the wildlings outside the wall for White Walkers. All the nobles, including the king, jokingly focused their attention on Winterfell, looking forward to how the Keeper of the North would respond to the letter of help. That seemed like a child's play. Then they were dumbfounded. Duke Eddard Stark has launched a military mobilization in the name of the Guardian of the North. Now there are more than 20,000 soldiers in the north who are gathering, and the goal is suspected to be to support the wall. In the Red Castle of King's Landing, the royal conference was urgently convened by the King's Hand, John Arryn, to discuss matters regarding the military mobilization of the north. Varys, the chief of intelligence, was reading the contents of the envelope in his hand with a frown on his brow, and then he said to the ministers around him, "What is certain is that the mobilization in the north is indeed real. Almost all the northern families have responded to the call and sent troops to join Winterfell. As for the reason, it is most likely because of the Night's Watch's letter for help. It seems that the worldling threat mentioned by Lord Commander Jeor Mormont is very likely to be true." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Obviously they were all a little slow to react to this sudden event. Instead, it was King Robert's younger brother, the Lord Chancellor of Justice, who broke the silence first. In order to liven up the atmosphere, he pretended to be relaxed and joked, "Haha, that's really an unprecedented occasion. That hasn't been seen in decades. There hasn't been such a mobilization order for a long time, since Robert became king, right? Renly, in formal occasions you should call Robert brother, or king." The Lord High Lord of the Admiralty, Stannis, looked at his frivolous brother with some dissatisfaction, and then asked Varys next to him, "So is the threat of wildlings north of the wall real? Are there really hundreds of thousands of wildlings preparing to attack the wall?" "Lord Stannis, my little birds are just a group of powerless children after all. You can't expect a group of children to survive in the land beyond the wall." Varys' face was full of bitter smiles. If the North hadn't suddenly begun to gather troops, he might not have known about the invasion of the wildlings in the north. This is a troubled time, and our king is still out hunting. Looking at the envelope from the north in his hand, old John, the hand of the king, rubbed his temple tiredly, and then asked a short man in the corner, "Lord Petty, does our treasury have enough funds to support the Great Wall now?" Chapter 294 Supporting the Great Wall. "Lord Petty, may I ask if our treasury has enough money to support the Great Wall?" Faced with a question from the King's Hand, the Minister of Finance at this time, Petty Baelish, was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but sneered and said, "Respected Lord Arryn, you are not unaware of the current debt situation of the treasury. Maybe our treasury is not as rich as the Night's Watch." Little Fina's joke obviously did not ease the atmosphere. Except for Renly, who laughed heartlessly with his mouth covered. Everyone's face was full of sorrow, because they knew that what Little Fina said was true. King's Landing was indeed poorer than the Night's Watch in a sense. Although the living conditions of the Night's Watch were very difficult, they were provided with supplies from the major kingdoms every year, so there was no shortage of food and weapons. It was also because they did not have to worry about logistical supplies that the Night's Watch could still obtain some gold dragons every year by selling animal skins and wildling spoils to improve their meals. But King's Landing is different. Ever since Robert Baratheon became king, the treasury has basically been in a state of loss. In addition, King Robert is a man who likes to show off. Not only does he often hold competitions with huge bounties in King's Landing, but he never asks about the specific situation of the treasury. To this day, the treasury has a huge debt of more than 6 million gold dragons. Even if the entire crown is sold, it can't make up so much money. Old John obviously knew the emptiness of the treasury, so he could only sigh secretly, and then asked the Grand Maester, who had been resting with his eyes closed next to him, "Grand Maester Pycelle, what do you think about those wildlings choosing to invade the wall at this time? Do we have any way to deal with it?" Grand Maester Pycelle. However, Grand Maester Pycelle was silent at this time like an old man, and it seemed that he had not yet recovered from old John's question. A faint snoring sound came into the hall. Stannis, who was sitting next to Pycelle, couldn't help but frown slightly, then reached out and patted Pycelle on the shoulder and said, "Grand Maester Pycelle, this is a royal meeting. Please be serious." "Ah, sorry, it seems that I'm too old. I accidentally fell asleep in the meeting." Looking at Grand Maester Pycelle, who seemed to have just woken up from a dream, old John could only shake his head helplessly, and then repeated his previous question. After all, Pycelle was even 9 years older than old John, so the King's Hand did not care about the Grand Maester's rudeness. However, everyone present did not know that the reason why this Grand Maester, who was over 80 years old, acted so tired just now was entirely because he was reminiscing about the young prostitute who was sent to his room last night. In fact, this Grand Maester was a real master of pretending to be confused. Purcell stood up from his seat hunched over, and his slightly swaying body made everyone present have no doubt that he might fall to the ground at any time. Seeing that everyone present was looking at him, Purcell slowly stroked his grey beard and began his acting. Wildlings are a group of humans living south of the wall. The wall separated them from the Westeros continent, making them free from any moral and legal constraints. Purcell spoke boring words like a monk chanting scriptures, and the content was almost entirely based on information that everyone already knew. Seeing this, Old John interrupted Purcell's reading with some dissatisfaction and continued to ask, "There is no need to talk about these well-known information. What I want to know now is your analysis of the reason why the wildlings went south this time. The reason, maybe it's because a long winter is coming, and those wildlings choose to go south to plunder under the pressure of survival." After listening to Purcell's speech, Old John couldn't help but clench the cane placed next to him, obviously quite dissatisfied with Purcell's meaningless speech. He also knew that the wildlings were most likely going south because of the pressure of survival, but he hoped that Purcell could give some suggestions on how to deal with it. "Do you have anything else to say? If you have any good suggestions, please bring them up as soon as possible." Seeing Purcell trembling and returning to his seat, Old John could only give up seeking the advice of the Grand Maester and instead put his expectations on other ministers. Seeing that no one seemed to be able to come up with any good ideas, Stannis, who was in charge of the Royal Navy, took the initiative to stand up and suggest, "Why don't I gather the troops of the Crown and Dragonstone, and then use the Royal Navy's fleet to transport them to Eastwatch at the Wall to support the Night's Watch?" Hearing Stannis' suggestion, Old John's eyes suddenly brightened, and then he took over the conversation and continued, "This is a good suggestion. The Royal Navy can go to Gulltown in the Vale for supplies, and at the same time, it can also obtain the participation of the Vale Cavalry. As the Duke of the Eyrie and the Guardian of the East, Old John is also qualified to mobilize the nobles of the Vale, not to mention that there is also a branch of the Arryn family in Gulltown, which can completely obey Old John's orders. And if this plan succeeds, then the armies of the Crown, Dragonstone, Vale, and the North will unite for the first time in a long time, which will greatly strengthen Robert's rule. After all, the Baratheon family is only a young family that has just sat on the Iron Throne for less than 30 years, and its rule is not solid. The decades-long winter is coming. If Robert can successfully establish his prestige before then at least the country can get through the long winter safely. Everyone present is basically a smart person, so they immediately understood the importance of Old John's plan and began to think about it. And the Minister of Finance Littlefinger, who had been standing next to him, stood quietly in the shadow of the stone pillars in the hall. His bright eyes like a fox kept turning, and I don't know what he was thinking. In that case, I will also add icing on the cake and send 3,000 heavy infantry from Storm's End to King's Landing to join them, and then we will go to the wall together. Lord Renly of Storm's End obviously understood Old John's plan, so he decisively chose to invest most of the elite troops in his territory in this expedition, with a smile on his face. After all, although his relationship with his brother King Robert was not very good, he was still a member of the Baratheon family. As long as the Baratheon family's rule over the Iron Throne could be more stable, he would not mind sending troops to support his brother. And Old John's wrinkled face also showed a chrysanthemum-like smile, and he was obviously very satisfied with the result. Now they have gathered the support of the North, the Vale, the Crownland, Dragonstone Island and the Stormlands, which will greatly strengthen the cohesion of the kingdom. In addition, the Tully family of the Riverlands, who are married to the North and the Vale, can be said that most of the Westeros continent is already a friend of the Baratheon family. Thinking of this, Old John stood up from his seat excitedly, and then picked up the wine glass happily and said, "Great, as long as our Westeros continent can unite together, then let alone hundreds of thousands of wildlings, even the legendary White Walkers will not be a problem." After that, Old John raised his glass to the ministers around him, and then drank the wine in the glass. He seemed to have seen the future. the Westeros continent will walk out of the shadow of the Targaryen family and move towards a brighter future. Unfortunately, not everyone is satisfied with this alliance. Although I don't want to ruin your drinking, I still have a question I want to raise first. That is, the treasury no longer has so many gold dragons to support this expedition. The thin figure of Littlefinger walked out of the shadows, and the hypocritical smile on his face made old John feel uncomfortable and disgusted. However, Petty seemed not to notice the unfriendly look of old John, but sat down on the seat, crossed his legs and continued, "Don't forget that we still owe Duke Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands 3 million gold dragons, and the Iron Bank's debt of 3 million gold dragons is about to expire. Who knows what they will do?" Hearing the teasing in Petty's words, Varys, who had always been at odds with him, could not help but put his hands into his sleeves and then pretended to be curious and asked, "Sir Petty, if I remember correctly, the taxes from the Crownland should have entered the treasury last month. It shouldn't be that they can't even afford this money, right? After all, this is not an era of war. The port income of the Crownland and King's Landing is enough to bring the treasury an annual income of more than 100,000 gold dragons, which is more than enough to cover the interest on the loan. As long as the treasury can take out tens of thousands of gold dragons as logistics expenses, plus the volunteers of the Vale and Stormlands, there is no reason for the Iron Bank to be so hostile to the Iron Throne." However, Petty soon gave everyone a big surprise. "I think all the ministers present here probably don't know yet, but His Majesty is going to hold a tournament next month, which is expected to cost more than 50,000 gold dragons." What? Hearing this shocking news, not to mention old John and Stannis, who are devoted to the country, even the frivolous Renly and the transparent Purcell were frightened. Varys took his hands out of his sleeves in surprise, touched his bald head with some uneasiness and muttered, "Gods, is this all destined? This is simply nonsense. Does Robert, that bastard, really want the whole country to be buried with him for his trifling?" Even the usually calm Stannis lost his composure a little, stood up from his chair with a look of resentment, and didn't even notice that he had cursed the king loudly. However, at this moment, several knights in white robes were escorting a fat man passing by the royal meeting, and happened to hear Stannis' curse. Not long after, a rough voice was heard from the hall of the Iron Throne. Even from a distance, everyone could smell the smell of alcohol in it. "Be polite, Stannis. I may be your brother, but I'm also your king." "Then my dear king brother, why are you preparing to hold such a grand competition when your kingdom is about to suffer a catastrophe?" Watching the fat figure walk into the hall of the royal meeting, Renly looked at Stannis with a teasing look, and then stood up and greeted him. "Good morning, brother. I wonder how your hunting went out this time." "Haha, it seems that I'm lucky this time. I met a brown bear that was just about to hibernate. You really should follow me to hunt black bears like a real man, instead of doing some cosmetics in the castle." Hearing this, Renly's face darkened like Stannis next to him, and then he rolled his eyes and sat back in his chair. King Robert, who was drunk, entered the hall under the protection of several king's guards. He laughed and asked the silent crowd, "Why did you suddenly call a royal meeting, and the atmosphere was so gloomy? Could it be that the beggar king of the Targaryen family came to attack?" Looking at King Robert, who had offended his two duke brothers at the same time, old John sighed secretly, and then took the initiative to stand up and said, "I'm afraid the situation is worse than that. Your Majesty, hundreds of thousands of wildling troops are preparing to attack the Great Wall. Ned has issued a mobilization order, and is ready to go north to assist the Night's Watch." Hearing Ned's name, coupled with his adoptive father's words just now, Robert slapped his forehead hard, trying to make his fat brain sober up. Old John sat patiently in the chair, waiting for Robert to come back to his senses. He knew that Robert was actually a very smart ruler, but he had lost his motivation because of a long period of life without threats. Robert is like a piece of fine steel. Although it may rust, if left for too long, it will be the strongest material, as long as it is carefully maintained. After a long while, Robert's cloudy eyes finally revealed a gleam of light, and then he touched his chin and said, "Well, Ned is not a guy who will do anything reckless. It seems that there is indeed some threatening threat in the north of the Great Wall. Seeing that Robert had regained consciousness, old John revealed all his plans in the previous royal meeting, and then advised, give up your martial arts competitions for the time being, just to help Ned. This time you must send troops to support him. Don't worry, Ned is my good brother in this life. How can I put him in danger for my own momentary pleasure? Looking at his adoptive father's face full of anxiety, Robert's face wrapped in fat showed a trace of tenderness, and then said to his two younger brothers, please, my dear brothers, remember to pay attention to safety on the road. I will welcome you at the Black Castle. Hearing this, Renly, who was still a little sulky, immediately stood up, patted his chest confidently and assured, don't worry, brother. We promise to. Wait, what do you mean by welcoming us at Castle Black? Hearing Renly's incredulous question, everyone present quickly reacted and looked at the fat king in front of them in shock. Robert was looking at his bulging belly like a pregnant woman with some distress, and then he complained to the captain of the King's Guard, Barristan, next to him, I have gained a lot of weight over the years. Maybe it's time to find a blacksmith to make me a new set of armor and warhammer. Robert, are you going to the wall with the fleet too? You want me to follow you to slowly assemble the troops? What a joke. Ned is fighting hard at the wall now. How can I watch him fight alone and do nothing? Chapter 295, The Emperor's Personal Expedition. A loud and deafening voice roared out from Robert's mouth, and everyone in the royal meeting looked at the high-spirited fat king in front of them in surprise. Robert, you. Old John's eyes were slightly moist, as if an old father was pleased to see his child grow up. In the more than 10 years that he served as the hand of the king, he saw with his own eyes that his once excellent adopted son had become the boar king today. It was precisely because of Robert's unreliable appearance that old John wanted to try every possible way to prolong the life of this new kingdom in the last few years of his life. And Robert's words just now seemed to make him see again the young master of the dear family who once led the coalition forces to defeat the Targaryen family on the battlefield, full of vigor and vitality. The two brothers' eyes were also full of surprise. They were also infected by the king's majesty that Robert had just exuded, so they took the initiative to petition, Your Majesty Robert, you are now the ruler of Westeros. Shouldn't I be responsible for leading the expedition? This honor should belong to me, Brother Stannis. Don't forget that you are also responsible for the mobilization of Dragonstone and the Royal Navy. Do you know the witchcraft of splitting yourself? Renly, you shouldn't put yourself in danger before leaving an heir. The two brothers who were arguing at this time knew that the so-called military command was not important. The most important thing was to dispel Robert's idea of leading the expedition in person. After all, the current Westeros has only been stable for a few years. If Robert encounters any accidents on the battlefield, the Baratheon family will most likely be doomed. Even old John looked at Robert, who was still drunk with concern. So he took the initiative to say, Robert, those wildlings are just a ragtag army lacking weapons and armor. There is no honor, even if we defeat them. A real king will not draw his sword against such weaklings. And with your brother leading the troops himself, plus the Night's Watch and our reinforcement, you don't have to worry about Ned's safety. After we have dealt with the threats outside the wall, you can go to Winterfell in person to meet Ned and pay tribute to Lyanna. Old John knew very well that only by devaluing the wildlings as worthless would the ambitious Robert give up his plan to lead the army in person. As expected, after hearing that the wildlings' threats were not to be feared and that Eddard's safety would not be threatened, Robert's eyes became cloudy again, and he smacked his lips full of alcohol and said dissatisfiedly, one or two of you don't want me to go to the north. Who are you, the king or am I? Then I won't go. Seeing that Robert finally gave up the plan to lead the army in person, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they no longer needed to worry about the king's safety. Unfortunately, not everyone took the king's safety seriously. What the dukes said is right. After all, there are no eyes on the battlefield. If a wildling shoots an arrow and accidentally hurts His Majesty the King, it will be bad. At the edge of the seat in the royal meeting, Littlefinger Petty suddenly made a sigh of emotion, which happened to reach the ears of Robert, who was about to turn around and leave. Hearing Littlefinger's kind reminder, the already drunk Robert turned around like an enraged wild boar and shouted at Petty, Petty, do you think my courage is the same as your Littlefinger? How could I worry about the wildling's sneak attack? Damn it. Looking at Robert's angry drunken face, old John, who knew the other party's character well, immediately reacted and began to wink at Littlefinger on the opposite side, signaling him to stop talking. However, Littlefinger seemed not to notice old John's eyes, but looked frightened by the anger of the angry king. He whispered in fear, how could it be? His Majesty was a legendary warrior who defeated Rhaegar Targaryen in a duel. Even now, he would not lose to a mere worldling. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Although Littlefinger's words seemed to praise Robert's wisdom and bravery at first glance, Robert always felt that his dignity was insulted. What does it mean to be a legendary warrior in the past? Isn't he a brave and legendary warrior now? Your Majesty, you personally led the army to overthrow the rule of the Mad King of the Targaryen dynasty. No one in Westeros will doubt your bravery. Old John hurriedly calmed Robert's emotions and began to vividly describe his bravery in the battle, trying to calm him down. However, Robert noticed that Littlefinger was looking at his belly that was bulging like a pregnant woman with a meaningful look, and he couldn't help but roar angrily, no need to say more. I will personally lead the army to the wall. After the victory, I will bring back the Warhammer with worldling brains for you to see. After that, he left the royal meeting directly and walked out of the Red Castle with several king's guards who followed him, obviously preparing to find a blacksmith to make new armor. Seeing this scene, old John felt dizzy and then stared at Littlefinger, who was pretending to be innocent across the table, with his sharp eyes like an eagle. Although Petty's performance just now seemed to be the image of a timid finance minister from beginning to end, old John still vaguely felt that the other party had ill intentions. He suddenly felt that he seemed to not know this young man who had been promoted by himself. A few weeks later, the King's Road. The King's Road is a highway that connects King's Landing from Storm's End in the Stormlands, and then extends all the way to the Wall in the north. And it is on this road that spans most of Westeros that an army wearing golden sheep robes and blackmail, with uneven ranks, is slowly advancing along the road to the north. At the forefront of this team, hundreds of heavily armored knights wearing plate armor and beige robes are the elite knights of the Baratheon family. At this moment, these knights are holding the stag flag with a crown on their heads and nervously huddled around a fat figure. This person is King Robert Baratheon, who is preparing to go to the wall in person to fight a decisive battle with the wildlings. With the blacksmiths working day and night and the temptation of the golden dragon, King Robert finally got the plate armor and warhammer he dreamed of, and then led the royal guards to the north. In order to show his full support for his good brother Ned, Robert not only summoned the knights of the Baratheon family, but also took away 2,000 golden cloaks from King's Landing. But obviously, compared with the family guards who swore allegiance to King Robert, those golden cloaks who only went to work to get off work obviously did not have much combat effectiveness. The golden cloaks are the capital garrison who swore allegiance to the royal family, and are also the law enforcers and formal garrison troops of King's Landing. Unfortunately, even the farmers passing by and the merchants on the road can see that these soldiers who are breathing heavily do not have much combat effectiveness. I'm afraid that except for the gorgeous golden robes on their backs and the spears in their hands that can bring some deterrence, these soldiers recruited from hooligans and ordinary people have no combat effectiveness at all. But King Robert couldn't care about these questions at this time, because he hadn't traveled such a long distance for a long time. Haha, this damn weather is getting colder and colder. Barristan, where are we now? King Robert sat on the horse panting. He used to be able to ride a war horse easily across the battlefield, but now he only felt the pain of the fat on the inside of his legs being rubbed, and he secretly groaned in his heart. It seems that his body is indeed not as strong as when he was young. Maybe he shouldn't refuse to bring a carriage for the sake of face when he came to King's Landing. Your Majesty, we have just left the Bay of Caelin and are now heading towards the Seven City of the Seven family. It is estimated that it will take another 3 days. The loyal captain of the King's Guard, Barristan Selmy, was taking a map from his entourage, but his Majesty was obviously not interested in reading and learning. Recalling the howling cold wind and the ignorant mountain tribes he had experienced along the way, Robert couldn't help but shrink the bearskin on his back and cursed. 7 layers of hell. Has Ned always lived in this place? This is such a poor, cold and smelly place. Just as Robert kept cursing, a panicked horseman suddenly appeared on the King's Road in the distance, running quickly towards the King's team. The refugee obviously didn't expect to run into the army here, so he couldn't help, but excitedly waved the broken sword in his hand and shouted, "Help, help, stop, or we will kill you on the spot as an assassin." Looking at the broken sword in the refugee's hand, the surrounding Baratheon family knights immediately raised their lances and rushed forward, surrounding the other party. Seeing this, the young man decisively dropped his weapon and shouted to Robert, who was obviously the leader, "My lord, I'm a guard of a northern caravan. Not far ahead, we were plundered and massacred by a group of heavy cavalry. I was the only one who escaped. 7 gods, has the security in the north been so bad that even the road-blocking knights are so rampant?" Looking at the northern guard with the ice wolf emblem on his chest, Robert couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. The so-called road-blocking knights are a group of proletarian nobles who rely on their martial arts and weapons and armor to rob passers-by everywhere, and often bully those passing farmers and caravans. Under normal circumstances, as long as the robbed people hand over 1/10 of their personal property, the road-blocking knights will not bother them too much. But the blatant looting of caravans like now, and even the wanton slaughter of merchants and guards who gave up resistance, are extremely serious vicious incidents, no matter where they are. Hearing the complaints of the caravan guard, Jaime Lannister, the king's guard who had been following Robert silently, couldn't help but laugh and sneer. "It seems that our so-called upright guardian of the north is not that good. I heard that he brought his illegitimate child back home. Now he can't even protect his own caravan. What a coward." Hearing this, King Robert couldn't help but look at the talkative of Jaime angrily, and then scolded him harshly. "Shut up, Kingslayer. Ned is not a man who would watch innocent people die tragically and remain indifferent. People like you who have no honor are not qualified to comment on him." Then Robert snatched the lance from a family knight next to him, and shouted to Barristan and the knights beside him, "I'm the king of Westeros and the protector of the 7 realms. Ned's subjects are also my subjects, so naturally I have the obligation to protect them. Throw those lazy gold robes aside, Baratheon knights. Let our anger crush those bastards who insult the name of knights." Rage. The Baratheon knights raised their lances high, kept shouting the motto of the Baratheon family, and followed Robert to rush towards the king's road in front. Looking at Robert's back leading the knights away, Barristan couldn't help but recall the strong man he first saw more than 10 years ago, and said with admiration, "Time has really changed a lot of things. I originally thought that King Robert might always be addicted to wine, sex, and horses, but I didn't expect that he would be quite reliable when the crisis really came. Maybe it's just a show. Maybe now he is looking forward to what kind of surprises the northern prostitutes in Winterfell can bring him." Compared to Barristan, who was in a state of emotion, Jaime sneered and began to secretly mock him. He didn't believe that Robert would really turn over a new leaf. In his view, this was just Robert's last-ditch struggle after his position was threatened. It would only last for a while before collapsing again. Hearing this, the Baratheon knights who had not yet left looked at Jaime angrily. Even the usually kind Barristan said angrily, "I don't know what kind of changes will happen in the future, but at least at this moment, he has kept his promise as the protector of the 7 realms, which is much better than you, the Kingslayer. What? Do you think I'm not as good as that fat drunkard?" Jaime Lannister. Hearing that Jaime dared to belittle his king like this, Barristan, who was already extremely dissatisfied with the Kingslayer, angrily drew his sword, his eyes full of terrifying murderous intent. "You'd better not let me hear your blasphemous words against the king again, otherwise I will no longer regard you as my sworn brother." "Calm down, old man, this is just a simple joke." Facing Barristan's sword pointing at him, Jaime obviously had no intention of fighting with the other party, so he pointed in the direction where Robert left in the distance and said, "Instead of chatting with me here, why don't you go and see your king? How is his majesty now? Maybe he will be killed by those thugs." Humph. Hearing that it was related to King Robert's safety, Barristan could only put away his sword and rode his warhorse to gallop in the direction where Robert left. As a king's guard, he has lost a king because of his poor protection. He doesn't want to fail in his duty again. Jaime followed the team of gold cloaks leisurely and smiled at the commander of the Capitol Guard next to him. "It must be tiring to face such a serious person every day, isn't it? He is the first person I have seen who has a problem with money." The commander of the Capitol Guard, Janice, also smiled and replied to James' inquiry. After all, the other party came from the richest family on this continent, and it was completely worth his trying to please him. In this way, 2,000 gold cloaks who were originally responsible for protecting the king's safety began to march slowly on the king's road, not caring about the king's life or death. Chapter 296 Night vs Wild Hunt. Wolfwood in the north. King Robert was riding his warhorse through the snow-covered woods, feeling the whistling cold wind around him and sighing, 7 layers of hell, this damned weather makes me unable to feel the existence of my fingers. In this weather, those wildlings still have the strength to go south. This is really a miracle. However, it must be because of this cold that those wildlings had to flee over the Great Wall, right? Maybe I can consider letting the wildlings live in harmony with the people of Westeros? Just as Robert was lost in thought, a knight who was in charge of exploring the way ahead suddenly rode up to Robert and said with a somewhat ugly expression, "Your Majesty, the knights who were investigating have found the location of the caravan, but the scene seems a bit bloody and disgusting. Please wait until we clean it up before going over." Ha ha ha, young man, when I led the army to fight against the Targaryen family, I saw all kinds of scenes. Maybe you were just a squire at that time. After saying that, he ignored the young knight's obstruction, laughed and rode in the direction the other party came from. After all, on the battlefield of the Usurper War, he had personally seen the kind of hell on earth with broken limbs and blood flowing like a river, so he thought he was still somewhat resistant to bloody scenes. However, when he personally came to the caravan's massacre site, Robert realized that he was still short-sighted after all. 7 gods, am I witnessing the 7 layers of hell? Looking at the blood-red forest in front of him, feeling the bloody smell, and biting cold wind in the air, even Robert could feel the despair of these people before they died. Countless intestines stained with ice were hung on the branches, and broken limbs were thrown randomly in the surrounding grass. There was no intact body in the entire forest. Search. Those knights who committed heinous crimes should not have gone far. I want them to experience the pain of the 7 layers of hell. In the face of such a tragedy, even Robert couldn't help but squat on the ground with a heavy heart. The anger in his eyes was enough to scare all the knights around him. Even Barristan, who hurried over, had never seen Robert so angry before, so he could only choose to stand by and wait obediently. Notify everyone to get ready for battle. These knights blocking the road are not ordinary robbers and hooligans. We must strike hard. After saying this, Robert half knelt beside a corpse, frowned and kept looking at the poor dismembered corpse. It's so miserable. The body was stabbed with more than a dozen holes by something like a spear, and there are several bite marks on the body. It seems that these bastards also brought hunting dogs. Relying on years of experience in hunting outside, Robert could see at a glance that the scratches and bite marks left on the deceased's body were caused by canine animals. Robert was quite confident in his judgment, but this conclusion still could not explain other problems on the body. Barristan, if I remember correctly, it should not have snowed along the way. How could there be so many snowflakes on the body? Your Majesty, although the scholars of the Citadel have sent out ravens to warn Westeros that winter is coming, that is still a few years away. In response to the king's question, Barristan couldn't help but touch his chin and recall carefully, and then said firmly, even in the north, winter may not really come until next year. It is impossible for a blizzard to cover the entire body immediately now. So, did the Northern Guard lie to me? After hearing Barristan's description, Robert stood up angrily. As a king, what he hated most was someone deliberately deceiving him. Barristan remained silent. In his opinion, the fear on the face of the Northern Guard did not seem fake. Is there any hidden secret? Trample, tread, tread. Just as the two were thinking, a burst of rapid horsehoof sound suddenly came from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. Then they saw a disheveled Baratheon knight rushing towards them. The knight's body was covered in blood, and the broken lance in his hand and the shield with several arrows stuck in it told of his miserable experience. Your Majesty, our advance team has run into those knights who are blocking the road and slaughtering the northern caravans. Most of the patrol team has been killed. In addition, a wizard who can cast magic has appeared on the other side. For the safety of His Majesty, please ask the King's Guard to take His Majesty away from here immediately. After that, the loyal Baratheon knight ignored King Robert and the King's Guard who had not yet reacted, and directly drew his sword, and shouted to the other knights around him, "Baratheon knights, follow me, we must buy time for His Majesty's evacuation," and spread the rage. Breaking the rage. Looking at the seriously injured knight who left, the Baratheon knights around who reacted immediately raised their lances, and left the woods together, rushing towards the snowy field in the distance, where snowflakes were drifting. Although they didn't know what happened, they still subconsciously believed in their knight companions who had been with them day and night, and decided to use their lives to buy time for His Majesty's evacuation. Before long, only a few Baratheon guards who were responsible for protecting the king were left in the entire wolf forest, as well as King Robert and his guards who were still disheveled in the cold wind. The scout team was wiped out. A wizard who could cast magic? Papa Robert couldn't help but slap his face hard, looking at the Baratheon knights disappearing and the weapons in the distance, and asked Barristan next to him, "Hey, Barristan, I shouldn't be drunk now, right? I shouldn't be, after all, your wine bag is placed with Lancel Lannister, and he should be with the gold cloak now." Even Barristan looked at the faces of the surrounding King's Guards with some uncertainty, and then quietly walked to Robert's side and smelt, and indeed did not smell any smell of alcohol. Could it be that the Baratheon knight who was ready to sacrifice himself was telling the truth, and there was really a wizard among the group of knights blocking the road? Thinking of this, Barristan hurriedly brought a warhorse for King Robert, then holding the sword and said seriously, "Your Majesty, if that knight is not lying, then please allow us to escort you away from here now." Looking at the warhorse that Barristan brought for him, Robert, who was originally a little confused, reacted immediately, and then jumped on the warhorse angrily and shouted, "What do you mean? Barristan, do you want me to abandon those Baratheon knights who are covering my retreat? They are all members of my family. Your Majesty, now is not the time to act on impulse. Don't let the sacrifices of those knights go to waste. Those are my comrades. I will not watch them fighting for me and do nothing." The two people who were in a fierce quarrel at this time did not notice that where the Baratheon knights disappeared, an increasingly strong blizzard was slowly spreading around northern territory near the city of Seven. The once vast lake and green grassland had long disappeared, replaced by a vast world of ice and snow. The whistling cold wind is constantly rolling up snowflakes from the ground, and sharp ice spikes are rising from the ground. The strange scene is as terrifying as the arrival of the White Walkers. However, even such a terrifying scene cannot suppress the human praise for courage. Nearly 100 knights of the Baratheon family have been frozen in the snow, but even the ice spikes that pierce their bodies cannot shake the determination in their eyes before they die. Behind them, more Baratheon knights in beige robes are fearlessly raising their weapons and rushing towards the black shadow in the center of the blizzard. Charge, for Baratheon, for His Majesty the King. Kill this magic bastard. Rage. At this moment, they were like stags ready to launch a decisive attack. They raised their lances, which symbolized the sharp horns of stags, and rushed towards dozens of unfamiliar skeleton knights in the center of the blizzard. In the center of the skeleton knights, a skeleton warrior holding a white light staff was helplessly looking at these human knights who kept coming one after another, and couldn't help but whispered, "It's really troublesome. If I had known that I would encounter human nobles going out, I wouldn't have plundered the caravan for a momentary verbal desire." That's wrong, Caranthea. If I remember correctly, you drank a whole bottle of beer. Don't you think it's worth it? Humph, the wine brewed by humans is as bitter and hard to drink as juice mixed with water. I don't know why they still enjoy it. Facing the ridicule of his companions, Caranthea's words were full of disdain. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the brewing technology and primitive lifestyle of the Northerners. After all, as a racist, he was full of prejudice against the low quality of human life, especially against the weak. Looking at those knights who rushed towards him waving their weapons, even though they had lost their horses, Caranthea could only sigh, but the courage of these humans is worthy of praise. If it were the world where the ancient blood was born, they would have fled long ago, right? That's just because they haven't seen how powerful we are. Hahaha, I still remember that when we were flying in the air, a human noble was scared to the point of peeing his pants. Hearing Caranthea's sigh, the Wild Hunt cavalryman beside him also fell into memories, obviously missing the good life of bullying the new humans. It's a pity that such a chat didn't last long, and the troublemaker came. Stop it, you damn road-blocking knights and despicable mages. The loud voice pierced through the layers of snow and fog like thunder, not only making the remaining Baratheon knights subconsciously put away their weapons, but even the wild hunt stopped and looked at the newcomers. Not long after, they saw a fat figure holding a warhammer, escorted by several knights in white robes, passing through the fog, and appearing in front of everyone. Seeing Robert and the King's Guard who suddenly appeared here, the Baratheon knights who were ready to fight to the death with the wild hunt, widened their eyes in shock, and then shouted, "Your Majesty, why haven't you left yet? Go, Your Majesty, this guy can use terrible magic, let's stop him." However, in the face of the knights pleading, Robert did not respond to them immediately, but instead focused his attention on the knights, who were frozen around him. As Robert's personal guards, most of these people are the children of the Baratheon family who are scattered outside, and even many of them are old comrades who followed him to participate in the War of the Usurper. However, now, they have been melted into the damn ice, and will be separated from him forever. Holland, Yadok, Carleton, Dontus, you have followed me, the drunkard king, for so many years. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing this scene, Robert felt as if a shackle had been opened in his body. Even the hammer, that he usually felt strenuous to lift, became as light as before. Although Robert was a hot-tempered drunkard, he was definitely not a lonely tyrant. Everyone thought that Robert was a fool king who wasted a huge amount of property to hold a competition, and even gave 10 gold dragons to every candidate who signed up for the competition for free. However, who noticed that those members who participated in the competition in name only were basically disabled veterans who had followed Robert. Although this behavior would bring a financial crisis to the country, it could actually benefit those soldiers who had fought for him. Just as Robert was feeling sad about the knights trapped in the ice, the wild hunt in the distance also began to communicate secretly. "Kiranthi, did you hear what those human knights said? That fat pig is a human king." A wild hunt excitedly drew out the long sword at his waist, and the blue eyes under the mask that symbolized the elves were flashing with excitement. Looking at this suddenly excited companion, Kiranthi suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, and then asked, hey, are you planning to do something bad to this human king?" "Yes, that is a human king. My sword has never been watered with the blood of a human king. Don't you want to try the pleasure of killing the king?" "Hey, wait." Before Kiranthi could react, the wild hunt cavalryman slapped the elven warhorse under his crotch and rushed towards Robert. The head of a human king, what a face-saving trophy. Don't mess around. The ancient blood is our primary target. There's no need to create extra enemies. Seeing this, Kiranthi, who didn't want to cause any more trouble, was about to stop him, but was stopped by his companions. "Let him go. Can he be killed by a fat human king and several human followers?" Chapter 297, The King's Death. "Everyone, protect the king. That guy is coming." The unusual movement of the wild hunt immediately alerted the Baratheon knights. They all ran to Robert's front, raised their shields, and pointed their weapons at the wild hunt. Looking at these weak humans who tried to stop him, the wild hunt couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile under his mask, and then raised his sword and taunted, "The power of Mayfly is not comparable to the Sea of Stars." Although the strength of these human knights is indeed good, as the personal guard of the wild hunt King Eredin, the elves who can join the Red Cavalry are also good players picked from 100. The Red Cavalry is the official name, and the wild hunt is the name of humans. The two-handed curved blade shining coldly in the snow light was held in the hands of the wild hunt elf who was nearly 2 meters tall. He looked at King Robert who was protected in the center by the knights and roared, "Go to hell, the king of humans. Everyone be careful." Tap, tap, tap. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the wild hunt elf's legs suddenly exerted force, and then turned into a black shadow, and rushed towards the human 100 meters away. So fast. This speed is impossible for humans to reach. Even Barristan, who was called Fearless, was shocked by the speed of the wild hunt elf, and a look of horror appeared on his face. In just a few seconds, the wild hunt elf came in front of the human knight 100 meters away, and then raised the long blade in his hand, and looked down at a knight, who had not yet reacted. Die. Crack. The antler helmet could not resist the blade of the wild hunt at all. Before the human knight could even say the last words of his life, his whole head was chopped in half. However, the knight's sacrifice was not in vain. At least the wild hunt elf's curved blade was stuck in the knight's hard breastplate, and it seemed that it could not be pulled out for a while. Good opportunity, kill him quickly. Seeing this scene, the knights around immediately raised their swords and stabbed the exposed chest of the wild hunt, trying to take the opportunity to kill the wild hunt who exposed his weakness. Ding. However, the expected imagination of the sharp blade piercing the opponent's armor did not appear. The knights soon found in horror that their invincible armed swords could not pierce the opponent's armor. How is it possible? It's just a tattered armor. Seeing that their sharp blades could not split the strange skeleton on the opponent's body, the knights around immediately retracted their weapons and prepared to attack again. But how could the wild hunt elf give them another chance? After all, you are just a lowly monkey. How can you possibly understand the great forging craftsmanship of the elves? Looking at the ignorant and terrified knights around, the wild hunt elf leisurely pulled out the curved blade stuck on the corpse and then swept it towards the throats of the surrounding knights. Swish. Several round heads instantly fell from the broad shoulders of these knights, and the blood splashed everywhere fell from the sky like a fountain, dyeing the skeleton armor on the wild hunt red. The wild hunt elf was like a legendary demon warrior, tilting his head to look at the blood on his body, turning to look at the human knights around and mocking, "Get out of here, incompetent human knights. I'm only interested in the head of your fat pig king. There is no need to add icing on the cake for me." What a courage. Although I don't know where you guys come from, we will never let you hurt the king. Looking at the somewhat restless knights around, Barristan angrily held his hands on the hilt of the sword, and in his heart he had already made up his mind to fight to the death to protect the king. However, Barristan, who was standing in the front, did not notice the unnatural look on the faces of the sworn brothers standing behind him. After all, compared to Barristan, who was really willing to protect King Robert, most of the king's good were ordinary knights who were willing, but unable to do so, such as Mer Entrant. At this time, he shrank into the white robe cloak that symbolized on like a frightened mole, and stood on the plain farthest from Robert, obviously not wanting to be affected by the battle. The wild elf who saw this scene couldn't help but sneer, and then mocked the fearless old human. "Your courage is indeed worthy of praise, but it seems that your companions don't have the determination to fight to death for the king. Are you sure you really want to fight me? No need to say more." As the captain of the king's guard, Barristan obviously knew that there were some scumbags among his sworn brothers. But even so, he was willing to entrust his life to those white-robed brothers. The sword was unsheathed, and a white light flashed from Barristan's hands like lightning across the sky, aiming at the thigh of the wild hunt elf and stabbing it. He had been paying attention to the battle between the knights and the wild elves, so he naturally noticed that the armor on the other side could not be penetrated by ordinary weapons. It is estimated that only the legendary weapons made of Valyrian steel made by magic can cut through the opponent's armor, right? Since the opponent's armor is so strong, then attack the opponent's thigh and neck that are not covered by the armor. Good skills. Seeing the amazing speed of Barristan, the wild hunt elf immediately put away the contempt in his heart, and then raised his sword to meet him. Two figures, one black and one white, began to intertwine constantly. Even though Barristan is now a 60-year-old man with grey hair, he can actually gain the upper hand in the battle with the wild hunt elf. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of weapons colliding resounded throughout the snowfield. Whether it was the surviving Baratheon knights or the wild hunt, or even Kiranthi, they all focused on this duel. I didn't expect that there would be a human knight who could fight the red cavalry to this extent. I thought they would only rely on crossbows and shields to tremble behind the city wall. Looking at Barristan, who was constantly suppressing the wild hunt elves with his own skills and body movements, Kiranthi felt a little bit of emotion and regret in his heart. He was impressed by Barristan's fighting skills that were comparable to those of the elves, and at the same time, regretted his human identity. After all, Barristan was just a human body, and although he could suppress the wild hunt with a momentary burst, how long could he last in this state? Sure enough, after the fierce battle lasted for 5 minutes, Barristan's sword swinging speed gradually slowed down, and even his resolute face showed a hint of redness. On the other side, the wild hunt elf, although still seriously resisting Barristan's attack, was able to find time to sarcastically say, "You won't be able to maintain this state for long. If you can't hold on, then our fight will end here." Facing the ridicule of the Wild Hunt, Barristan no longer had the high spirits that he had previously used to suppress the opponent. Facing the opponent's impenetrable defense, a sense of powerlessness also emerged in his heart. Through the previous confrontation, he had seen that, although the guy with the skeleton steel armor was physically strong, he was still not his opponent. If he could be 10 years younger, no, as long as he was 5 years younger, he would be confident that he could take this guy down before his physical strength ran out. However, for Barristan now, the so-called dream of turning old into young was ultimately just his fantasy, and it also meant that his physical strength was about to be exhausted. Puff HMPH. As Barristan's physical strength reached its limit, the Wild Hunt Elf's curved blade bit the opponent's thigh like a venomous snake, and immediately made Barristan, who had lost his physical strength, groan. Barristan, whose knee was severely injured, subconsciously wanted to kneel on one knee, but the honor of the King's Good had made him stand up despite the pain, ready to fight to the last moment. You are a worthy opponent. Don't worry, I will make a specimen of your head and keep it. The Wild Hunt Elf obviously had no concept of respecting the old and loving the young. Looking at Barristan, who was holding up his body, he praised him while waving his sword and prepared to start the final execution. Looking at the curved blade raised above his head by the Wild Hunt, Barristan closed his eyes helplessly. He knew that he was no match for the Wild Hunt now. Well, he could only hope that his sworn brothers could protect the king and evacuate quickly, right? In a trance, he seemed to see the brave and warlike Duke Robert, waving his warhammer and smashing the heads of enemies one after another on the battlefield. Damn bastard, what do you want to do to my King's Good? Clang, accompanied by a roar full of raging anger, Barristan opened his eyes blankly and then saw a golden warhammer as big as a head suddenly appear, smashing the Wild Hunt away. The Wild Hunt Elf equipped with heavy steel armor actually flew several meters away like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily to the ground. Puff rah. The Wild Hunt Elf who fell to the ground couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and then his mask was covered with blood on his face, so he could only kneel on the ground and remove the helmet. Barristan stared blankly at the figure who saved his life. He was not as heroic as described in the story, but his round beer belly and fleshy face were particularly conspicuous. The person who saved the scene was actually Robert Baratheon. Your Majesty, 7 layers of hell, it seems that I really need to exercise. I didn't expect that I would strain my muscles after just swinging a hammer. Ha ha ha. Robert laughed and helped Barristan up from the ground, and then angrily scolded the King's Goods behind him. You bunch of trash. You actually want to watch your sworn brothers being hacked to death and do nothing. Are you worthy of the white robes and your own glory? But aren't they dueling? Meryn Trent's whisper obviously did not escape Robert's ears. Robert waved his strained arm angrily and roared, bullshit. The so-called duel is a glorious battle between human knights and human knights. Look at the one on the opposite side. It's a knight, isn't it a human? Robert pointed angrily at the Wild Hunt, who was slowly getting up from the ground in the distance. He had long felt that the identities of these guys were not right, and now it seems to be true. This is not a road-blocking knight at all. This is a premeditated alien invasion. After hearing this, everyone focused their attention on the exposed head of the Wild Hunt. The cheeks were sharper and longer than those of humans, and the pale yellow pupils were obviously not what humans should look like, not to mention the pointed ears and hair that looked like a monster. 7 gods, what kind of creature is this? Even Barristan was shocked by the appearance of the Wild Hunt Elf. He obviously didn't expect that the one he had been fighting with was such a monster. Noticing the strange looks from the humans around him, the Wild Hunt Elf stood up silently from the ground, and then looked at Robert with murderous intent. It was so humiliating, so humiliating. It felt like you were playing a video game with a gorilla, and just when you were about to defeat an old gorilla with a slow reaction, you were suddenly defeated by another young gorilla. This was not over yet. The young gorilla actually called a group of gorilla companions to watch you, and even pointed at your nose and spoke in human language. Noah, what on earth is this? Could there be anything more humiliating than this? Looking at the enraged Wild Hunt Elf, Kiranthi couldn't help but touch his staff, and then asked teasingly, do you want help? If you ask now, we can help you get rid of these human knights together. What a joke. They are just a group of gorillas that have not yet evolved completely. How could I need your help? Although Carantha's inquiry was completely out of good intentions, the Wild Hunt elf felt that his dignity was insulted and then raised his curved blade to kill Robert again. Just now, it was just because of carelessness. How could he be killed by a human king who looked like a fat pig? Robert swung his warhammer again at the chest of the Wild Hunt elf, but the elf's keen insight allowed him to react quickly and swung his sword at Robert's wrist and chopped it down. Ding, don't even think about it. Barristan used up his last strength to rush to Robert's side. With his knee injured, he could only use his weight and upper limb strength to swing the sword, to block the sharp blade that was swinging towards Robert's neck. Seeing Robert's hammer coming towards his chest, the Wild Hunt elf hurriedly retreated to the back, shouting, "Lowly human, don't even think about it." The surrounding Kingsguards finally stopped watching the show, and several sharp-armed swords chopped directly into the gaps in the Wild Hunt elf's armor, immediately causing the elf to wail in pain. And Robert seemed to have regained his former bravery. He raised his warhammer without hesitation and aimed it at the elf's head, then roared and smashed it down. "Humans are not lowly, monster." The elf's head splattered on the white robes of the surrounding Kingsguards like an exploding watermelon, and even Robert's face was stained with a lot of red and white things, which was disgusting. However, Robert just looked at the fallen elf's body silently like a true warrior, and then turned to Barristan with some pride and laughed. "Ha ha ha, it seems that the brain of this elf is no different from that of Rhaegar Targaryen. After all, it's just what, human?" Puff. Along with Carantha's cold question, a sharp ice spear suddenly rose from the snow and pierced directly through Robert's gorgeous breastplate. Blood splashed directly on the face of Barristan, who was kneeling on the ground. Looking at King Robert with his chest pierced, the Fearless couldn't help but shouted in panic, "Your Majesty, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 298, Great Wall Attack and Defense. As a human king, you dare to speak rudely to the great Anel. You are really tired of living. Looking at the human king whose chest was pierced by an ice spear, Carantha slowly retracted the frost staff that emitted bursts of piercing white smoke, and then prepared to leave this place. After all, according to past experience, human kings usually carry a large number of guards with them. Although their strength may not be outstanding, it is enough to give him a headache. Because of this, he only pierced the king's body with an ice spear, and did not directly take his life. Their first target is the ancient blood, and there is no need to have too much conflict with the local natives. Kerala, as the blood power in the body began to surge continuously, a snow-white portal suddenly appeared in front of Carantha, revealing the strange world with gorgeous decorations on the opposite side. That is the hometown of the Anel Elves Dawn area. The unusual movement of the Wild Hunt elves immediately attracted the attention of the remaining knights. Several Baratheon soldiers immediately raised their longbows and shields and shouted, "We can't let them leave so easily. Revenge for His Majesty the King. Yes, kill them." The rage is raging. The Baratheon knights raised their weapons frantically and prepared to attack. Those damn pointy ears used magic to seriously injure King Robert in front of them, which was simply an insult to Baratheon. However, just as everyone was ready to die with the Wild Hunt elves, an old and tired voice reached everyone's ears. "Let them go, Sir Barristan." Hearing Barristan's order, everyone turned their heads in shock and anger, and then noticed that the other party was trying hard to cut off the ice spear that pierced Robert's body. Seeing this, the surrounding Kingsguards also hurried forward to assist Barristan, and soon successfully rescued Robert. Fortunately, it's not a fatal injury. As long as we can find a maester to treat him as soon as possible, then His Majesty the King can still be saved. As an experienced old warrior, Barristan saw at a glance that the ice spear did not hit Robert's vitals, and a look of joy appeared on his face. However, I don't know if it was because the temperature of the ice spear was too low. The blood near Robert's wound was all frozen by the ice spike, forming a pale skin color like a white walker. Feeling Robert's slowly decreasing body temperature, Barristan didn't care about the Wild Hunt elves who left through the portal, and hurriedly shouted to the remaining dozen knights around, hurry up and find clothes, and then go and notify those damn gold cloaks. Why haven't they come yet? Robert's situation is very bad now. Fortunately, this place is not far from Winterfell. As long as we can seize the time, then there is still hope. The Wall, Castle Black. If Robert's attack by the Wild Hunt near Severn City only exacerbated the unrest in Westeros, then the threat outside the Wall was enough to destroy Westeros. Attack the Wall. Under the command of Mance Rayder, tens of thousands of wildlings began to attack the Wall without fear of casualties. The fierce battle shocked even Duke Eddard. These wildlings obviously lacked the most basic weapons and shields, but they still fought the northern soldiers with stone axes and sticks in their hands. Eddard even saw a wildling with his arms chopped off trying to attack the Night's Watch with his teeth and head. That madness was enough to make anyone feel creepy. Almost every day, the wildlings would leave thousands of corpses because of trying to climb over the wall, so that the bottom of the entire wall was dyed a strange red with blood. This is already the third week. We have probably killed tens of thousands of wildlings during this period, right? On the battlements at the top of the Great Wall, Duke Eddard was chatting and warming himself with the Night's Watch Rangers around him, while also being alert to the next round of attacks by the wildlings. Benjen, who was sitting next to Eddard, heard the sigh of the ranger next to him, so he picked up a piece of firewood and threw it into the fire, and said with a wry smile, "Yes, I have never seen wildlings so crazy to climb over the Great Wall. Could it be that this cold winter has threatened the survival of the wildlings?" Since the entire Great Wall was facing the siege of the wildlings, the rangers had not gone to the land outside the wall for a long time, let alone exploring the reasons why the wildlings went south. The only thing people knew was that these wildlings seemed to be under some threat, and even the number of attacks they launched was becoming more and more frequent. Recalling the fierce battle that happened not long ago, everyone fell into silence, and the only sound in the room was the crackling of the fire. After all, they were not dead. The fierce battles for dozens of days had already made them exhausted. Now they just wanted to find a soft big bed to have a good sleep. However, things did not go as they wished. Compared with the Night's Watch and the Northerners who had no sense of crisis, the wildlings were already on the brink of life and death. Woo woo. Two low horn sounds came from the arrow tower above. The faces of the people who were originally sitting on the ground to rest immediately changed, and then they hurriedly picked up their weapons and rushed outside. A Night's Watch archer was looking at the dark mass of wildlings below in horror, and couldn't help but mutter, "One horn means we are one of us. Two horns mean there are enemies. The wildlings are coming. Don't panic, everyone. Go back to your posts. As long as we unite as one, we will be able to repel the wildlings." Ed stood on the city wall with a longbow in his hand, looking at the slightly nervous soldiers around him, and shouted to encourage, "We have repelled their attacks dozens of times in these days. I believe those wildlings are as exhausted as we are. As long as we hold on, victory will be ours." It's a pity that passionate speeches obviously can't be eaten. Before Ed's speech was over, questioning voices came from the crowd. "Lord Ed, our arrows and boulders are almost used up, and there are few bandages and medicines left. When will the reinforcement from the kingdom come?" Everyone looked back and found that the person who asked the question was a young soldier with a bandage on his face. It was not difficult to see from the blood-stained bandages that he was injured in the battle with the wildlings. Seeing that everyone was focusing their attention on him, the young warrior couldn't help but lower his head in shame. But then he still asked stubbornly, "It's obviously us, the Night's Watch and the Northerners, who are bleeding. Why don't those southern nobles send us reinforcements and even don't send us supplies? If their hard work can't get support from the Southerners, and they are not even willing to give them the most basic supplies, then what's the point of their fighting? It's better to let these wild men go to the south." Hearing this, the surrounding northern warriors also showed a touch of approval on their faces, and they were obviously very dissatisfied with those southern nobles. Looking at the indignant Night's Watch people around, Benyang showed a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and then said angrily, "Don't say anything. Now our responsibility is to resist those damn wild men, not to find your resentment here." Although Benyang was also dissatisfied with those stingy southern nobles, at least now that the wild men were at the gates of the city, as the chief ranger, he couldn't vent his anger at will. In fact, everyone present did not know that they had wrongly blamed the southern nobles. Dozens of caravans loaded with supplies and weapons had already been sent to the Great Wall from all over the south. After all, the news of the barbarian invasion had spread to the entire continent through the academy, and even the peasants had learned of this terrifying news. Although the southern nobles who were not directly threatened would still have some reservations, they could still ensure basic supplies. However, due to the massacre of the Wild Hunt and the looting of the northern mountain clans, most of the caravans were unable to reach the Great Wall safely, which gave them such an illusion. Seeing that the soldiers around him still had some dissatisfaction in their eyes, Eddard, who had received the raven from King's Landing, could only choose to tell everyone the news, hoping to boost morale. Don't worry, everyone. King Robert has decided to come to the wall in person to support us against the wildlings. At the same time, reinforcement from various dukes are coming from the sea to support us. The kingdom has not given up on me. Really? Your Majesty will come to the wall in person? Great. As long as your Majesty can fight side by side with us, then these wildlings are just moths to the flame. As expected, after learning the news that the king will come to the front line in person, everyone's face immediately showed a confident smile. After all, the Night's Watch is now a glorious profession. Countless prisoners and illegitimate children form a member of the team, and they are almost not welcomed by any nobles or people. Not only can they only have limited contact with their relatives and friends, but they even have to wear black clothes all their lives to guard this extremely cold place, where there is nothing to give, and even death will not be forgotten. The only thing they feared was that when they sacrificed their lives for this country, they would have to endure discrimination from the southern nobles behind them. Looking at the people who had regained their spirits, Ed immediately set his sights on the wildlings, who had begun to climb the Great Wall below, and shouted in an excited voice, "Archers, shoot freely, and drop the anchor when the range is sufficient." Yes. After Ed's encouragement just now, every soldier was ready to give the wildlings below a head-on blow at any time. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows fell from the sky, and thunderstones and rolling logs as big as millstones began to hit the wildlings along the slope of the wall, immediately causing dozens of wildlings to wail and fall off the wall. After all, the Great Wall is a giant wall as high as 100 meters. Usually, only those wildlings with excellent physical strength and skills have the ability to climb over the Great Wall. The Night's Watch at the top only needs to harass them a little when they are climbing, which is enough to make it difficult for most wildlings to climb the towering wall. However, even so, the wildlings who were already furious still did not choose to give up, but covered the entire wall like ants. Looking at the wildlings falling from the wall, Mance Rayder's eyes gradually became red, and then he roared angrily, "Charge up the Great Wall, and kill all these crows and that Stark who want to kill us." By observing the temperament on the wall, Mance had already known that the more than 20,000 strange troops that suddenly appeared on the wall recently were vassals of the Stark family. Those cruel guys, don't they want to give them a way out? Seeing countless free people climbing to the top of the Great Wall like humble ants, but being ruthlessly driven off the wall, Mance felt that his heart was bleeding. Just 3 weeks ago, the wildling camp gathered at the Fist of the First Men suffered unprecedented losses from the White Walkers. Nearly half of the wildlings became the dead souls under the knife of the White Walkers in that catastrophe, and then they were transformed into one of those monsters. Mance witnessed those innocent people who died tragically at the hands of the White Walkers. Most of them had their bellies and limbs ripped open cruelly, and there was no possibility of survival. However, that monster covered in blue, it descended in front of him like a demon from hell, and just raised its hands to resurrect those dead people and make them its walking corpses. Whenever he recalled that scene, Mance could feel his body trembling uncontrollably. That was the fear from the soul. Looking at the free people who kept falling off the wall and finally turned into bloody meat, Mance couldn't help but focus his eyes on the giants behind him who had not yet been dispatched. Because they were attacked by the White Walkers before, dozens of giants chose to sacrifice themselves to cover their retreat. So now there are less than 50 giants following Mance. The giant sitting on the mammoth seemed to notice Mance Rayder's gaze, and a simple smile appeared on his rough face. As a giant king who was not good at thinking, he knew almost nothing about Mance's grand plans. He only knew that the other party sincerely wanted to lead them to live a good life, and this simple kindness was worth their lives to protect. However, it was precisely because of this honesty that Mance's mind was full of the painful screams of the giants who were left behind when they were eaten by the whites, which made him feel ashamed to face the giant king. It was clearly agreed that he would take them to the south to live a comfortable life, but before they could climb over the wall, the other party lost nearly half of their people. Thinking of this, Mance Raider's eyes showed a touch of determination, and then he set his eyes on a strange horn placed on the table behind him. "Don't force me, Southerners. It will be bad for everyone if everyone is killed." Although he didn't know why the White Walkers didn't choose to pursue him, Mance had made up his mind to have a good talk with Stark on the wall. It would be best if the other party could let the free people enter the wall, but if they refused, when the White Walkers come, no one will survive. Chapter 299, Horn of Winter. The Horn of Winter is a magical item that only exists in legends. According to the stories passed down by word of mouth among the wildlings, a king beyond the wall blew this horn and awakened the giants underground. No one knows who created such a horn, and no one knows where this horn is. But according to legend, as long as this horn is blown, it can even cause the wall to collapse. If this horn can really cause the wall to collapse, then by then, not to mention the free people, even those kneeling people will have to face the threat of the White Walkers, right? Looking at the black horn placed on his desk, Mance couldn't help but touch the ancient inscriptions inlaid with gold on it with his hand, and a bitter look appeared on his face. As early as when he betrayed the Night's Watch and joined the Free People, Mance had heard the legend of the Horn of Winter from the older generation of wildlings. However, at that time, he always thought that this was just a trick of the wildlings to deceive themselves. After all, if a mere horn could bring down the wall, why would the Free People be trapped outside the wall for thousands of years? However, when Mance really needed to lead the wildlings over the wall, he became what he had mocked back then, and began to search frantically for the Horn of Winter. In order to find this magical legend from thousands of years ago, Mance ignored the opposition of the superstitious wildlings and forcibly searched dozens of tombs under the Frostfang Glacier. However, apart from some rusty ironware and gold that was worthless to the wildlings, the tomb raiding team did not find anything similar to the horn. Mance was very disappointed at the time, so he simply bought a merchant ship with the excavated gold and the gold, all provided by various clans, and prepared to send Tormund to the south of the wall. Fortunately, when he was attacked by the White Walkers not long ago, Mance encountered a girl covered in green leaves, who turned out to be the legendary Child of the Forest. The Children of the Forest not only helped him find the lost wildling clans, but also led his team to dig up some dragon crystal arrowheads in the Horn of Winter that could fight against the White Walkers. Looking at the wildling warriors who began to flee below the Great Wall, as well as the countless dead bodies of wildlings abandoned below the Great Wall, Mance finally resisted the urge to blow the horn. Looking at the wildling chiefs around him who were sad about the tragic deaths of their people, Mance took a deep breath, and then said seriously, "I will go and have a good talk with that Stark. Although we do need the Great Wall to resist the invasion of the White Walkers, the Free People can no longer continue to sacrifice in vain. If that Stark really refuses to give us any chance to live, then we will obey the will of the Children of the Forest, blow the horn, and destroy the Great Wall." After hearing what Mance said, the wildling chiefs around him stood up with roars, obviously unwilling to be so frustrated. After all, although the White Walkers have not yet launched a general attack on them, it is this unknown that can trigger their fear and oppression. At the Fist of the First Men, they have already lost more than half of their compatriots. Who knows when those White Walkers will attack again? Why can those crows hide behind the Great Wall and enjoy the false peace and tranquility, while they have to face the slaughter of the White Walkers? The lives of the wildlings are also lives. The Fist of the First Men, the wildlings who were busy fighting with the Great Wall at this time, did not know that the reason why the army of the White Walkers did not attack them when they retreated was not because they did not want to, it was because they were also being beaten. A series of piercing cold winds continued to echo throughout the valley. The mountain that once had a hint of green had now completely turned into a world of snow. Because the wildlings left hundreds of thousands of fresh corpses in the previous battle, the number of the Night King's army has been greatly expanded. This also put Rohan in a somewhat embarrassing dilemma. That is, he actually lost it. "I'm so angry, I'm going to twist his head off, and use it as a chamber pot." At the highest point of the fist of the first men, Rohan angrily raised his left claw and crushed the head of the terrified White Walker in front of him, and then stared at the battlefield around him with his eyes emitting blue lightning. Hundreds of thousands of whites are constantly besieging his army on this mountain, trying to drag down Rohan's army with their numbers and tireless advantages. Although Rohan and the Silver Mist Warriors don't take these whites with low combat effectiveness seriously, don't forget that there are more than 10,000 Druchii recruits in the team. I don't know how the Night King did it. Even if Rohan can forcibly kill those elves and White Walkers with his own strength, he can't cause the whites to lose control. Judging from the current situation, unless Rohan can directly behead the Night King as in the original book, there is no way to deal with these damn whites. But the problem now is that the guy actually left a clone and escaped alone. Looking at the Druchii troops taking turns to rest at the bottom of the mountain, Rohan directly covered the entire fist of the first men with his divine power, but still could not find the trace of the Night King. You have to know that Rohan is no longer the weak chosen one he used to be. The range of his divine power can detect any abnormal movement within a radius of 10 kilometers, not to mention the obvious energy source of the Night King. Obviously, there must be someone with equal strength to him who blocked his perception, such as the god of cold. Damn lowly people. The duck in his hand actually flew away. Even Rohan, who claimed that his temper was not bad among the Druchii, could not help but be a little irritable. He then rushed directly to the group of corpses below. Boom. The blue meteor instantly lifted hundreds of corpse ghosts with dry limbs. The violent energy even frightened the Druchii warriors who were fighting not far away. Although they always clamored to challenge Rohan's position, when Rohan really stood in front of them with full firepower, they all turned into good babies one by one. Anyone who dares to touch Rohan's bad luck at this time is not brave, but courting death. Crack looking at the wretched White Walker who had been hiding in the zombies and throwing javelins, Rohan directly stepped on his head into a pile of ice chips, and then shouted to Lysadillan, "Too much time has been wasted. Notify all the Silver Dragon Knights to go and occupy the Great Wall mentioned by those human captives." I don't believe he can be a turtle for life. My lord, Governor Dario sent a communication some time ago, claiming that they have arrived at an island called Bear Island. Do we need to seek their help? After hearing Lysadillan's inquiry, Rohan couldn't help frowning and thinking. After a moment, he realized where Bear Island was. If I remember correctly, along the coast along Bear Island, it seems that we can reach a place called Iron Islands. Since hundreds of years have passed, Rohan has basically forgotten the details of the plot of Game of Thrones. He only knows that this world has dragons and magic. Oh yes, this seems to be a story about a girl who left her hometown and finally returned to her hometown with dragons and troops to show off. Thinking of this, Rohan couldn't help shaking his head, and after driving away all unrealistic thoughts, he instructed Lysadillan, "Let Dario find a few local natives to go to the Iron Islands as an outpost, and wait until we solve the problem of the White Walkers before talking to the local human natives." For Rohan, obtaining the final reward of the artifact mission is the most important thing. As for the problem of Westeros, it can be put aside for the time being. Understood. After receiving Rohan's order, Lysadillan picked up the intercom in his hand and began to inform the Silver Dragon Knights who were still searching for the traces of the Night King in the air. Lord Rohan ordered you to occupy the Great Wall in the south, and at the same time, don't let the White Walkers or anything else go. Understand? Occupy the Great Wall. Understood. Not long after, nearly 100 Silver Dragon Knights who received the order flew to the south, and immediately made the dragon shadow that originally covered the sky and the sun disappear from the fist of the first men. Although he was a little confused about what Rohan said about occupation, the captain of the Silver Dragon Knights still understood what Lysadillan wanted to convey. Directly occupy the entire Great Wall by force, and then kill all creatures that want to climb over the Great Wall. With this idea in mind, the knights' flying speed immediately increased a lot, and at the same time, began to check the incendiary bombs hanging on the dragon's back, preparing to strengthen the Night's Watch and the wildlings. At this time, Rohan did not know that his order had been overinterpreted, but even if he knew, he would not care. For him, before the Westeros continent officially swore allegiance, neither the wildlings nor the Night's Watch nor the North could be considered his own people. Perhaps only after their king swore allegiance to him would Rohan begin to consider improving the lives of the locals. However, even if change came, he would not have thought that there would be other outsiders in this world besides Rohan. Of course, he would not have thought that the Night King was hiding his breath with the help of the god of cold at this time, preparing to give the entire Westeros an epic job. Of course, that is a story for later. The Wall. Castle Black Mance Raider wants to negotiate with me in person. In the hall of this somewhat dilapidated castle, several Night's Watchmen in black armor were escorting a hideous wildling. And in the main seat of the hall, it was the Duke of Eddard Stark and Commander Jer Mormont, who currently have the highest title and status on the wall. However, the wildling who served as the messenger obviously did not care about the identities of those present. Instead, he kept looking at Eddard with a scrutinizing gaze, and then said sarcastically, "So what? You probably don't have the courage to negotiate with the king beyond the wall anyway. It's better to reject me sooner, so that I can go back and report. You are so brave. Kneel down." Hearing that this barbarian dared to call Eddard like that, a soldier from the Stark family kicked the wildling in the knee, making him kneel down. The wildling who was forced to kneel on one knee was filled with anger in his eyes. He looked at Eddard, who was thinking on the stage with hatred, and shouted, "Kill me if you have the guts, you humble kneeling people. After Mance Raider destroys the wall with the Horn of Winter, I want to see how you face the wrath of the free people and the army of the White Walkers." The Horn of Winter? Eddard keenly noticed that the other party was talking about the horn that could destroy the wall, so he couldn't help but ask the old bear next to him curiously, "I seem to have heard the story about this horn from the old nanny. Isn't that a legend? Hehe, did Lord Stark really believe the wildlings' nonsense? I know it's a lie from the wildlings." The Night's Watch coach Ellison ordered chicken leg while looking at the kneeling wildling below with a teasing look, and then directly mocked. The traitor Mance Raider must have had to stop fighting because of too many casualties. Coming to us to negotiate now is just a dying struggle. As soon as these words came out, the Night's Watchmen in the castle immediately began to argue fiercely, and they were obviously very excited about the news that the war would soon end. Even Eddard and Benjen had a smile on their faces and did not take the threats before the defeat seriously. Only the commander-in-chief, Old Bear, was still thinking about the army of White Walkers that the wildlings had just mentioned, but he obviously did not pay much attention to the so-called Horn of Winter. No, the Horn of Winter existed in real history. However, before everyone started to celebrate the war, an old and gentle voice suddenly came into the hall and immediately made everyone turn their eyes to the door. I saw a blind old man with grey hair huddled in the hall, and next to him was the illegitimate son of Duke Eddard, who joined the Night's Watch and fought bravely, Jon Snow. No one expected that the Grand Maester over 100 years old would suddenly come to the hall, so they all stood up and went to help the Grand Maester, but Maester Aemon waved his hand and refused. Maester Aemon looked at everyone through his hazy eyes, and then he accurately focused his gaze on Duke Eddard and said slowly, "According to the records in ancient books, the origin of the Horn of Winter is no longer traceable, and there is no record of it in the relevant books in the past few hundred years. But if the timeline is extended to 1,000 years ago, then almost all biographies related to the chronicles of the Night's Watch record such a story. Or 1,000 years ago, there was another king beyond the wall named German who blew the Horn of Winter and awakened the giant sleeping underground. However, after German died, the horn disappeared, and no one knew where it was." Hearing this, Eddard and Old Bear couldn't help but flash a touch of surprise in their eyes, and even the Night's Watch, who were originally celebrating the end of the war, became quiet and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Since Maester Aemon was the living fossil of the entire Night's Watch corps, everyone did not doubt whether the other party was lying, but fell into silence. Ha ha ha, that's a gift from the children of the forest to the king beyond the wall. Even the god of the weirwood stands on our side. What reason do you have to stop us? In the silent hall, only the wild man, who was pressed to his knees on the ground, was looking up at everyone. He was laughing wildly. Chapter 300 Negotiation. In the Black Castle, the wild messenger who was rampant before had already been taken away, leaving only the nobles of the north and the Night's Watch looking at each other in bewilderment. After what Maester Aemon had just described, they had already assumed the existence of the Horn of Winter in their hearts, but they didn't know what to do for a while. After all, even if the Horn of Winter was real, Who could guarantee that the one in Mance's hand was the real thing? But as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. But even if Mance really blew the horn of winter, he would eventually use the power of magic to cause the 1,000-year-old wall to collapse, and the wildling army would cross the wall. He was so confident that hundreds of thousands of wildlings using stone tools could fight against nearly 50,000 well-equipped southerners. As early as a few days ago, Eddard had received news that King's Landing would send reinforcement to support him, and even his good brother Robert would lead the expedition in person. And since the letter was delivered by ravens, Robert must be about to arrive at Winterfell, and will be able to reach the wall soon, right? Moreover, although the number of troops coming to support is only 20,000 soldiers, they are all well-equipped southern warriors, unlike the north, which is short of supplies. Both the Vale and the Stormlands are areas rich in high-quality iron ore and skilled craftsmen, so even some low-level sergeants who have made military achievements have a chance to obtain plate armor. In contrast, the wildlings can't even defeat the relatively simple equipped north, let alone those southern warriors. In this case, even if Mance can really blow the horn of winter, the wildling army will only end up in destruction. He must have something else to rely on, but what exactly is it? Thinking of this, Ed couldn't help but look at the white-haired woman who was drinking happily with a glass of wine not far away and asked, "Ciri, what do you think?" Gulp gulp, "I'll sit and watch." At this time, Ciri was busy toasting with the night watchman around her. Her face was full of red blush left by drunkenness, and she obviously drank a lot. During this time, she stayed on the wall to help the Night's Watch fight against the wildlings. With her superb swordsmanship and sunny and cheerful personality, she immediately gained the favor of most of the Night's Watch. In order to attract the Wild Hunt to chase her to the wall, Ciri did not hesitate to use the blood of the ancients on the battlefield, so she also gained the title of White Witch from the wildlings. I don't know much about your history, so I don't have any opinion. After drinking all the beer in her mouth, Ciri picked up a piece of barbecue from the plate and asked curiously, "But I'm more curious about the White Walkers that the messenger mentioned. If I remember correctly, isn't that the creature in the old Nana story?" During the 2 months of recuperation in Winterfell, her daily life was often taken care of by an experienced old nanny, so she naturally learned a lot of local legends from her. It was from the old nanny that Ciri learned about the love and hatred between the wildlings and the Night's Watch for thousands of years, as well as the various legends about the White Walkers and the giants. Hearing Ciri mention the White Walkers, Elissa, who was already upset with Ciri because the wall did not welcome women, could not help but spit and sneered. "Do you really believe the nonsense of those barbarians? First, the Horn of Winter, whose authenticity was unknown, then the White Walkers in the legend, and next, will the dragons that have disappeared for hundreds of years come to the wall? We all saw the giants appear in the forest outside the wall with our own eyes. Who knows what kind of monsters exist in the land of eternal winter? Do we have to wait until he appears in front of you?" Faced with Elissa's questioning, Ciri, who was already drunk, could not help but start to fight back. Obviously, she was already unhappy with this sarcastic and mean man. After all, she came from a wizard world full of magic and twisted monsters, so she naturally believed in the legends told by Old Nan and Meester Eamon. In her opinion, those White Walkers were just a group of mutant vampires who all knew how to use ice magic. What was so strange about that? "What do you know, you smart kid? Do you mean to say that our Night's Watch patrols outside the wall are not responsible enough?" However, for Elissa, Ciri's words were simply an insult to the Night's Watch rangers who often appeared outside the wall. In his opinion, Ciri was mocking their lack of understanding of the world outside the Great Wall, and was simply mocking the glory of the Night's Watch. Although Elissa was old-fashioned and mean, it did not mean that he did not recognize his identity as a Night's Watch. In his opinion, although most of the members of the Night's Watch were bastards and criminals, they were at least a barrier for the entire Westeros to resist the threat of wildlings. Such glory cannot be defiled by a white-haired woman of unknown origin who is suspected to be a remnant of Targaryen. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is not to argue whether the White Walkers exist or not, but whether to agree to the conditions of those wildlings. Seeing that the atmosphere on the scene was a little wrong, Old Bear hurriedly changed the subject with his prestige, and then asked everyone in the field, Hearing this, Alyssa and other old school Night's Watchers insisted that the wildlings could not cross the wall because such an act would tarnish the glory of the Night's Watch for thousands of years. Mr. Eamon thought that he could meet with Mance first, at least to make sure whether the information about the Horn of Winter and the White Walkers was true or false. The two factions each had their own arguments, and each had its own reasons, so even Old Bear couldn't make up his mind, so he could only turn his eyes to Eddard and asked, "The North has always been the biggest supporter of the Night's Watch. I think we can consult the Northern Guardian for this issue." Seeing that Old Bear actually kicked the ball to himself, Eddard, who had always been upright, couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then said directly, "In this case, then I will meet with the Oathbreaker of the Night's Watch, and by the way, find out whether the guy's so-called trump card is true or false. No, that's a guy who betrayed his oath. How can I let you take risks?" Hearing that Eddard actually planned to meet with Mance, everyone present stood up in panic and prepared to dissuade him, but Eddard waved his hand and refused. "Although I don't know whether what Mance said is true or false, we must never put the Great Wall in danger for such a small possibility. Mr. Eamon just said that there are many documents that show that the Horn of Winter is real, so I have to at least go and see it with my own eyes, right?" Seeing the resolute Duke Eddard, even Alyssa, who had always been at odds with these outsiders, could not help but secretly marvel at his courage. Even Ciri regained consciousness, and after wiping her lips, she comforted the worried nobles of the Northern Territory around her. "Don't worry, if anything really happens, I will use magic to take Duke Eddard away directly, so don't worry about the Duke's safety." Looking at Ciri's confident face, the people who were still worried recalled the figure that had been wreaking havoc on the battlefield like a ghost not long ago, and they all relaxed. After all, the nickname of White Witch is not just a mockery of Ciri by those wild people, but also out of fear of Ciri's magic. As long as Ciri can go with them, everything will be fine, right? A few days later, the Wall of Despair. Is it really the only way for us to go down through this hanging basket? It looks so dangerous. Why can't we go through the tunnel? On the wall, Ed and Ciri were accompanied by everyone to the edge of the wall. Looking at the hanging basket in front of them that was swaying in the cold wind, Ciri couldn't help swallowing her saliva. After all, although she could land safely with the time and space ability of the ancient blood, she might not be able to guarantee that Ed could enter her portal in time during this period. Old Bear scratched his head in embarrassment. He also knew that this hanging basket did not look very reliable, but he still introduced it seriously. "Ahem. Please rest assured, the ropes of this hanging basket are all new, and the basket was just bought from the river bend in the past few decades. Don't worry about the quality." Hearing this, let alone Ciri, even the face of the Northern Lord who came to see him off showed a trace of panic. Creaking the hanging basket also made a strange noise at the right time, which made Old Bear's face also show a trace of embarrassment. There is no other way. After all, usually the Night's Watch always goes to the outer wall through the tunnel below, so such uncommon facilities will not be repaired. After all, we also need to guard against the giants launching a surprise attack when we open the tunnel, so using a hanging basket is the safest and most reliable method. Although Ed felt uneasy in his heart, he finally took Ciri to the unreliable hanging basket, and then slowly lowered the Great Wall under the worried eyes of everyone. Along the way, Ciri was observing the sliding rope at the top, and chatting with Ed who was holding the handrail tightly. "I have to say that the facilities in this Great Wall are even older than those in Kaer Morhen. Maybe I should let Vesemir come here to retire. He must like it here." "Vesemir? Is he the old demon hunter who taught you swordsmanship and herbal knowledge?" After hearing Ciri's complaints, Ed also began to chat with him about the past, when Ciri lived in Kaer Morhen. During the time spent with Ciri in Winterfell, the entire Stark family was full of curiosity about the life in the other world, full of unknowns and adventures described by Ciri. Jon, in particular, was full of interest in those witches, who were extremely powerful and could use various simple magics. If Jon had not been unable to take the trial of grass due to his old age, he would have long abandoned his dream of becoming a Night's Watcher and begged Ciri to take him to Kaer Morhen. However, even so, Bran and Rickon, who were relatively young, were also attracted by the story of the Witcher, and they pestered Ciri every day hoping that she would take them to Kaer Morhen. recalling the happy time when everyone lived in Winterfell. Eddard couldn't help but smile warmly. Ciri, if one day the Wild Hunt is no longer a threat to you, can you take Bran and the others to the world of witches and show them the world? This is not good, aren't they your heirs? Hearing that Eddard actually planned to let him take the young masters of the Stark family to his world to play, Ciri couldn't help but be a little shocked. After traveling through several worlds, Ciri had met various princes and nobles, and naturally there were some rather absurd requests. For example, some people hoped to gain eternal life, some hoped to obtain the power of her blood, and some even simply coveted her body for precious objects. Faced with these unreasonable requests, Ciri usually chose to use the blood of the ancients to leave that world directly, and then directly close the portal to that world. Eddard's polite request to her made Ciri unable to find a reason to refuse for a while. After all, the Stark family was like a lifesaver to her, and the two sides had been friends for so long after sharing hardships. Besides, such a request didn't seem to be too much, right? I promise you, if the threat of the Wild Hunt is really resolved one day, I will personally take Rob John and the others to Kaer Morhen as guests and treat them with the best food. Then I will wait for good news. Looking at the hanging basket that was about to reach the bottom of the Great Wall, and the wildlings in the distance who seemed to have been waiting for a long time, Eddard put away the smile on his face and touched the sword at his waist. The future is all imaginary, and the meeting with Mance is the most important thing. After a while, the two came to the place where they would talk with Mance, under 100-year-old fish beamwood with a carved human face. Eddard didn't know why Mance chose this place for the meeting. When he saw the few wildling guards around Mance, he was relieved. After all, there were endless snowfields and dead trees around, and even the wildlings hiding in ambush would be exposed in an instant, and there was no possibility of mutual ambush. At least from the number of people brought by the other party, it can be seen that Mance should really want to negotiate, right? I saw the family emblem of the Dire Elf. If I remember correctly, you should be Brandon Stark, right? After Eddard and Ciri approached, Mance's voice floated through the cold wind, and Eddard's face immediately became a little ugly. Brandon Stark was Eddard's brother who was burned to death by the last Mad King of the Targaryen family in the early stage of the War of the Usurper. He was also the first heir to Winterfell. However, with his father and brother being killed by the Mad King, the seat of Winterfell fell to Eddard. Although Eddard didn't know whether Mance did it on purpose or was truly unaware, he still explained angrily, "Brandon is my deceased brother. I'm Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North and the Duke of Winterfell. Oh sir, I've heard a lot about you." After hearing Eddard's explanation, Mance showed a fleeting apology on his face, but then he looked at Ciri next to him and asked, "Then this must be the mother of your illegitimate child?" I remember that illegitimate child seemed to be called Jon Snow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.